Chapter 61, The gun skills shocked the audience. Ah! Damn it, my battlesuit has been pierced by something. Ah, my arm is numb. Everyone be careful, the mouth parts of that monster are highly toxic, it's a neurotoxin. How could my battlesuit be pierced? Oh my god, the mouth parts of those monsters are too sharp. Suddenly, screams came from the crowd. Suen looked at the figure that fell among the group of monsters and frowned. Is the battlesuit damaged? Yes, the mouth parts of this monster have armor-piercing abilities. The acid from earlier also corroded the runes on the battlesuit. If the energy is not replaced in time, it will weaken the defense, and it's not surprising that it was pierced. He looked at the panicked students who relied too much on their battlesuits and thought to himself, they rely too much on their battlesuits, resulting in poor crisis response capabilities. In fact, he had noticed this problem before. Those students relied on their battlesuits and hardly dodged the monster's attacks. But what about continuous attacks at a high frequency? Now they encountered a swarm of armor-piercing moths. The battlesuits had long endured the high-frequency attacks that they couldn't handle, and finally, they were pierced. At this moment, Suen looked at the female assistant teacher beside him and noticed something. He couldn't bear to watch any longer and shouted, "The monsters are sensitive to light, stop creating more light sources." Indeed, she was an assistant teacher, with much more combat experience than the students. After hearing this, the students stopped using spells that would create strong light sources, and even the sound of gunfire quieted down. But this reminder came a bit too late, there were already too many monsters. Moreover, the students gathered together, and as long as they attacked, they would inevitably create some flashes of light. Before long, the battlesuit of the second student was pierced. A scream that made people's scalp tingle. Ah, my battlesuit has been pierced too, damn it, my legs are paralyzed. The worst thing on the battlefield was not casualties or death, but serious injuries. One seriously injured person meant that at least 2 healthy team members would be burdened. With the appearance of the injured, the already chaotic student team became even worse. Suen looked at the increasingly dire situation in the distance and suddenly felt that things seemed to have exceeded his expectations. The unexpected happened too quickly. "Teacher Rosa, I don't want to continue the trial, I want to go home, I don't want to die here. Ah, I've been stung again, my heart and lungs are paralyzed. I can't breathe. Quick, inject him with the antidote." Finally, the worst situation occurred. The first student with a critical life-threatening injury appeared. If not treated in time, he would probably die here. Suen frowned and looked around. Is it really the case that the mentors won't intervene? Damn it! Rosa, who was not far from Suen, cursed without hesitation. She quickly formed more than 10 wizard seals with her hands. Before the words fell, the alchemy array under her feet lit up, planting art unseal. Suen watched as this female assistant teacher almost instantly unsealed the planting art, and he was greatly surprised. She forms the seals so quickly. She was definitely the fastest person he had seen in unsealing the planting art. And it didn't end there. After unsealing the planting art, Rosa's body suddenly emitted a faint blue cold flame. She once again changed the wizard seals in her hands, and her momentum suddenly changed. She softly chanted, "Alchemy secret technique unhindered." In the next moment, Suen saw the cold flame on her body condense into 2 illusory giant arms, floating behind her. What kind of alchemy is this? Suen watched with curiosity. From a short distance away, he could clearly feel the chilling intent emanating from those cold eyes. At this moment, Rosa charged towards the students. She's actually a melee class practitioner. Suen didn't expect that this seemingly gentle and soft female assistant teacher would fight in close combat. And what surprised him even more was yet to come. Those cold flame fists swung without a gap, instantly forming a whirlwind of flames, burning down a large number of moths. Is this her ability to inflict double damage on monsters? Suen was seeing this ability for the first time, which subverted some of his fixed impressions of traditional alchemists. He thought that they could only cast spells, but it turned out they could also engage in close combat. Being able to be an assistant teacher at the Black Tower Alchemy Academy was indeed not simple. Because of Rosa's intervention, the crisis situation for the students improved significantly. However, because her technique also attracted the moths, after killing one wave, another wave came rushing in. At this moment, Rosa shouted, "Extinguish the light sources. You all go first." It turned out that she wanted to attract the swarm of monsters herself and let the students escape. The students didn't dare to delay after hearing this and quickly ran towards the passage where Suen was hiding. At this moment, Suen finally realized what was wrong. If this was a trial, it seemed that the level of danger had far exceeded expectations. This is not right. There are already multiple severely injured people, and the hidden mentor is still not ready to take action. Suen had no doubt that these inexperienced students, running around in panic, were likely to be wiped out in the underground cave. That assistant, Rosa, alone cannot stop this group of strange moths. Do they still find the trial not difficult enough? Do a few people have to die to scare these students before the mentor behind the scenes will take action? But as Suen looked at the anxious face of the assistant, Rosa, he felt that something was increasingly wrong. And at this moment, a deadly crisis appeared again. Charlie, the chubby boy running at the back of the student group, felt a slight sting on his back and immediately realized something. His face turned pale in an instant. He didn't care about his image anymore and suddenly shouted, "Brother Suen, help!" Hearing the cry, Suen hesitated for a moment, but his hands had already decisively reached for the gun at his waist. There are still a small number of moths chasing them, and there is no sign of the mentor appearing. If he doesn't take action now, Charlie's group will likely be the first to have casualties. After all, he had taken the money, so he still had some sense of obligation. Bang, 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 bang. In that instant, Suen suddenly drew both guns and fired nearly 20 bullets in a very short amount of time. But his actions immediately drew a shout from the leading students, "Are you an idiot? Don't shoot! The light will attract those moths." But before they finished speaking, they heard a series of heavy objects falling to the ground. The expressions of the students instantly froze. How is this possible? Charlie had already given up hope. He shouted for help without caring about his image because he had already felt the piercing sensation of the moth's mouthparts stabbing his back. He thought he was going to die. But suddenly, he realized that the piercing sensation disappeared. When he looked again, he found that more than 20 moth corpses had fallen around him. And on the head of each moth, there was a bullet hole. Looking at this scene in front of him, and then at Suen not far away holding a gun, Charlie immediately realized what had happened. He finally felt the sensation of his frightened soul returning to his body. After a moment of daze, a look of joy after surviving a disaster appeared on his face. "Brother Suen, save me!" The student who had scolded Suen for shooting looked at how easily Suen killed so many moths and saved Charlie and his classmates, and instantly felt a burning sensation on his face. They were all just focused on running, and no one noticed that Charlie and his group had already fallen into danger. But unable to resist his pride, that person still weakly muttered, "Don't shoot randomly, the fire might." Suen didn't give this group of people a chance to waste time with their complaints. He pressed the magazine release button and quickly changed the magazine with both hands. At the same time, he said, "If you want to shoot, it's best to use regular submachine gun bullets." There was no time to hide his clumsiness. He had to shoot to save people. He didn't explain in detail why he used regular bullets. If they couldn't figure it out, it would make these proud elites look foolish. There was no need to use alchemical bullets to deal with these monsters. The rate of fire and power of a firearm were often inversely proportional. Alchemical bullets had greater power, but slower rate of fire, and the resulting flash and noise were also greater. For dealing with these numerous and fragile moths, firearms with a fast rate of fire and fewer bullets were completely sufficient. With less noise and a fleeting light source, the attraction to those moths was very limited. As long as the shots were accurate, the efficiency was higher than alchemical bullets, and it was safer. Just like what was happening right now. While everyone was still staring at the ground covered in moth corpses without reacting, Suen had already swiftly changed the magazine and pulled the trigger again. In the next instant, he gave these students a textbook-like demonstration of practical shooting. Both guns raised, index fingers quickly pulling the triggers. Da, da, da. The sound of gunfire was dense like raindrops, but it had a fast and steady rhythm. This was completely different from the panicked shooting rhythm of the students. Suen seemed to aim aimlessly, but with each gunshot, at least one moth corpse fell from the air, and sometimes even 2 or 3. The targets of his bullets seemed to be not just a single point, but a line. Throughout the shooting process, no one saw Suen show any signs of panic. He remained calm and almost numb, calmly pulling the trigger, as if he calculated the precise timing and trajectory of each monster's attack. The firearms in his hands seemed to have eyes, always accurately dealing with the approaching moths, hitting each monster's head with a single shot. With just his 2 guns, he blocked the group of moths chasing after the 20 students who were fleeing in panic. After 3 rounds of magazines were emptied, the ground was already densely covered with hundreds of moth corpses. At this moment, all the students were dumbfounded. Suen's marksmanship was shocking. Charlie, the chubby boy, was already stunned. Having narrowly escaped death, he didn't hide his excitement at all. Wow, my information was indeed correct, brother, you are the top gunman of the Cross Society. His smug expression seemed to be showing off to the students around him. See, I was right, wasn't I? Are you still laughing at me now? The students on the side were whispering to each other. He's so strong. I noticed he used at least 7 advanced firearm techniques just now: precise trajectory calculation, moving target lock-on, attack prediction, quick reloading, simultaneous multi-target attack. He must be a firearm expert. But, isn't Jack also a firearm expert? Why does it feel like there's such a big difference? Seeing this guy, I even feel like I'm seeing our firearms instructor, Master Punk. He always hits the target. I didn't expect there to be such a skilled gunman in the outer city. This guide, he must be a famous veteran gunman from the outer city. Listening to the whispers in his ear, Suen felt a headache coming on. These students were really clueless. Assistant Rosa risked her life to attract most of the moth monsters for them, and he himself had just killed the ones that had slipped through the net and chased after them. Now that they could finally catch their breath, these guys actually stopped running? Suen didn't want to be dragged down, so he said expressionlessly, "You guys go first, find a place to hide, and extinguish all light sources." Upon hearing this, the students finally realized that the crisis was not over. Then, they really ran. Although Charlie was a coward, he still had some sense of loyalty. At the critical moment, when everyone else had fled, he was the only one who asked in a panic, "Brother, is there anything I can do for you?" Suen thought for a moment and said, "Leave some bullets for me, you go first." "Okay." Charlie didn't waste any time, he took out several fine firearms and a pile of bullets from his storage ring. "Brother, take care." "Okay." Suen nodded, holding 2 guns, he stood at the entrance of the tunnel. It wasn't that he was selfless and willing to sacrifice himself for others. But with this group of burdens, he would be safer running alone. Now that Assistant Daniel had disappeared without a trace, the second-order instructor was nowhere to be found, and there were inexplicably falling bugs. All these abnormal situations indicated that something had happened in the cave. Although Suen didn't understand what had happened, his intuition told him that perhaps bigger trouble was waiting for them. Following these students would only increase the danger. Chapter 62, The Beautiful Woman in the Cave. Originally, Suen thought it was just a simple trial guide task, but now he can see that there is something fishy about this trial. After some simple recollection, Suen has connected the limited clues in his mind. Even if he doesn't know the ins and outs of the matter, he can guess that it probably involves some grudges and power struggles among the wealthy families. This is a premeditated accident. The disappearance of the mentor and assistant for no reason is most likely an accident. After all, if something happens to these young masters and misses from wealthy families, the mentors cannot escape blame. Of course, Suen, as a guide, will also be implicated. It seems that the target of the mastermind behind the scenes is not Suen, but probably these students. But for him, this is a bigger threat than the crisis he is facing. If even second-tier professionals can be sent to the arena, then these wealthy families are definitely not easy to deal with. If something happens to these noble students, Suen, a member of the lower-class gang in the outer city with no foundation, will definitely be the first to be buried. By then, even the president of the Cross Society may not be able to save him. I thought it was an easy way to make money, but I didn't expect to get involved in the power struggle of the wealthy families. This is troublesome. Suen's thoughts were racing in his mind, already thinking about his future path. Could it be that after this, I have to change my identity again and join the Steam Party or the Cross Society? Only by joining the gang will he know how powerful the 3 major gangs are in the outer city. Once he betrays the Cross Society, he will be in big trouble with the gang, and then he will have nowhere to go in the entire outer city. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Suen does not plan to give up his current identity. And in the blink of an eye, the students behind him have already run far away. Suen also breathed a sigh of relief. At least he has saved his own people now, and even sacrificed himself, which can be considered as fulfilling his duty. If there are casualties, he can also explain himself, and the high-level members of the gang can also give an account to the inner-city gold owners. It's not in vain that he was recommended by Mrs. Philov in front of that person. After all, before they came, everyone regarded this guide task as a great opportunity. If used well, it is indeed an opportunity for these lower-class gang members to turn their lives around. If he can help the female assistant, Suen doesn't mind using a few more bullets. But obviously, the number of these strange moths is not something that a few guns can solve. If Rosa, who attracts firepower, is gone, these moths will definitely chase after any living creature in the tunnel. Suen doesn't have the combat suit like those noble students, and his simple leather armor probably won't last long. He also thought that the assistant at the Black Tower Academy must have more means to save her life than he expected, so he has always maintained a safe distance. Sure enough, as he expected. At this time, when the female assistant saw Suen taking action to alleviate the crisis, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Without any hesitation, she took out something like a grenade, twisted it fiercely, and threw it towards the entrance of the tunnel. A bomb. Suen looked at the thing thrown at him by the woman and guessed that she might want to blow up the tunnel and completely block the path of these moths' pursuit. But if it's a bomb, it will probably blow him up too, and maybe even cause a large-scale collapse. Suen instinctively wanted to shoot down this thing in the air, but when he saw the female assistant rushing towards him, he knew that it was not as simple as a bomb. Run! Rosa shouted urgently while running. Suen's reaction was not slow either. He turned his head and ran towards the depths of the tunnel. And at this moment, he heard the grenade landing and heard the sound of gas leaking. Looking again, white foam gushed out of the bottle, suddenly expanding thousands of times. In just a few seconds, it had the tendency to completely block the entrance of the tunnel. The expanding foam behind them was like a tsunami, chasing after them as they ran. After 200 or 300 meters, the foam stopped expanding, and they finally slowed down. Suen looked back at the foam that blocked the passage, somewhat surprised. This thing is much more reliable than a bomb, and it won't cause a large-scale collapse. In his impression, although there were similar expanding materials in the chemical industry in his previous life, they could not achieve such a large volume expansion. It was probably because the female assistant had consumed too much energy before. She was panting heavily, and her chest was rising and falling violently. She looked at Suen with interest in the foam and took the initiative to explain, "That's the super foam expansion bomb, an alchemical product. It is currently in the experimental stage and cannot be seen on the market." Suen showed a sudden realization, oh. No wonder he hadn't heard of it before, it turned out to be a laboratory-level product. The Black Tower Academy indeed has a lot of high-tech. At this time, the female assistant glanced at Suen, as if she remembered something, and said again, "Thank you for saving the students just now." She probably didn't expect that the guide arranged by the academy, who was a local gang member, would turn out to be a hidden firearms expert. If it weren't for the person in front of her, she would have been overwhelmed by herself. Suen nodded in response and said politely, "It's what I should do." After thinking for a moment, he spoke again, "If it's convenient, I would like to ask, did something unexpected happen during this trial?" In principle, as a guide, he is not qualified to ask anything about the trial. But now, the situation is obviously not right. The female assistant thought for a moment, then spoke seriously without evasion, "Assistant Daniel and Professor August seem to have encountered some problems. We need to find the students now and end this trial immediately." Upon hearing this, Suen realized that something unexpected had indeed happened. However, ending the trial now was also good news for him. At least no students had died. He, as a guide, hadn't completely failed in his duties. But, it seemed that the current situation was such that they couldn't end the trial just because they wanted to. Without saying much, the two of them retraced their steps. However, after walking for a while, when they reached a crossroad, Suen discovered an unexpected situation. The traces at the scene showed that the group of students didn't return the way they came, but chose another path at this crossroad, running deeper underground. Clearly, something was wrong. Suen and the female assistant exchanged a glance, both guessing what might have happened. "Be careful, there might be monsters." The students didn't choose to return the same way, there was only one explanation, something forced them not to dare to return the same way. Moreover, there were some strange battle traces left at this crossroad. Some black, Oil-like viscous fluid was left in various places in the tunnel. Suen used his all-knowing eye to identify it, showing that it was a trace left by a mutated creature. Mutated amoeba debris. Explanation: this is a part of a slime amoeba's body. Its main body has the characteristics of splitting, transforming, merging, and strong corrosive toxins, and its vitality is extremely tenacious. It has almost no sensory system, but it is very sensitive to certain specific smells. Did we really encounter a monster? Suen looked at the black viscous fluid, his eyebrows furrowed. Encountering another unknown monster didn't surprise him, but why didn't they encounter it when they came, but the students encountered it when they returned? Moreover, even if the mutated monsters are strange, the students' abilities should be able to handle them. Judging from the traces at the scene, it seemed that the students had no resistance and were driven deeper underground. Suen found this puzzling. Looking at the introduction of very sensitive to certain specific smells, his eyes narrowed slightly, sensing that something was wrong. The female assistant didn't recognize the origin of the black viscous fluid, but she also guessed that the situation was urgent. She urgently shouted at Suen, "The students must be in danger, let's go check it out." Suen nodded and followed her. As the two of them descended, the fragments of the route in Suen's mind became more and more blurred. He vaguely remembered that this had already exceeded the territory of the previous zombie-type mutated monsters. The mutated monsters in the underground cave were not just one or two types, they also had a complete food chain. Suen didn't know what kind of monsters were in the direction they were heading deeper underground, but judging from the memories of the monsters he had harvested before, there seemed to be a very terrifying group of mutated monsters hidden. Fortunately, not long after, they finally found the group of students hiding in a cave. "Oh my god, Teacher Rosa, you're finally here." The students saw Suen and Rosa, and like seeing a lifesaver, they all gathered around. Before Assistant Rosa could ask, the students started talking about their experiences. "Teacher Rosa, it was terrifying. We encountered several black dogs that we couldn't kill. Yes, those black dogs chased us madly. No matter how we attacked, it was useless. When we smashed their bodies, the black viscous fluid would quickly gather and resurrect. Even if we burned them with fire, their size only shrank a little, we couldn't kill them. Moreover, those smaller black dogs would merge with each other and then transform into a larger monster." Listening to the students, Suen understood that the oil-like traces he saw earlier were fragments of the black dogs' bodies. Suen carefully looked at the students. Apart from some corrosive injuries on their bodies, there didn't seem to be any fatal injuries. Wait, weren't there 20 students? Why was one missing? Assistant Rosa obviously also noticed something wrong. One of the 4 5-person teams was missing a person. She asked, "Where's Combe?" He's gone." "Gone?" Rosa looked surprised. How could such a big living person just disappear? At this time, a student named Brown said, "Just now. Combe told me he saw a very beautiful woman in the tunnel. I didn't take it seriously. Then when I turned around, he was gone." Rosa thought an enemy had arrived and asked seriously, "What woman?" A naked woman." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly became strange. There were plenty of monsters in this cave, but where would a beautiful naked woman come from? Suen, who was standing by, felt very familiar when he heard this, as if he had heard it somewhere before. A very beautiful woman? Suddenly, he thought of something. Chapter 63, Mutated Amoeba. Beautiful woman. Could it be the thing rumored to be near Green Street? As the local boss in Green Street, Suen naturally knew that there had been many inexplicable cases of missing people in Green Street recently. There were multiple witnesses who claimed to have seen a beautiful woman appearing in the places where the disappearances occurred. Obviously, that beautiful woman was most likely not human, but rather, some kind of distorted monster. Suen looked at the surroundings and frowned. This was no longer the area he was familiar with. The bad news was that one student was missing, and there were no signs. The good news was that it was only one. He suggested to the female assistant, "I think, we'd better leave here." Cutting losses in time was not too late. Rosa clearly knew the situation was critical. If there were other teachers here, she would have chosen to search in the underground cave. But now, she had no choice but to ensure the safety of the students in front of her as much as possible. She nodded in agreement with Suen's suggestion and said, "Students, there have been some changes in this trial. I announce the termination of the trial." Everyone should return to the surface immediately. Someone said, but teacher, are we giving up on calm? I will come back to find him later. Rosa thought for a moment and then asked Suen, Mr. Guide, do we have any other way to return to the surface? Suen thought for a moment and realized that there was, but he didn't dare to say too much. I'll try. He also wanted to leave here as soon as possible and distance himself from these students as soon as possible. Because he felt that if things dragged on, they would only get worse. And his premonition of bad things was always terrifyingly accurate. The students were frightened and had no intention of staying any longer, but as they were preparing to leave after packing up their equipment, suddenly, from the tunnel they had come from, there came the sound of splashing water, as if something wet was running quickly. The students seemed to be familiar with this sound and exclaimed in fear, Teacher Rosa, it's not good, the black dog is here again. Suen listened and his expression froze. He didn't dare to be careless and used his eyes to observe. He saw at the end of his field of vision, 7 or 8 dogs with blurred features in their dog form, running out of the tunnel. The appraisal still showed mutated amoeba shapeshifter. At this moment, Assistant Rosa took out the flamethrower tied to her thigh, raised her hand, and fired several shots at the monsters. Her marksmanship was good, directly hitting the heads of 2 monsters. Then Suen watched as the heads of the monsters exploded into a puddle of black water, but the monsters continued to run, and in an instant, they reformed ahead. Seeing this, Suen frowned slightly. The students anxiously said, Teacher, physical attacks are useless, we can only use fire to pose a threat to them. Strong vitality, good at shape-shifting and fusion. Suen coldly watched everything in front of him. He had already put away his ordinary pistol and was now holding 2 rune firearms loaded with alchemical bullets. His eyes flickered as he captured the movements of the monsters and analyzed in his mind, it's difficult to kill them unless their bodies are burned dry. The only attacking method is close-range corrosion, which is not too lethal. The trouble is their numbers. Looking again at the end of the tunnel, it seemed that there were more than just 7 or 8 of those black dogs. Assistant Rosa quickly tried other attack methods, but they had little effect. She immediately shouted, Retreat! Their escape route had been blocked, and they had no choice but to move deeper into the cave while retreating. Physical professionals had no way to deal with these monsters. Once they got close, even their combat suits would be quickly corroded, emitting white smoke. Only elemental alchemical bullets and some fire-based spells had some use, but they only slowed down the pursuit of those monsters. Those things couldn't be killed at all. Even if they used another foam bomb to seal the tunnel, those black dogs would still appear from somewhere, relentlessly chasing after them. Suen followed the students as they ran downhill. He quickly pieced together the fragments of his memory in his mind, trying to find another route back to the surface. But strangely, no matter how they changed their path, those black dogs always appeared like ghosts, finding them accurately in every corner. Before long, not only were they being chased, but intercepting monsters had also appeared. The situation became more and more critical. But a turning point came suddenly. By chance, in an open area, after the personnel dispersed, Suen discovered a characteristic of those black dogs: they did not attack everyone, but specifically targeted one particular team. That was the team led by Jack, who was known as the #1 gun in the academy. Previously, when a female student fell, those black dogs could have killed her, but they completely ignored her and instead rushed towards the team in front of the crowd. Before long, all the students noticed that as long as they avoided Jack's team, those black dogs would not attack them at all. Upon closer inspection, the target of the black dogs' attacks was not the team itself, but a girl in the team. Someone noticed something abnormal and shouted, Teacher, those monsters are after Rena. At this moment, everyone understood that those black dogs had been chasing Rena from the beginning to the end, not them. They had inadvertently blocked Rena in the crowd, so they mistakenly thought that the black dogs would attack everyone. Realizing this, almost all the students instinctively avoided the girl. Sure enough, the black dogs directly passed by them, and the crisis was instantly resolved. Suen watched this scene and instantly connected the clues in his mind, forming a complete conspiracy. He suddenly realized, so that's how the monsters use their extremely sensitive sense of smell to certain specific scents. Like a trained drug-sniffing dog, it wouldn't bite ordinary people, but it would attack criminals carrying contraband. Is this monster being controlled by someone? Suen immediately concluded, in order to avoid causing too many casualties, they've set up this targeted monster to ambush here. The culprit must be some big shot from the inner city. Even without thinking hard, it was clear that this was some clique power struggle among the wealthy elites. The puppet master behind all this was aiming to kill the girl named Rina. Suen felt extremely annoyed, inexplicably getting involved in the power struggle of the inner-city elites. With his current status as a small-time gangster, he was nothing but cannon fodder in the face of such powerful forces. Regardless of whether the puppet master's plot succeeded or not, he, as the guide, would be implicated. He might even be framed as an accomplice. After all, he was the one who led the way. I've really gotten myself into a big mess. If that girl's identity is extremely important, and if she dies on the territory of the Cross Society, the higher-ups of the gang would probably have a hard time explaining. Suen's mind was racing. Looking at the situation at hand, he was almost certain that he needed to make a run for it. But if he ran away and left no one to take the blame, Qian Xiao and Kei would definitely be implicated. So unless it was absolutely necessary, he still had no intention of immediately washing his hands of the matter. Chapter 64, I hate it when others threaten me. In a short while, the number of black dogs increased. At the end of the field of vision, the corridor was filled with chaotic black shadows. Assistant Rosa also noticed this and realized that it would be a burden to follow the large group. She decided to take one person and be more agile. Her decision was resolute. She grabbed the girl named Rina and shouted loudly to Suen, "Mr. Guide, let's split up and please make sure to lead the students to a safe place." Without waiting for Suen's response, she didn't look back and took the girl into the darkness. The group of chasing black dogs completely ignored the other students hiding against the wall and chased after them. Suen knew very well that he had no way to deal with those black dog monsters. Even if he knew that Rosa and the girl student running down there were in danger, he had no hesitation. "Let's go." The underground cave was not a good place to stay. Suen gave a light command and planned to lead the students out first. Now that there was no mentor, if these young nobles died here, not only would Suen himself be in trouble, but the Cross Society would also be retaliated against by the influential figures in the inner city. Upon hearing this, the frightened students had no objections and hurriedly followed Suen back to the corridor they came from. After walking for a while, they didn't encounter any trouble. The few black dog monsters they encountered didn't pay any attention to them and continued chasing after Rosa and the girl. Everyone could now be sure that all the abnormalities in this trial were because someone wanted to kill Rina. Originally, it was just an ordinary trial where they might encounter some small crises, but it would pass. But unexpectedly, so many accidents happened. The missing comm was probably in great danger, Mentor Augusta never showed up, Assistant Daniel didn't return, and now even Assistant Rosa had fled deeper, and Rina. Suen found a route leading to the surface and they continued on. The monsters around them became sparser, and the people finally saw hope of survival. After running for a while, they were close to the surface and the environment was already safe enough. Some people were exhausted, so they stopped to rest in an open area. With no intimidating monsters around, the thoughts of the people returned to normal. At this moment, someone weakly asked, "Will Teacher Rosa and Rina be okay?" As soon as this question was asked, the atmosphere became unusually quiet. In fact, everyone knew in their hearts that they couldn't do anything to those black dog monsters even with so many people. How could two people possibly kill the monsters? The best hope was for them to escape. But Suen knew the habits of those monsters. If Rosa escaped alone, she might survive, but if she took Rina with her, both of them would be in great danger. However, at this moment, an inappropriate voice appeared. It was Jack who stood up, with a serious expression on his face, and said, "No, we can't just give up on Teacher Rosa and Rina, and calm. We have to go save them." As soon as he said this, someone immediately expressed opposition, saying, "But those monsters are not something we can deal with. All we can do is go to the surface and inform the academy. They should send rescue soon." "No." Jack insisted on going down, his tone resolute. "We must do something. Waiting for rescue is not an option. I think it's better if we don't go. Yet, going won't change anything. I won't go anyway. If you want to go, go ahead, don't morally pressure me." Suddenly, an internal conflict broke out. Suen watched this group of arrogant little lions quarreling and thinking about something else. He also noticed that Jack had always been attentive to that Rina along the way, probably pursuing her. It seemed like a plot where someone bravely risked their life for their loved one. Originally, it was somewhat admirable. But suddenly, the plot took a turn. Jack didn't dare to go alone and wanted to invite companions. After calling for a while, no one responded, and he became angry. He probably wanted to use provocation and no longer spoke politely, saying, "Humph, you cowards. Our most respected teacher and our classmates we spend time with are in danger." His words were harsh and tore off the facade. Someone also stood up and revealed the truth. "Jack, aren't you a coward? Haha. Don't think we don't know why you've been trying so hard to get close to Rena. Isn't it for her family's assets? Now if something happens to her, you and your family's only reliance will be gone. You selfish person, you want us to follow you to our deaths? Impossible. Normally, we didn't expose you when we saw through your intentions towards our classmates, but now you're stepping on our faces? The second-class citizens are desperately trying to climb up the social ladder, thinking we don't know about your petty thoughts. That's right. We didn't see you bravely rushing down earlier. Now that you're thinking about how it might affect your family, you regret it and want us to go die with you." The students became more and more impolite in their words, hitting where it hurt. The conflicts between the upper class and the lower class seemed to have no difference, exposing weaknesses and adding salt to the wound. Suen, who was watching this drama unfold silently, suddenly didn't expect the fire to burn onto himself. Jack looked around and found no one willing to accompany him, so he turned his gaze to Suen, the only person on the scene he could suppress with his status. Without a second thought, he commanded, I order you to come with me to save people." Hearing this arrogant tone, Suen glanced at him, not arguing, and said indifferently, "My task is to get you all out." Charlie, the fat man who had been silent all along, also stepped in to mediate, "Jack, don't go too far. The guide's task is to get us all out. You can't sacrifice everyone's safety for your selfish goals." Humph! Jack's face turned red with anger, and his gentlemanly demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Ignoring Charlie, he stared at Suen and threatened, "You, a lowly outsider, dare to refuse my command? Let me tell you, if anything happens to Miss Rena, you won't live to tell the tale. Not just you, but the forces behind you as well. I guarantee that the Rice family of Miss Rena, my Edward family, will definitely pursue it to the end." Hearing him mention the Rice family, Charlie's face froze. Suen, however, remained expressionless throughout. A death threat? Tisk tisk. This guy really threw his sense of superiority as an inner-city resident onto his own face. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Without finding any more reasons to refuse, he stood up and said, "If no one else has any objections, I can accompany you." Hearing Suen submit, everyone thought he was intimidated by Jack's words. It was only natural to think so. An outer city gang member, whose status was even lower than that of a slave in the inner city's major families, how could he dare to defy? No one spoke up, and the students seemed unwilling to speak up for an outsider. Charlie wanted to say something, but swallowed his words, sighing deeply. After all, while one Jack was insignificant, almost everyone in the class was not afraid of him. But if they were known to have obstructed the Rescue Rena operation, and something really happened, causing the upper echelons of the Rice family to be furious, that would be a real disaster. No one could bear it. Seeing no one speak, Jack sneered, "No need to ask these cowards, you come with me to save people." Upon hearing this, Suen stood up expressionlessly and accompanied this young master back into the depths of the cave. Soon, the two arrived at the fork in the road where they had separated from the female assistant. This place was remote enough, the quiet underground space, even their breathing could be clearly heard. Suen thought, probably no one would hear the gunshot. Jack had been walking behind him all the time, seemingly on guard against him. Little did he know that Suen had already had the intention to kill. Just then, a strange noise came from the depths of the cave, and human instinct would be attracted to such a moment. Suen, who had been prepared, quickly drew his gun and decisively pulled the trigger. Without any warning, the gunshot did not deviate at all. With a bang, a bullet hit Jack right between the eyebrows, and he died with his eyes wide open. Suen put away his gun, looked at the corpse, and said indifferently, "I hate being threatened more than I hate causing trouble. People from the inner city can't be killed? Ha! There's no such word in Suen's dictionary. Following you was just a convenient excuse to break away from the group." Chapter 65, Bumper Harvest of Knowledge. A headshot. Suen looked at the mist on Jack's body in front of him and swallowed it casually. After digesting the fragments of those memories in his mind, he exclaimed in surprise, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Obtain 6 memory fragments of Jack Edward. You obtain some information, damn it, if something happens to Rena, all the family's investments will go down the drain. You have mastered a large amount of alchemy knowledge. You have mastered some basic, intermediate, and advanced potion knowledge. You have gained some intermediate mystery knowledge. You have mastered fluent Nide language. You have acquired some advanced firearms theory knowledge, firearm experience plus 365. Mental power plus 0.11. The memory fragments obtained from this corpse suddenly made Suen feel like his mind had gained a lot more. After a moment, he snapped out of that dazed feeling and couldn't help but exclaim, the knowledge reserve of the students at the Black Tower Academy is so exaggerated. This was the first time Suen had gained so much knowledge from the same corpse. The useful knowledge obtained from the corpses in the outer city's arena was very scarce. It was already good enough to harvest some combat experience. The memories of the gladiators living in the lower levels were 90% filled with useless information, scenes of pleasure quarters, gambling dens, taverns, and various intimate scenes with women. The stripped memory fragments had a low chance of containing experience and skills, but a high chance of containing these low-quality contents. However, Jack's memories were the complete opposite. The alchemy knowledge he had studied for many years at the academy occupied a large portion of his memories. With just a simple extraction, he could dig up a treasure. Upon thinking about it, Suen also understood. As the top noble academy in Old Lingdun City, the Black Tower Alchemy Academy's students had no survival pressure. Their only task was to cram various knowledge. The students had top professionals as their teachers and could access the richest alchemical classics and scrolls. Naturally, they were the small group of people who possessed the highest quality alchemical knowledge. Harvesting the soul fragments of this Jack made Suen feel like he had saved several years of hard study. Moreover, many of them were advanced alchemical knowledge that even people in the outer city couldn't learn with money. Just the firearms theory knowledge alone filled in the gaps in Suen's theoretical understanding. Before this, he could use many firearms techniques, but he didn't understand their principles. He couldn't be considered a complete master. Now that he had filled in this theoretical knowledge, his firearm experience also skyrocketed, instantly reaching advanced firearms mastery 487/2000. Suen was also curious about what kind of scene the legendary firearms master would be when his experience was filled. And that Nide language had also changed from beginner to fluent. There were also improvements in mystery studies and potion studies. Although they didn't seem to be useful for the time being, it was still a decent harvest. More knowledge was always better. Suen collected the glowing employment materials and alchemy equipment from Jack's body. They were all silver quality materials. Along with the storage ring, the 2 runic flamethrowers on his waist, combat suit, advanced gas mask, night vision goggles, and protective gear were all stripped off. These were all good things, but they couldn't see the light of day. Just talking about the 2 runic flamethrowers with flame runes all over them, they were obviously much better than the gun Suen had obtained before, the 3-headed ghost. They felt very smooth in his hands, with superior sights, stability, recoil, and durability. They looked very tempting, but Suen couldn't use any of these things, and he couldn't even sell them on the black market to cash in. Once others discovered that these things had entered the market, it would expose the fact that he killed Jack. The fake death plan would also fail. He hadn't planned to give up his current identity as a member of the Cross Society because he didn't think things were that bad. Now that he knew the identity of that Rena, he knew he had to make a decision. That young lady had a significant background, the only daughter of the top Lingdun City financial conglomerate, the Reyes family. Even for people from the outer city, this financial conglomerate was well known. The conglomerate operated 2 of the most famous companies, the Old Lingdun Resident Drinking Water Supply Company and the Black Mining Group. One controlled the residents' drinking water, and the other controlled the development and trading of most of Old Lingdun's minerals. The scale of their assets was unimaginable. If someone wanted to kill Rena, it must be related to interests. After all, she was the first heir of the conglomerate. This kind of cliché power struggle plot, whether in novels or in reality, Suen was already used to it. He wasn't interested in getting involved. But because he was involved in this inexplicable conspiracy, Suen's current situation had become very bad. Those people chose to ambush him during the trial, naturally considering all factors. They killed the mentor first, then released this relentless pursuit of a monster. In everyone's eyes, Rena was as good as dead. Once she died, it would definitely involve many people. As a guide, Suen would definitely be implicated. In the eyes of the major financial conglomerates in the inner city, the lives of people from the outer city were not worth mentioning. They wouldn't listen to your explanation of whether you were powerless. If the young lady died, someone had to take the blame and be buried with her. Even if he couldn't die, once he was interrogated and the identity of the original host was exposed, Suen's fate would be very miserable. Therefore, although it seemed unrelated to him, he actually had no choice. To be on the safe side, he decided to run away. But the Cross Society had taken him in, and whether it was the Thousand Stripes or Captain K, they treated him well. Even if Suen ran away, he didn't want to involve them. Now that this guy Jack forced him to go deep into the underground cavern to save someone, everything was justified. Both of them would die in the underground cavern, with no trace of their bones left. This was the best outcome. A small guide sacrificing his life to save someone, what could those inner-city financial conglomerates say? By then, the Cross Society would be minimally affected. Suen felt that he had done his best, and no one else could have done better. As Suen was collecting the spoils of war, he was already planning his life after leaving. Giving up his current identity meant giving up everything he was familiar with. This would be a very difficult process. He couldn't reveal his shooting skills, lifestyle, current image, everything had to start over. Feeling a bit of a headache, Suen didn't think too much about it. He cleaned up the murder scene to avoid leaving any traces. Then he carried the body and walked towards the depths of the cave. Since he planned to run away, there was something even more important he had to do now. That was to find the forbidden object, the scythe. Without his identity, he still needed to take the treasure. Several students and tutors with sensitive identities had died. Before their bodies were found, the big shots in the inner city would definitely organize a large-scale search and clean up of the cave. If high-ranking professionals came down, the mutated monsters in the cave wouldn't be able to stop them. The scythe was nearby now, and it might be found by someone. So, Suen planned to find it and take it away before he ran away. This was the best opportunity, and perhaps the only one. After carrying the body for a while, Suen saw a vertical hole on the side of the cave. In his memory, this seemed to lead to the deep underground. Hearing the rustling sounds of monsters, he threw the body with treated wounds down. In the cave, fresh bodies were the favorite food of the mutated monsters. The smell of blood would attract nearby monsters. It wouldn't be long before even the bones were gnawed clean. Suen didn't think too much about it and continued to move deeper into the cave. Fortunately, the previous battle had cleared most of the zombies in this area, so the journey was smooth. Then, following the memory route he had harvested, he arrived near the cave where the scythe was located. This part of the cave was connected to a part of the city's sewer system. He could hear the sound of water, and the air was filled with a strong stench. Suddenly, Suen saw traces of something like oil on the ground and his expression became serious. Those transforming bugs actually followed us here. He hadn't seen any traces along the way. It seemed that Assistant Rosa and a girl named Rena had led them from another tunnel. They were probably also trying to find a way to the surface, but it seemed to be blocked. I hope we don't run into them. Suen muttered to himself. Although he knew that those transforming bugs hardly attacked others, it was better not to encounter them. Not far away, as he was about to reach the place where the scythe was, Suen saw signs of battle. Several spider-like mutated monster bodies lay in the tunnel. The bodies looked like they had been blasted by firearms, with green blood flowing out. Upon closer inspection, there was a strange human face pattern on the abdomen of these spider bodies. Chapter 66, Stop talking, take off your clothes quickly. The characteristics of the spider's corpse looked similar to several types of deformed spiders, but not exactly the same. It seemed to be another type of mutated monster. Suen used the Eye of Omniscience to firmly determine and immediately revealed the information. Mutated ghost-faced spider. Explanation: a mutated creature of the beast species that excels in mental control. It prefers dark and damp environments and its venomous fangs can release deadly blood toxins. Do not look directly into its eyes, as it will evoke your most primal desires. Although it is deadly, its body is also fragile. There is another group of mutated spider monsters near the sewer. Seeing the corpse, Suen frowned. Poisonous and skilled in mental control, this thing doesn't seem easy to deal with. The appearance of several of them means that there may be more in the depths of the cave. As he was about to reach the location of the sickle, a new monster suddenly appeared. Should he go or not? Suddenly, he thought of the eerie human face pattern on the spider's abdomen, and a flash of insight came to his mind. Could it be that the student who saw the fruit body woman before was controlled by this spider monster? In other words, it wasn't that he saw a fruit body woman, but that he was mentally controlled? Thinking of this, Suen felt that the monster's ability was a bit strange. He looked around the sewer pipes and gradually formed a three-dimensional map in his mind. Calculating the distance, this seems to be directly below Green Street Sewer. So, the cases of missing people are also caused by the spider monsters here. Upon careful consideration, everything matched up. The case was solved, that's how it was. But reality did not give Suen much time to think. Just at this moment, there was suddenly an abnormal movement from deep within the cave. Biag, biag, biag. Hearing the wet and rapid running sound, Suen immediately guessed that it must be the big black dog that had transformed from the previous deformed worms. They're not dead yet. Suen was also somewhat surprised. Upon hearing the noise, he didn't waste any time and quickly retreated, trying to find a corner to hide from the pursuit of the Rena classmate who was being chased by the monsters. She was like a time bomb now, whoever was close to her would be unlucky. He didn't want to provoke this deadly trouble. He even thought that if she was killed by the black dogs, maybe he could take the opportunity to search her body. Not long after hearing the noise, Suen saw an agile figure running out from the darkness. Behind her were 7 or 8 fierce big black dogs. Beastification talent C011 Catwoman. Seeing the agile running on all fours, Suen immediately thought of this talent. Looking at the familiar liquid-like leather suit, although he couldn't see her face clearly, wasn't she Rena? No wonder she could survive until now. This talent was one of the few talents that excelled in agility. Although she wasn't good at fighting, she was excellent at running. In just a moment, Suen saw 3 more black dogs appear out of nowhere and block her path. But Rena was like an agile black cat, skillfully avoiding the attacks of the black dogs. 7 or 8 black dogs turned into 10, and the situation became increasingly worse. And looking at her violently heaving chest, the intense and continuous consumption, she was probably at her limit. Suen had no intention of meddling in other people's affairs, and he couldn't do anything about the black dogs anyway. He even thought that if this woman dared to lead the monsters over, he wouldn't mind shooting her in the leg. But obviously, Rena also saw the guide who appeared inexplicably in the corridor. What Suen didn't expect was that she not only didn't have the intention to lead trouble to him, but instead shouted a reminder, "Be careful. Avoid me." Before the words fell, she probably felt that it was too late to dodge. The dozen or so dogs had almost blocked the entire passage. Even if he passed by, the corrosive gas emitted would cause Suen, who didn't have protective combat gear, to suffer greatly. Knowing that she couldn't escape, Rena apparently didn't want to involve others anymore. At this moment, she bit her silver teeth and suddenly changed direction, not rushing towards Suen, but choosing another vertical well passage that required even more physical strength and rushed into it. Then, the dozen or so black dogs followed suit and disappeared into the passage. Watching this scene, Suen relaxed his grip on the gun, somewhat surprised. These young masters and misses from the inner city's wealthy families are not all like Jack, selfish and naive. However, he didn't dwell on it. Suen watched the figure running past and felt no emotional fluctuations. An unfamiliar noble lady who caused him to have to run away, it was already good enough that she didn't push him into the well. It was probably impossible to pick up the corpse now. He walked out of the hiding corridor and planned to continue forward and get the sickle first. But just at this moment, his ears twitched and he retreated. Hey, why did she come back? The footsteps that had gradually gone away suddenly returned. Suen hadn't figured it out yet, but he already heard Rena's desperate and anxious shout in the corridor, even though he couldn't see her. "Mr. Suen, please help me deliver this thing to my Aunt Jiantiao, please." Hearing his own name, Suen's gaze froze, filled with astonishment. This? Rena actually knew his name? And, listening to the rest of her words, Jiantiao was actually her aunt. What's going on? The gang members from the outer city actually have relatives from the inner city's wealthy families. Could this be another melodramatic plot of a wealthy family? Suen felt that this sentence contained a lot of information. In the moment of his astonishment, the Catwoman had already torn off a crystal necklace from her neck and tossed it over. Then, this woman, as swift as the wind, led a pack of vicious dogs away. Suen looked at the necklace that had fallen not far from his feet, his expression suddenly becoming somewhat strange. Did Rena know she was going to die, so she left her belongings behind? Just because of her mention of Auntie, Suen felt he should send her belongings to Kaiantio. Obviously, this necklace was not simple. But out of caution, Suen didn't immediately pick up the necklace, but instinctively avoided it as if avoiding a plague. Seeing that the dogs had no intention of chasing after the necklace, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that this thing did not have the specific scent that attracted the mutated monsters to pursue relentlessly. Hey, specific scent. Suen looked at the figure running away, and suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. He found a turning point in the situation. And he also found the key to breaking the situation. In this instant, Suen's thoughts were racing. Since Kaiantio was Rina's aunt, then Kaiantio's influence in the inner city must be extraordinary. Correspondingly, as someone under Kaiantio's protection, Suen was not a completely manipulable tool. The premise was, that Rina didn't die. 100 Jacks dead would not be as important as this one Rina. Suddenly obtaining this important information, Suen quickly deduced various possibilities in his mind. At this moment, if he watched Rina being chased to death by the dogs, Suen would indeed save a lot of trouble now, but the identity of Suen must die, and there would be endless troubles in the future. If she didn't die, Suen might take some risks now, but the situation would have more room for maneuver. After quickly weighing the pros and cons, he thought the best choice was to let Rina live. But, this group of transforming bugs that could infinitely resurrect, merge, and split couldn't be killed at all. Even a second-order powerhouse might not be able to save her. How could he save her? In a split second, Suen's thoughts were running at high speed, and all the means he could use to save his life flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted urgently at the figure that was about to disappear at the end of the corridor, "Run towards the third corridor on the left, circle back after a detour." He thought of a way that might give this woman a chance to survive. But whether it would work or not, it depended on her own fate. After Suen shouted this sentence, he also chose another corridor to run through. He installed directional blasting explosives on the rock wall, then pulled them up with a wire, and then hid in the distance. Soon, he saw the Catwoman running back in a disheveled state. At the brink of death, Rina had no choice but to follow Suen's guidance and instinctively circled back. Suen shouted urgently again, "There's a detonation wire on the ground, be careful to avoid it." Upon hearing this, Rina saw the marked detonation wire not far away on the ground. Instead of being happy, she frowned. Collapsing the corridor couldn't stop these liquid monsters, they had tried it before. It's nice that this guide has a heart to save people, but the method is wrong. Rina had no choice but to jump over the wire, ran a few steps, and a loud explosion sounded behind her. The rumbling sound echoed, and the shock wave sent sand and stones flying. The rubble collapsed instantly, blocking the corridor. But at this moment, visible to the naked eye, some black droplets quickly overflowed from the cracks, and in an instant, the black dogs reformed again. Rina rushed to Suen's side, no longer holding any hope of survival. She didn't stop, and anxiously said, "You go on your own, don't worry about me. Remember to give the stuff to my aunt. I appreciate your kindness, but you can't save me." As she spoke, she didn't notice that Suen had calmly lit something that looked like a smoke cake in his hand, and a pungent smell was quickly filling the entire corridor. "Now is not the time to babble," Suen directly interrupted the other party's babble, and ordered sternly, "Stop talking, take off your clothes quickly. You don't worry about me, hurry." Rina instinctively thought that the other party still wanted to save her, but she had already killed Teacher Rosa, and she didn't want to drag others down. She was about to turn around and leave, but her brain only reacted at this moment that her ears seemed to have received some strange words. "Take off clothes?" The moment she realized this, her body seemed to be under a spell, frozen in place. Time seemed to stand still. She thought she had heard wrong, her body was still moving forward due to inertia, but her gaze instinctively turned to stare at Suen, her face full of question marks. "We're running for our lives, dude, what are you thinking?" Chapter 67, Pretend Not to See. Suen looked at Rina, who was still stunned, and knew that he was not clear in his instructions, so he felt it necessary to explain, "Take off your clothes quickly, leave nothing behind. Clothes, equipment, storage ring, take them all off. The smell of the burning powder can only disturb the monster's sense of smell for a minute." "Take off my clothes?" Rina was a little surprised at first, but in the next second, her cleverness naturally made her understand Suen's intention. In fact, when they were escaping earlier, Assistant Rosa had already guessed this problem, which was that these black dog monsters might be relying on their sense of smell to locate their prey. But those monsters started chasing them as soon as they appeared, without giving her any chance to catch her breath. And they had also tried, even the highest grade odor-removing potion had no effect at all, which made them doubt their judgment. Hearing the words "take off your clothes," she naturally guessed that Suen was thinking the same way. Originally, she had no hope, but she was shocked to find that Suen's method actually disrupted the monster's perception abilities. Calculating the time, those distorted monsters should have already broken through the rubble, but none of them rushed into the smoke to attack her. It was obvious that the smoke was really effective. After Suen finished speaking, he had no intention of staying in place. He quickly took out a bottle of odor-removing potion and one of his own clothes from the storage ring and placed them on the ground. Then he turned around and ran to the end of the corridor to hide. It wasn't because he was being a gentleman and avoiding Rena changing clothes, but because he wasn't sure if the powder would be 100% effective against those black dogs. He also wasn't sure if the scent that attracted those monsters was something external or Rena's own scent. So he could only give it a try. If it was something external that attracted the monsters, Suen wasn't sure which item it was on her, and he didn't have time to try them one by one, so he could only ask her to take them all off. If it was Rena's own scent, when the burning of the powder ended, it would be her death sentence. Run a little further away to avoid being affected. Now it seems that the powder is more effective than expected. Not only was Rena shocked, even Suen himself was amazed by the fact that the burning smoke from the powder really disrupted the black dog's sense of smell. This burning smoke powder was obtained from the memory fragments of that mysterious pharmacist, the disgustant for distorted monsters. Originally, Suen thought he was just ignorant and hadn't heard of such a miraculous medicine. But now, after harvesting a large amount of knowledge of alchemy from Jack's memory fragments, he realized that even the Black Tower Academy had no records of this special medicine. So there are only two possibilities: either the memory fragments he obtained happened to be missing this part, or the powder is really high-end to the point where even the Black Tower Academy doesn't have it. Suen felt that the second possibility was more likely. Otherwise, Assistant Rosa should have thought of this method too. She must have had a lot of advanced potions on her, and if she had this disgustant for distorted monsters, she wouldn't have been chased so dangerously. This also made Suen even more curious about the origin of that mysterious pharmacist. Suen walked without leaving any traces of water, and now it was Rena's turn to make a difficult decision. Take off all her clothes? Although she knew that this was the only way she could save herself at the moment, she still had some reservations in her heart. She had never changed clothes in a strange environment before, let alone with a strange man urging her. But there was only 1 minute left, and she didn't have any room for hesitation. Rena was extremely decisive. After a moment of hesitation, she bit her silver teeth and directly took off her night vision goggles and gas mask. Then, without any hesitation, she pulled open the hidden zipper on her combat suit at her chest, zipped it down to below her abdomen, exposing a large area of white skin in the air. Her talent as a Catwoman gave her a liquid-like delicate figure. She quickly took off her sleeves, and then her one-piece shapewear, like shedding snakeskin, she quickly took off the entire combat suit. Her snow-white and beautiful body was exposed in the air without any cover. Then, her close-fitting sports vest, seamless underwear, jewelry, hairpin, storage ring, everything was taken off. Rena took off everything she could take off from her body, and then poured the odor-removing potion on herself, quickly covering her naked body with the oversized clothes. Finally, she was no longer exposed to the air, and the feeling of shame instantly disappeared. Because of the talent of the Catwoman, her night vision ability was not bad. Even if she didn't deliberately look, she could still catch a glimpse of the end of the tunnel with her peripheral vision, and the figure of that person was still there. She couldn't help but feel a slight blush on her cheeks, and the shyness spread from her face to her slender neck, turning it pink. With a turn of her head, she pretended not to see. Suen watched Rena undress and change clothes so decisively, and praised her in his heart. Smart choice. If this woman hesitated, he would turn around and leave without hesitation, letting her fend for herself. Someone who couldn't distinguish the situation didn't deserve his help. That would only harm himself. Seeing Rena decisively take off her clothes, Suen finally didn't turn his head away. He held the runic fire gun and guarded the entrance of the tunnel, his gaze fixed on the graceful figure in the smoke. It wasn't that he deliberately watched the girl change clothes, but he was observing the distorted monsters. Taking off the combat suit meant that Rina had almost no defense. After all, he wanted to save her, in case she didn't have time to change clothes, he could still help by shooting. However, with just one glance, his gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of a hint of spring. Black hair? It's rare. Suen had strong eyesight and could see almost everything clearly. Previously, his view of Rina was obscured by a gas mask and night vision goggles. He had no idea what she looked like, only that she was probably not unattractive. Now, seeing her clearly, she was even more beautiful than he had anticipated, stunning even. She had beautiful, long, straight black hair, and her black pupils shimmered with a captivating golden glow. Her figure was impeccable, even without the shaping effect of her liquid suit. Her chest and hips were still perky. She exuded a pure aura that was unique to young girls. Her chest was proudly full, her waist slender, further accentuating the impressive proportions of her hips and legs. Her skin was as smooth and lustrous as porcelain, glowing faintly in the dim firelight, making her seem more like a warm jade sculpture. The smoke from the burning powder swirled around her curvaceous figure, adding a touch of hazy beauty, a sight as smooth as silk. Suen raised an eyebrow slightly, watching Rina's deliberate movements to cover herself, and chuckled to himself, "Ah, so she noticed me." Even when discovered, he didn't avert his gaze, his expression remained calm throughout. Because his focus was always on the sprawling tunnels, not the girl changing her clothes. The seriousness on his face didn't fade in the slightest, but rather, as the smoke dissipated, his brows furrowed even more. After all, it seemed that the mutant monster repellent had successfully interfered with the black dog's sense of smell, but that didn't mean that once the smoke from the burning powder disappeared, the black dogs wouldn't come chasing again. Moreover, the source of the crisis was never just these black dogs. Clearly, Rina also realized this. She quickly changed into Suen's clothes, leaving all her belongings behind and fled from the changing area. But she didn't immediately approach Suen, instead, she stopped at a safe distance at a fork in the road. If the monsters were to chase her again, she could run. However, there probably wouldn't be a chance to escape. Without her battle suit, without any equipment, if this attempt failed, she was essentially on a path to death. A minute later, the yellow smoke from the burning powder dissipated. At the end of the tunnel, more than a dozen ferocious liquid black dogs had gathered. They seemed to have lost their way, spinning in place. The corrosive liquid on their bodies evaporated, corroding the tunnel into a pitted mess. But as soon as the smoke cleared, they seemed to have picked up a scent, excitedly pouncing on the pile of clothes Rina had taken off. More than a dozen black dogs tore and twisted together, finally merging into a huge black monster, blocking the entire tunnel. Fortunately, they didn't seem to have any intention of pouncing on Rina in the distance. Seeing this, Suen finally let out a sigh of relief. "I'm glad I bet right, the source of the smell is external. It wasn't a waste to use a high-priced drug that works for 100,000 miles. As for Rina, the girl who was saved, a look of relief spread across her face, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. It was then that she turned her gaze to the man who had saved her life in the nick of time, her expression somewhat complex. She felt she should say thank you, but something seemed to cross her mind, and her cheeks flushed. Suen looked at Rina, guessing that a young girl being naked in front of a strange man would probably feel uncomfortable. But he wasn't a nanny, nor a suitor, there was no need to cater to her girlish feelings. He waved his hand, signaling her to follow, and said curtly, "Follow me." With that, Suen took the lead and walked into the depths of the dark tunnel, without any intention of waiting for her. His attitude was clear, it was up to her whether she wanted to follow or not. Rina, in the distance, watched as Suen coldly walked away, a look of surprise crossing her pretty face. But his indifferent attitude somehow made the awkward atmosphere less awkward. The surrounding darkness swallowed everything like a monster, making Rina, who was without her equipment, feel insecure. After a moment's thought, she followed him, running barefoot to catch up. The two of them walked, one in front of the other, Suen showing no intention of accommodating her, walking at a brisk pace. The wind blew through her thin shirt, making Rina feel a chill run through her body, a moment of shyness. She wanted to say something, but looking at the cold figure in front of her, she swallowed her words. Finally, after a long walk, Rina broke the awkward silence, saying, "Mr. Suen, thank you for saving me." Suen remained cold as ever. He didn't want to get too involved with her, after all, she might be an old acquaintance of the original owner. But he was curious about something, and after a moment's thought, he asked, "How do you know my name?" Rina timidly replied, "Aunt Jian told me. She said you're a good shot, calm in handling things, and that if I ever got into trouble, I could seek your help." She paused, then added, "I didn't think it was necessary before, so I didn't mention it." Suen listened expressionlessly, not caring about the details, and asked again, "Is Aunt Jian your real aunt?" Rina nodded, "Yes." Having satisfied his curiosity, Suen didn't speak again. He could guess the rest. After the brief conversation, the two fell silent again. In the dark tunnel, only the sound of their footsteps and breathing could be heard, which was somewhat eerie. Chapter 68, Bait, please adjust your attitude. The two walked in the darkness, going deeper and deeper underground. Rina looked at the tunnel leading deeper underground, realizing that it was not the way out. Her anxiety and fear grew stronger. She felt as if she was stepping closer to the abyss. Finally, unable to bear the eerie atmosphere any longer, Rina cautiously asked, "Mr. Suen, where are we going? Aren't we going back to the surface?" Seeing her timid and hesitant look, she probably thought that if something happened in this environment, even if she screamed her lungs out, no one would know. Upon hearing this, Suen turned his head and glanced at her. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke, "Do you think you're safe now?" "Hey!" Rina felt a bit guilty under his gaze, as if she could see the word stupid written on her forehead. Suen thought for a moment and explained, "Explosions can be heard from far away, enough to attract assassins. The distorted monsters are just a means of murder, but the mastermind behind them is human. If they find out you're not dead, do you think they won't come looking for you? If you go out now, I guarantee there are assassins waiting for you." If saving someone was as simple as dealing with a few distorted monsters, he wouldn't have hesitated before. The mastermind behind it all was what he truly feared. "Hey? I. As soon as Rina heard this, her mind seemed to be filled with conflicting information, and her speech became incoherent. She hadn't had time to think about it while being chased by monsters all the way. And now, in this unfamiliar environment, changing clothes under the gaze of a stranger, her mind was still blank. Listening to his words, she instantly understood. Now, she finally realized that the man in front of her was indeed as her aunt had described, always possessing an almost inhuman calmness in any situation. The original words seemed to be about betting on a gambling table or something, but it doesn't matter. Thinking of this, Rina realized that she had asked a really stupid question earlier. This intelligent gentleman must have guessed her foolish and naive thoughts. Blushing, she weakly expressed her apologies for her random guesses, "I'm sorry." Suen didn't pay much attention to her, seemingly indifferent, and continued walking. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Rina thought for a moment and took the initiative to say, "Mr. Suen, aren't you curious about why the trial went wrong? And who the mastermind is?" Suen frowned slightly, feeling that she was being a bit verbose. Perhaps it was because the enclosed environment made this young lady feel uneasy, and she wanted to talk to seek some comfort. But in this situation, was it the time for idle chatter? "Hey, as expected, women only slow down the speed of drawing guns," he casually said, not curious. Rina felt embarrassed for a moment. Seeing that she still wanted to say something, Suen felt that he should put an end to this meaningless conversation. After thinking for a moment, he said in one breath, "If I'm not mistaken, your father is either critically ill or retiring, and you are the first heir of the conglomerate, destined to inherit it. Unfortunately, you also have some greedy uncles and cousins. And the mastermind behind this attack is most likely a close relative who stands to inherit the conglomerate if you die." Upon hearing this, the shock in Rina's eyes grew stronger, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, how did you know?" Suen's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a bit bored. It was probably because the entertainment industry and communication in this world were not developed enough, so the common people couldn't get a taste of the upper-class society. But in Suen's previous life, these power struggles within wealthy families had been played out countless times in novels and in reality. The gambling king prolonging his life, the concubines fighting for power, the son of a certain chaebol forcing his father to abdicate and seizing power, the wealthy prince hunting down his bodyguard and lover who had cuckolded him. Reality was more melodramatic than fiction. The richer they were, the more ruthless they were towards their own family. There was nothing new about it. Suen felt that he had talked enough and didn't say anything more. However, The advantage of saying such a long speech was that Rina finally understood and obediently followed behind him, poking her fingers together, silently keeping up. She felt that this man seemed to be able to guess everything. As calm as a monster. As the two went deeper and deeper, the foul smell of the sewer became stronger. Suddenly, Suen realized something and turned to look at Rina, whose face was flushed from holding her breath. There was a helpless expression in his eyes. He had been thinking about other things and forgot that this girl was only wearing a thin shirt and didn't even have a gas mask. But perhaps because she had been repeatedly embarrassed in the conversation just now, Rina didn't feel comfortable asking for anything. Suen shook his head slightly and took out clothes, a gun, a dagger, and bullets from his storage ring. The bulletproof clothing technology in the outer city is outdated and heavy. Wearing it will greatly affect your agility. It's up to you to choose. If you don't wear bulletproof clothing, there will be no room for error, and you must remain highly vigilant throughout. The underground is very dangerous, and a slight carelessness could be fatal. But if you wear it, you won't be able to escape if you encounter danger. Rina took the heavy bulletproof vest, which was dozens of times heavier than the Academy's combat uniform. She was about to put it on, but upon hearing Suen's analysis, she seemed to have thought of something and backed off, answering weakly, I think I won't wear it. Suen put away the bulletproof vest, then pointed to the firearm hanging at her waist, reminding her, try the feel of the firearm first, but don't fire it. The firearms in the outer city are not as good as those in your academy, the recoil will be quite strong. Be mentally prepared in case of any situation. The other one is a rune firearm, which was given to me by Charlie before, it should be handy. But the alchemical bullets are limited, please don't fire at will unless necessary. Oh. Rina felt that she understood everything, but in front of this man, it seemed like she knew nothing. She was like a puppet being manipulated, whatever Suen said, she could only say okay, there was no room for refusal. Before this man spoke, he had already considered everything. The clothes were Suen's menswear, which was too big for Rina. In the end, she only wore the thin shirt, without even wearing pants, revealing her white thighs. Fortunately, the darkness concealed her embarrassment on her pretty face, and Suen didn't seem to take an extra glance, which saved her from feeling shy and awkward. The shoes also didn't fit, so she went barefoot. However, thanks to the Catwoman's natural talent of enhanced toughness in the foot muscles, going barefoot wasn't a problem, except that stepping on the damp sewer made her feel a bit nauseous. After distributing the equipment, Suen spoke again, announcing, all right, from now on, keep a safe distance from me. Don't talk to me, don't make any noise. Stay absolutely quiet. Hey! Upon hearing this, Rina looked puzzled. Suen didn't beat around the bush, he explained directly, from now on, you are the bait. I will decide whether I can save you again based on the potential strength of the enemy. Don't look at me like that. If you're with me, the enemy will choose to take us both out at once. I'm just an ordinary gangster, only if I survive, can you survive? What Suen didn't say was that if the enemy was too strong, he would not hesitate to abandon the bait. After a pause, he added, of course, the ideal situation is that the enemies think you were killed by the mutant monster, and no one comes after us. Listening to this, Rina was stunned, her pretty face full of awe. Right, there are assassins. Listening to him, it seemed like, his words made sense. But even though they made sense, she always felt something was off about them. In high society, wouldn't gentlemen protect their female companions' lives first, even in the face of death? Why would Mr. Suen want me to be the bait? Although she had never experienced such a sudden event, Rina still felt that the plot was unfolding in a strange way. She wanted to ask, but didn't know what to say, as he had already explained everything. Suen felt the pitiful glances from behind, but he didn't turn around. He quickly increased the distance between them, saying as he walked, I'm just an ordinary guide. The reason I risked saving you is because of your aunt, Sister Chien. Not taking credit for himself would save a lot of trouble. By the way, it would also curry favor with Boss Chien, which would make things easier later. Moreover, Suen's actions were not pretending to be cold, but the most rational choice. Because he understood human nature. Facing this tsundere noble lady, if you treat her well, she takes it for granted, because that's how she's treated in her daily life. However, when she realizes that your kindness comes at a price, she will truly value it. Being bait is more valuable than being a burden. To be a good bait, one must be prepared to be bait. In short, a sycophant has nothing, equivalent exchange is the eternal truth. If you want to be saved, you have to pay the price. Besides, although his words were ruthless, this was the best way Suen could think of to save Rina's life. He was very clear that the assassins who dared to target this young lady were not simple. Chapter 69, Rosa's Corpse. Suen chose a path that led deep into the underground cave. They had entered the city's sewer system, with sewage flowing all around them. Originally, Suen had intended to go in the direction of the scythe, but now it was also a good opportunity to avoid any potential pursuers. Although the environment was foul, the sewage conveniently masked their footsteps. However, to their surprise, before they could encounter any pursuers or find the scythe, they stumbled upon a corpse in a drainage pipe. It was the body of a half-naked woman, wrapped in spider webs, pale and lifeless. A large red-eyed spider had pierced her skull with its venomous fangs, feasting on her brain. Rina wanted to scream in horror when she saw the body, but she remembered something and quickly covered her mouth. Her crystal-like eyes trembled with a mixture of grief and sorrow. The corpse turned out to be none other than Rosa, the female assistant teacher from before. As Suen looked at the mist emanating from the body, his eyes lit up. Freshly dead. With so much knowledge harvested from Jack's body, what about an assistant teacher who could teach the students? This kind of corpse was a treasure to Suen, its value surpassing that of an ordinary professional's body by 100-fold. However, Suen remained calm and instead squinted at the red-eyed spider that was about to feast. He appraised the monster's attributes and muttered, an elite monster. At that moment, the spider also looked back at him. Suen thought of something but did not avoid its gaze. In that instant, the 6 crimson spider eyes stared at him, as if an invisible hand was teasing his soul. But it was fleeting. At the same time, the all-knowing eye displayed a negative status effect. You have been subjected to a mental attack. The intensity of the mental fluctuation is lower than your mental power, so you have successfully resisted this negative status. Suen looked and confirmed that, as the all-knowing eye had indicated, this elite spider's mental attack was not enough to pose a threat to his exceptionally high mental power. A high mental power can resist low-level mental spells. It seems that as long as I don't get surrounded by the monster horde in this spider's nest, it doesn't seem too deadly for me. Encountering a living monster, Suen deliberately tested some hypotheses. He now had the confidence to continue searching for the scythe. However, Rina, who was behind him, was not as lucky. Inadvertently, she made eye contact with the spider and then stood there like a soulless statue. Moreover, it seemed that she saw something erotic in her imagination, and her desire surged. Her face quickly flushed, and she even let out some strange moans. Suen glanced at Rina, who was standing there with a vacant expression, walking towards the spider. He didn't rush to help her but observed carefully. As he watched, he analyzed in his mind, so this is the state after being affected. The monster's mental attack simply influences desire. If I block this emotion of desire, will I be able to ignore this mental attack? The all-knowing eye made it clear to him the attack method of this ghost-faced spider. Direct eye contact would arouse instinctual lust, causing one to lose consciousness and easily be captured like prey. Just like the young lady in front of him. Rina's breathing technique and everything else were top-notch among first-tier professionals, yet she was easily affected. This meant that even if a second-tier professional came, if their mental power was not strong enough, they would likely be influenced by this elite spider. Suen didn't know what he was thinking, but his gaze gradually deepened. Tisk tisk. It seems that this young lady's fate is not meant to end here. Suen felt that he had observed enough and raised his hand, using a pistol with a silencer to shoot the spider's head. Just like the information appraisal had indicated, although these distorted monsters were deadly, their physical defense was extremely poor. Ordinary bullets could easily create large holes in their bodies. As the monster died, Rina also snapped out of her infatuated state. She instantly realized that there was something embarrassing about her body, unsure if it was shyness or if her face had been red from the beginning. She weakly asked, "What? What happened to me just now?" "Don't make direct eye contact with those ghost-faced spiders' red eyes, or else you'll be mentally controlled." Suen didn't explain much and simply said in a calm tone. He didn't look at Rina's shy appearance, which could make many boys' hearts flutter. Instead, he walked straight towards the body of the assistant teacher, Rosa. The spider monster even dropped some plant materials. Suen looked at the glow emanating from the corpse of this calf-sized spider. Among the remains, there were actually 2 cursed glowing spider legs. However, the quality was not that great, they were just ordinary black iron materials. Suen ignored the spider legs and approached Rosa's body. The mist on the body would dissipate over time, and every second of delay meant a loss of these high-quality fragments. He had to harvest them quickly. Then, as he approached the mist, he successfully extracted a large amount of useful things. Obtained Rosa Williams' memory fragments 5. You have obtained some information. Daniel has been acting strange lately. I saw him secretly opening some kind of signaling device in the underground passage. You have mastered a large amount of advanced alchemy knowledge. You have mastered the arcane alchemy void servant, incomplete. You have comprehended a large amount of alchemy theory. You have mastered the proficient quick seal formation technique. You have gained some advanced alchemy casting techniques, alchemy experience plus 111. Mental power plus 0.35. Unexpected harvest. Suen felt that there was too much knowledge in his mind. Like a shattered puzzle suddenly piecing together a large chunk, it gave him an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Did I actually comprehend Rosa's arcane void servant? Suen looked at the additional skill on the panel and immediately thought of the scene in the dungeon where Rosa single-handedly held off countless moth monsters. The ghostly cold fire burning the monsters kept them at bay, which still made him feel uneasy. He was no longer a novice in alchemy. He naturally knew that skills crowned with arcane were top-tier rare and valuable knowledge. Not only was it difficult to acquire the skill, but the learning difficulty was also great, and understanding it was key. This void servant in the inner city was probably a top-tier arcane secret. To learn it, one would have to be 1 in 10,000. However, due to the talent of the harvester, Suen easily mastered this arcane-level alchemy. A moment of curiosity flashed through Suen's mind. At this moment, the dark energy in his body circulated in a special and familiar way, and a small stream of pale blue cold flame suddenly emerged from his fingers. It really worked. Suen looked at the flame like a lighter, a smile appeared on his face. This cold flame not only burned with dark elemental magic, but also added a defense-breaking effect to physical attacks. It gave the user's basic attack the effect of both physical and magical damage, causing a massive increase in damage. Because it was an incomplete secret, Rosa only had 2 flame arms, which was just a small achievement in arcane. If it was a complete secret, one could even condense a complete void servant to cover the whole body, as if possessed by a god. What a powerful arcane secret! After carefully sensing the special features of this cold flame, Suen sighed in his heart. He felt that he could probably poke a hole in a concrete wall with one finger now. Although he didn't have Rosa's exaggerated flames, it was enough for his basic attack to crit. At the same time, he also admired that the assistant was indeed an assistant, possessing much more knowledge than the elite students. The surge in alchemy knowledge made Suen feel like he had skipped grades, jumping from 3rd grade to 6th grade in an instant. However, before he could digest all this knowledge, when he saw one piece of information in the memory fragments, his face suddenly became serious, and he wondered, is there something wrong with Assistant Daniel? There was a mole in the trial team, Suen had always suspected. Otherwise, the enemy wouldn't have been able to accurately grasp their trial movements and precisely send the mutant worm to chase after Rena. However, he wasn't sure whether the mole was a student or a tutor. Previously, Daniel had disappeared without a trace, and the tutor Augustus had never shown his face, so Suen had prematurely judged that they were dead. Now, from Rosa's memory, he found a clue. Rena was still immersed in sadness. After all, Assistant Rosa died because she tried to save her. Suen's eyes shifted, and he directly asked, Miss Rena, what are Assistant Daniel's profession and talent? Does he have any powerful trump cards? Rena was previously confused, but she wasn't stupid. Hearing Suen's question, she instantly guessed something and directly said, Assistant Daniel's advanced profession is a ranger. He is good at tracking, anti-tracking, and close combat. Many of our practical combat courses were taught by him. Hearing the words good at tracking, Suen's expression turned cold. At this moment, he also felt as if there were pairs of red eyes in the darkness staring at him, muttering to themselves, Scythe, Killer, Mutant Monster. Chapter 70, I am a ventriloquist. Mr. Suen. Do I really have to keep my eyes covered? But I can't see anything. Yes, because they have arrived. Suen didn't explain how he knew someone had come, and Rena didn't ask further. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Rena had an almost blind trust in this stranger introduced by her aunt. She knew the assassins were powerful, and she knew this underground dungeon was full of danger. But from the beginning until now, she hadn't seen any panic or unease in this man. He remained calm and composed. Because of his indifference, Rina herself felt influenced, feeling a calmness that could face death. And at this moment, being led by Suen with a thick blindfold over her eyes, she didn't know where they were going. Blindfolded, she had completely given up on fighting. It wasn't that Rina lacked strength. On the contrary, her basic skills were quite solid. Whether it was martial arts, marksmanship, or alchemy, she surpassed the average first-tier professional. But in the current desperate situation, her combat power was not enough to survive against the distorted monsters or assassins. On the contrary, focusing on being a bait would give her a greater chance of survival. After blindfolding herself, she didn't notice the pairs of crimson eyes that lit up in the darkness around her, nor did she see the almost pathological smirk on Suen's face. In this crisis, Suen once again felt that adrenaline rush, and he also enjoyed this feeling of walking on a tightrope. Escape? Tisk tisk. No. I want to kill people, obtain forbidden items, and kill monsters too. Wasn't there a high-quality spider leg material? There are suitable targets here, and quite a few. The upcoming battle will be dangerous, but as long as I'm not killed first, you won't die before me. Remember, if you get poisoned, inject the antidote, but never take off the blindfold or run around. Yes, I understand. Rina felt that Suen's voice became colder, and just by hearing it, she felt a strong killing intent. Suen let go of her hand, and Rina felt as if she had fallen into an endless abyss. A strong sense of fear instantly enveloped her. The world in front of her was pitch black, and there was no one speaking in her ears. The sound of flowing sewage was particularly clear. She felt that there was a person staying by her side, but her intuition told her that it seemed like it wasn't Mr. Suen anymore, but someone unfamiliar and terrifying. Not long after, a figure indeed walked quietly into the tunnel where Suen had predicted. He saw the two figures in the distance and cautiously stopped. He slowly raised the gun in his hand and aimed at one of the two. He didn't shoot, but instead exposed his position by shouting, "Miss Rina, where are you?" Daniel knew that even if he didn't speak, the small mechanism triggered at the entrance of the tunnel had already exposed his presence. At this moment, Rina was also surprised to hear Daniel's voice. So, Mr. Suen had guessed everything. She took a deep breath, although she couldn't see. In order to not reveal any flaws, she pretended to be surprised and turned around. From a distance, she shouted loudly in the direction of the voice, "Teacher Daniel, I'm here." Daniel probably thought that his identity as a mole hadn't been exposed yet, so he continued to act, sounding very anxious, "Oh my, finally I found you. You don't know how worried I was when I heard that you were being chased by monsters. Miss Rina, did Assistant Rosa save you?" Suen, hiding in the darkness, heard the probing and a cold smile appeared in his eyes. Knowing that the opponent is far inferior, yet still so cautious. No wonder he could be a mole. He should have already discovered Rosa's body, but he pretended not to know now. The purpose was to say these few sentences and get closer, to make a fatal strike. Hearing this, Rina directly said, "No, Assistant Rosa died trying to save me. It was Mr. Guide who saved me." But before her words could finish, she suddenly heard a gunshot. Almost at the same time, a gust of wind blew her hair, the feeling of a bullet grazing her ear. Rina was shocked. Assistant Daniel did indeed shoot. Mole. He wants to kill me. However, the bullet wasn't aimed at herself, but at the Mr. Suen beside her. After losing her vision, Rina's attention was focused on her hearing. Hearing the sound of the gun, she instinctively felt a sense of danger and thought it wasn't good. Although she was shocked that her respected teacher Daniel could be the mole behind this assassination, she was more worried about the Mr. Suen beside her. But before the feeling of worry could dissipate from her heart, in an extreme moment, Rina heard a second gunshot. Bang! But this shot wasn't fired by Daniel, nor was it fired by the Mr. Suen beside her. Judging from the direction of the sound, it came from another direction in the darkness. Could there be a third person here? Amidst her surprise, Rina also noticed something unusual. After the Mr. Suen beside her was shot, there was a sound like the cracking of wood. No, even before she reacted to the gunshot, wood splinters had already scattered and hit her. A puppet? Although Rina couldn't see, she guessed what was happening and felt inexplicably excited and surprised. Mr. Suen had actually anticipated that the enemy would shoot at him and had arranged a puppet decoy in advance. Suen had guessed that the assassin would come after him when he saved Rina earlier, and he had never relied on luck. Although the highly corrosive metamorphic worms had completely corroded Rina's belongings, as long as there were people proficient in tracking traces, the faint traces left by the two of them in the corridor could not be concealed. And coincidentally, this Daniel was a very skilled trace tracker, a silver professional known as a patrol ranger. So, when Suen extracted the information from Rosa's memory, he knew that this guy would definitely come. He was certain of one thing: if Rina didn't die, everything this mole had done would be meaningless. And Rina wanted to ambush this guy, so she didn't choose to leave Rina alone as bait. After all, if the traces of two people appeared but only one person was present, it would definitely alert Daniel, the patrol ranger, and the ambush would be meaningless. The puppet left by Rina's side was naturally meant to attract firepower. As for why Suen was certain that Daniel would shoot himself first instead of killing Rina first, he was 80% sure. Between two people, would a cautious firearms expert kill a student who was familiar and easy to kill, or kill an unknown stranger? Of course, there was also an element of gambling. But without risks, what's the point of being bait? But no matter who Daniel shot first, the result would be the same. Whoever shot first would expose their position and lose the advantage. In a duel between masters, the difference in skill and experience is negligible, and victory or defeat often lies in the details. Suen and Rina also learned from their mouths that Daniel was a genuine firearms expert and one of the firearms instructors at the Black Tower Academy. He didn't dare to underestimate him. This wasn't like Jack, who was a mediocre expert, but possibly a stronger gunman than himself. Facing a gunman of the same level, it all depended on who seized the opportunity, often determining victory or defeat in an instant. When Daniel asked just now, he actually wanted to deceive the other party, find an opportunity and distance, and ensure a guaranteed kill with one shot. This cautious response, even Suen couldn't find any flaws. But that guy never expected that he would shoot the puppet instead. Since the shot didn't work, then, it was Suen's chance. In the instant the flames lit up, Suen decisively pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The tongue of fire spewed out. The armor-piercing alchemical bullet shot out from the muzzle, not hitting the head or heart, but the right hand holding the gun of Daniel. Because Suen knew that with the combat suit and gas mask, this shot definitely couldn't kill that guy. The combat suits at the Black Tower had special reinforcements in vital areas, and even alchemical bullets might not be able to break through as long as there was enough energy. However, this kind of protective clothing also had its weaknesses. In order to ensure flexibility, the stability at the joints would be relatively weak. And the palm was the part of the body with the most joints. This information also came from Rina. The armor-piercing bullet couldn't be fatal, but it was enough to break the bones in the hand. With this gunshot, Daniel's firearm immediately slipped from his hand not far away, and a burst of blood mist exploded, revealing a glimpse of white bones. Even though he was shot, this guy didn't even groan. With a flash, he dodged behind a stone pillar. Because Daniel had already judged from the timing of the shot that Suen was also a firearms expert. He was well aware that if he didn't leave now, the second shot would definitely follow. What a cautious guy! Suen broke the opponent's right hand with one shot, and the enemy didn't even give him a chance for a second shot. Facing a gunman of the same level, it was clear what the other party would do. Being able to be an assistant teacher at the Black Tower Academy, even if it was only first tier, he must be among the best in the same tier. Daniel and Rosa, both were almost half a step into the second tier and had very strong combat skills. Suen knew that even with a broken hand, that guy's true combat power hadn't been greatly reduced. Because Daniel's true strength lay in his close combat abilities. And in this instant, suddenly a loud sizzling sound came from the darkness, like the feeling of a high-pressure gas tank exploding in an instant, causing a wave of turbulence that shook the entire space. It's coming! Suen's pupils suddenly contracted, and he suddenly saw a figure rushing towards him like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that there was no time for any reaction, and it directly broke the cement pillar, then collided with Suen's body. His muscles didn't have time to react, but Suen was already prepared. He saw his fingers curl, and the steel wire on the mechanical glove pulled his body sideways, moving him a distance of one position. With a thud, an invisible figure flashed by. The two figures collided directly with the wall in the distance, instantly creating a large spider-web-like crack. Such a brutal impact was enough to crush a flesh-based professional into pieces. Daniel thought he had succeeded, but suddenly felt that the texture of the person he was holding in his arms was wrong. When he looked closely, he realized that it was a life-sized doll. Not good. Daniel's face changed drastically, instantly understanding what had happened. The other party knew everything about his implants and innate abilities. That guy is actually a puppeteer. But at this moment, it was already too late to understand. This kind of misjudgment was fatal. Just a few meters away from the shattered pillar, the firearm was already aimed at Daniel again. Suen knew that the profession of forest patroller had a strong perception ability, so he deliberately made a noise to lure the opponent to seize the initiative and charge forward. This was the advantage of information asymmetry. Suen was almost familiar with Daniel's abilities, while the enemy knew nothing about him. If it were a fair fight, Suen's chances of winning would not exceed 20%. This guy was a new school alchemist, and his alchemical implant was a black technology product that combined steam machinery and traditional implants, the resentful skeleton jet. After accumulating steam, a sudden burst would produce a super strong thrust like a jet plane. This thrust could make a person move quickly like a cannonball, with extremely strong linear lethality, which was almost impossible for peers to avoid. But this ability alone was not too tricky. The key was that this implant had a very high compatibility with his talent. Although his talent was not the rare B level, it was also a mysterious ability with strong practical combat talent. C001 Magic Bane. A strange talent that could instantly block the energy flow of the opponent's body with close contact with both hands. As long as he touched you, dark spirit power, strength, magic power, and even blood flow speed would be instantly blocked or slowed down. This implant plus talent was simply a nightmare for close combat. Combined with high-speed collision and close-range magic ban, even a higher-level professional would suffer a lot. This was also one of the most important reasons why Suen wanted to disable one of his hands with the first shot. Daniel's face was ashen, and he laughed bitterly in his heart. He actually used Miss Rena as bait. Haha, what a clever calculation. At the last moment of his life, he realized that every step of his attack was within the enemy's calculation. From entering this space, to firing, to colliding, the opponent calculated his every move. The key was that he never thought that someone would dare to use the young lady of the Reyes family as a live bait. But it was too late to realize this now. In a duel between masters, one mistake might still have a chance to turn the tide, but continuous mistakes were almost a dead end. The inertia of the collision had not disappeared, and it was too late to dodge. Suen's rune fire gun had already spewed out a tongue of fire. A shot hit his intact left palm, disabling the most threatening hands. Then several shots hit the ankle joint, knee joint, shoulder joint, elbow joint. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire was endless. If one shot didn't work, then he would fire two shots at the same position. At such a close distance, Suen had no chance of missing. Even the battlesuit couldn't dissolve such terrifying continuous impact energy, and blood holes were shot out one by one. This Daniel had already lost his life due to two mistakes in face-to-face encounters. The enemy had been shot into a sieve, but at this time, Suen's face showed no relaxation, but his pupils suddenly shrank. A sense of killing had quietly arrived, making one's hair stand on end. And just as he shot Daniel, a jelly-like transparent figure in the darkness behind him stumbled for some reason, suddenly making a noise. Suen's eyes narrowed slightly, as if not surprised at all, thinking, sure enough, here comes the stalker. At this moment, he abandoned the fire gun, his 10 fingers suddenly bent, the leather jacket on his back tore open, revealing two strange puppets glowing with blue rune light. He grabbed at the empty space with both hands, and the two puppets floated around him like guardians. Their wooden jaw joints kept opening and closing, as if they were laughing heartily. Cackling. In the dark sewer, this sound was particularly harsh. At this moment, pairs of strange red eyes gradually lit up in the darkness around, and those monsters also came out of the darkness under specific stimulating smells. At this moment, the clarity in Suen's eyes was replaced by violence and sneer. Want to assassinate me? Hehe. I am a puppet master. Chapter 71, No Conditions to Win, Create Conditions. Suen discovered the assassin who appeared out of thin air behind him, but instead of being surprised, he had already anticipated it. He decisively opened his leather jacket, and two puppets, one emitting a creepy howl and the other grinning, flew towards the enemy. Their hands cracked open, revealing the black, poisoned dagger blades. The assassin staggered, seemingly not realizing why he suddenly lost consciousness for a moment. He bit his tongue and instantly regained his clarity. At this moment, he saw the poisoned blades already poking in front of him, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a clang sound, sparks flew. The assassin blocked the dagger of one puppet, but felt a moment of confusion. Not good. Instinctively reacting to the crisis, he made an extreme backward movement. At this moment, the dagger of another puppet had already passed by the assassin's cheek, accompanied by a slight corroding sound, and a seam was cut open at the edge of his hood. This puppet is strange. The assassin noticed something fishy and was about to reach out, but suddenly saw the two puppets flying back like lightning. Unable to land a hit, he promptly withdrew. At this moment, Suen, as the controller, also revealed a hint of regret on his face, thinking to himself, second-tier professionals are indeed not so easily injured. The assassin across from him also showed a hint of seriousness in his eyes. This is not an ordinary puppeteer. In fact, ever since Suen saved Rina from the assassination attempt by the shape-shifting worms, he had been trying to reconstruct the entire assassination process in his mind. He had already suspected that there might be a mole in the trial team. But the mentor, Augusta, should be fine. Otherwise, the assassins wouldn't need to go through all this trouble to kill Rina. With his mentor's identity and the strength of a second-tier professional, there were countless opportunities to directly kill Rina. Instead, the reason why the assassins chose to attack in the underground cave and went to the extent of putting a special scent on Rina and using shape-shifting worms to chase her, all of this was probably because of the protection provided by Augusta along the way, which led to this plan. Moreover, Suen also discovered a suspicious point. That is, he was certain that Augusta had always been near the trial team, but this powerful individual died without making any noise, which was somewhat puzzling. After all, the mentors of the Black Tower Alchemy Academy were carefully selected strong individuals. Even if the second-tier mentor Augusta was ambushed, he couldn't possibly fail to send out a warning signal. He didn't understand why before, but now that he knew the fact that Daniel was the mole, it perfectly filled in the missing piece of Suen's puzzle. In Suen's mind, he could even reconstruct the entire battle process. At that time, Daniel left the trial team, actually to secretly attack Augusta. Because of his role as an assistant, it was easy for him to launch a close-range surprise attack and then use his special talent, the forbidden magic ability, to seal Augusta. But with his strength, he couldn't kill a second-tier professional. Therefore, Suen concluded that there was at least one more second-tier professional in the assassin team who was skilled in stealthy surprise attacks. That's why when the stealthy assassin appeared behind him just now, Suen wasn't surprised at all. Facing a second-tier professional, especially an agile enhanced stealthy assassin, the firearm had almost no effect. Having witnessed the feat of Red Devil Gaelong cutting bullets with his sword, Suen didn't think that as a firearm master, he had any chance of winning against a second-tier professional. Therefore, he decisively gave up the firearm and revealed his professional ability for the first time, controlling puppets. But Suen was not an ordinary puppeteer. The reason why eccentric puppeteer was so bizarre was mainly because of the various strange rune puppets he created. The two puppets beside him, one with a red and white smiling face and the other with a blue and gold crying face, were exactly two types of basic eccentric puppets, the howling doll and the sneering doll. These two little things didn't look like the stiff dead objects in a puppet show. Under Suen's skillful manipulation, they seemed to come alive, dancing happily with their limbs, their joints twisting flexibly, and even the expressions on their eerie faces were lifelike, blinking, grinning, angry, and howling. They were like two ghosts dancing in the darkness, emitting a sinister and eerie laughter. As soon as they appeared, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. Of course, these cuties were not just cute in appearance, their curse effects were also extraordinary. Both of these eccentric puppets were mental curse objects. One was a sonic attack that affected people's consciousness upon hearing the sound, and the other was a visual attack similar to these spider monsters, causing hallucinations when looking at the smiling face. After Suen knew that he would be fighting, he carried the two dolls on his back to be prepared for any unexpected situations. Although his puppet-making skills were just at the beginner level, the two eccentric dolls were of low quality and had a small attack range. But it was enough to temporarily control a target in close combat. That's why the stealthy assassin stumbled and revealed himself just now, that guy's consciousness was affected by the two eccentric puppets. He's disappeared again. His talent must be related to stealth, either talent C025 Chameleon, talent B077 Invisibility, or even the rarer Light Absorber. Suen squinted into the darkness, once again losing sight of the second-order assassin. He dared not be careless. His two puppets continuously emitted psychic waves, one laughing, one crying, to ensure he wouldn't be killed up close. However, despite the strong curse properties of the puppets, their power was still a rank lower. Suen didn't believe these two odd puppets could save his life in front of a second-order assassin. After all, facing an assassin skilled in stealth, their attack methods were not limited to close combat. Assassins were also proficient in various long-range weapons. No matter how cautious, the current situation was almost a death sentence for Suen. However, in a one-on-one situation, Suen indeed had no chance of winning, but there were more than just the two of them in this cave. The dark underground of Old Lingdun was not human territory, but the domain of mutated monsters. If there was no chance of winning, then he would create one. Suen had caused such a commotion in this cave, the mutant ghost face spiders hiding in the dark were already starving. He caught a glimpse of the dense spider swarm overhead and sneered, "Ha, let's see who can survive in the monster swarm." Potions to shield monster perception were hard to find, but bait to attract mutated monsters was easy to come by. Fresh human blood, corpses, were the best things. Daniel's body on the ground was still steaming with blood, and the few inducing potions that Suen had smashed earlier were also emitting a pungent smell. Since the monsters were enemies, and the assassin was an enemy, wouldn't a three-way battle be good? He enjoyed the feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife. Suen knew almost all the characteristics of the monsters and had targeted countermeasures, but the second-order assassin knew nothing. This was a mutated monster, which meant it had never been seen in the outside world. Its psychic attacks were unpredictable and gave no room for error. Once controlled, it was a dead end. At this moment, these spider monsters didn't disappoint Suen. These eight-legged creatures hung upside down from the ceiling, moving extremely fast. The first thing they did was not attack the three humans in the space, but scurried to the entrance of the tunnel, spewing spider silk, and blocked the escape route in the blink of an eye. Sealing the entrance? This is not the wisdom a common mutated monster possesses. There is indeed a strange one hidden in the monster swarm. Seeing this, Suen raised an eyebrow. He had always felt a chilling gaze from the darkness, intermittently watching him. Now, seeing the spider's unusual behavior of blocking the door, he immediately guessed that there was a strange one among this ghost-face spider swarm. However, it was just what he wanted. He had no intention of escaping in the first place. Whether he gambled on the door or not, there was no difference. He couldn't run, and the assassin was also limited. Perfect for a three-way battle. Chapter 72, Spider Queen. This second-tier assassin has a very advanced stealth ability, and Suen's current perception is not enough to easily capture him. But he didn't even think about looking for that guy. Because those countless red eyes can weave a spiritual net that covers the entire cave, making it impossible for anyone in the dungeon to escape. Now all they can do is see who is lucky enough to survive. Sure enough, as Suen expected. Just as countless red eyes lit up, there were numerous spiritual attacks prompts appearing on his body panel, like a wave of widespread coverage, one wave after another. Even if he didn't directly face the monsters, he would still be affected to some extent. Suen was unaffected, but the assassin was not so lucky. Almost at the same time the spiders blocked the exit of the nest, in the void more than 10 meters away from Suen, the hooded figure was also affected by the shockwave of the spiritual attack, revealing his figure once again. This guy was also extremely alert, as if he immediately noticed the abnormal spiritual fluctuations around him, he directly took out a potion and stabbed it into his waist. Suen looked at the guy stabbing the potion and immediately saw his spirited appearance, and guessed what it was, awakening potion? Quite vigilant. However, the duration of the awakening potion is very short, as long as he is still trapped in this space, sooner or later it will be a dead end. Those who can advance to the second tier of their profession have some means, more or less. Probably because of Rena's baiting, this assassin also keenly noticed that the red eyes of those spider monsters cannot be looked at directly. Faced with such a dangerous situation, the assassin immediately lowered his head and focused his gaze on his feet. Suen looked at this guy's small movements and secretly admired him. Professional killers indeed have amazing intuition. But in this way, his field of vision was reduced by more than 90%, and even a second-tier professional would definitely suffer. And the moment the assassin lowered his head, his hands trembled, and two short blades with flickering lightning appeared. He ignored the large spider that fell from above, and instead rushed towards Rena not far away. Tisk tisk, he can't even save his own life, but still wants to kill the target. Seems like a fanatic. But I just saved her with great difficulty, I can't let you kill her so easily. Suen was slightly surprised by the assassin's choice, but also felt that it was just right. If the enemy's target is not himself, then he can also free up his hands to fight back. Seeing this, Suen grabbed something invisible with one hand and instantly pulled it straight. And at this moment, a large spider that fell from the ceiling above Rina suddenly disintegrated in mid-air, as if it was cut into large pieces by an invisible blade. Upon closer inspection, there were steel wires as thin as hair strands surrounding Rina. The bodies of the ghost-faced spiders were very fragile. When they fell from a high place, their bodies touched the wires just like touching a blade. In an instant, they were easily cut into pieces, leaving behind a trail of green blood on the wires. Seeing this, a hint of doubt flashed in the assassin's eyes, and his sudden attack instinctively stopped. The dark environment and the inability to look up high made it impossible for him to determine what the wires were. He was still wary after being tricked by that puppet just now. His intuition told him that this guy dared to confront him head-on, there must be other means. Actually, he didn't guess that Suen was actually gambling. These wires couldn't stop a second-tier professional at all, and he was betting on the opponent's cautious mentality. At this moment, the assassin hesitated, but Suen didn't show any hesitation. He manipulated the wires with one hand, and his other hand had already pulled out a flintlock pistol. Without giving the assassin a chance to attack, he fired several shots at him. As expected, the assassin's nerve reaction speed was already at its peak. He caught a glimpse of the direction of the muzzle, leaned back to avoid the first shot, and then performed several consecutive backflips, perfectly avoiding this round of gunfire. Even the curved trajectory hidden in the last shot only grazed him and did not hit him. Suen didn't expect to injure him, as long as he could create distance, his goal would be achieved. Because at this time, the monsters on the ceiling had already launched their attacks. That strange one obviously also knew that the second-tier assassin was the most threatening among the three, so it mobilized the large spiders to surround the assassin. Faced with the tide of monsters, the assassin's methods were also extremely sharp. He threw flying knives with his hand, piercing through several spider monsters in one go, even stronger than the damage caused by the flintlock pistol. With a single slash, he could easily cut off half of a large spider's body. Even though he didn't dare to look directly at the red eyes of the monsters, he relied on his keen hearing and the movement of the spider legs near the ground to dodge with ease. He was like cutting melons and vegetables in the midst of the spider swarm, without any disadvantage. But, the attack methods of these ghost-faced spiders were not limited to this. Not to mention there is a cunning creature commanding in the dark. At this moment, the large spiders on the ceiling suddenly raised their abdomens, and white spider webs gushed out. When the spider silk is thin enough, it looks like threads, but when it becomes as thick as a thumb, it turns into sticky glue. Although the assassin dodged the first round of spider silk with his agile body movements, he found that the sticky spider silk was already everywhere on the ground after landing. It was like stepping into a swamp, and his movements were instantly restricted. Realizing the danger, the assassin panicked a little. But at the first moment, he chose to kill Rina instead of escaping. At this moment, the cave had already been sealed off by spider webs, it was difficult to escape. Bombs and incendiary bombs were thrown around like they were worthless, but in the wave of monsters, it was futile. On the other hand, Suen faced the same situation. Originally, these spiders would be more deadly for him as a first-tier professional without any equipment. But facing the overwhelming spider webs, he did not dodge or avoid them. A faint blue cold flame suddenly rose from his body. When the spider webs touched the cold flame, it burned up like flying fluff. Before it even touched Suen's clothes, it had already been burned to ashes. This was the alchemy secret technique Mushy. This was also why he blindfolded Rina. One was to prevent her from being controlled by the spiders, and the other was to prevent her from seeing his abilities. If he hadn't extracted this skill from Rose's body before, Suen would never have chosen the tactic of a three-way death match. Because of the existence of the cold flame, Suen didn't have to worry about the spider webs at all. He also freed up his hands, dual-wielding guns, and shot at the spiders around him. He single-handedly formed a network of firepower, making it impossible for the fragile large spiders to get close. For a while, severed limbs and broken arms flew in the air, and green spider blood splattered all over the ground. At the same time, because of the defense barrier woven by steel wires around them, the large spiders were temporarily unable to approach Rina. But this did not prevent them from spitting spider silk from a distance. Rena was extremely frightened at this moment. She could hear the dense sound of gunfire and grenades in her ears, and she could also hear the high-frequency sound of the monster's joints moving. Even if she didn't open her eyes, she could guess that there were a large number of monsters around her, staring at her intently. She stood there alone, feeling helpless. Just now, she was drenched in the foul-smelling spider blood, and now she was covered in sticky stuff. But she couldn't open her eyes, and she couldn't move around. She could only stand there, trembling, allowing the occasional spurt of spider webs to tightly bind her. However, luckily, the spiders seemed to have the habit of storing food. They saw Rena not running away and not attacking, so after being tightly bound by the spider webs, they didn't attack her again. Rena, as the bait, didn't know why she was temporarily safe. But she could also hear that the battles in the directions of Lean and the assassin were extremely intense. Suddenly, she heard the sound from one side suddenly disappear. Rena's heart instinctively skipped a beat, praying, "The gunfire is still there, Mr. Suen should not have encountered any danger." At this moment, Suen had gone crazy with killing. The spider monsters were much larger and clumsier than the flying moth monsters before. They were just crawling creatures, making them easier to hit. He almost shot one head with one bullet, and even when using alchemical bullets, he could kill a group with one shot. The spider's two killer moves, mental control and spider webs, were completely useless against him. So Suen was like a killing god, killing and maiming hundreds of monsters in a short period of time. Around him, the bodies of the spider monsters had piled up into mountains, and more spider monsters kept crawling over the mountain of corpses to offer their heads. Suen's face showed no panic, because although there were many spider monsters in this nest, he absolutely didn't believe that there were more of them than his bullets. But just as he was killing, suddenly there were no more monsters. The large spiders seemed to have received some signal and receded like a tide. Suen looked into the distance with a puzzled look, only to find that the battle on the other side had already ended. The cunning creature hiding in the dark looked at the casualties of its lackeys and finally appeared in person. At this moment, Suen was looking at the second-tier assassin as if he was dumbfounded. The assassin stood still in place. A spider spear easily pierced through his skull, and with a stab, it went through like skewering meat, leaving him dead without any resistance. Suen also looked at the monster, identified it, and his face instantly became serious. This is going to be a big trouble. Fortunately, it was only a first-tier strange creature. Unfortunately, it was a Lord-level monster. If weird is a special term humans use for the boss among the mutant monsters, then the Lord monster is the boss among the weird. It's roughly equivalent to a super high rank between Gold Plus and Legend. The zombie-type weird that Suen and his team encountered at the subway hub station before was merely a Black Iron level, 2 or 3 grades lower than the one in front of them now. Such monsters are extremely rare, usually only a small chance of appearing in a super large-scale mutant monster group. The chance of a wilderness hunting team encountering such a monster in the wild is about the same as winning 5 million in a lottery. But once encountered, it almost always means a total wipeout. Lord monsters often awaken some special abilities, possessing the power to crush peers and even higher-ranked weirds. Just like this first-order lord in front of them, who easily killed a second-order professional. Suen guessed that there would be a weird here, but he was not surprised by black iron or silver. But he didn't expect it to be a lord. This big boss is half human, half spider. Its upper body is a naked female body. The skin is white and tender. Although the chest only has the soft outline of a woman, lacking a cherry red point. Even so, it is still extremely sexy and charming, making people unable to look away. Its face is also extremely beautiful, the kind that makes people instantly aroused with desire, wanting to press it down and rub it on the ground. However, the lower half of its body is somewhat chilling, a huge and hideous spider body, 8 spider legs shining with metallic luster, its ferocity fully displayed. Mutated ghost face spider queen, Lord. Detailed explanation: Lord-level ghost face spider, possessing powerful mental control ability. Due to mutation, its body has undergone extraordinary changes, bloodline regression, rank limit increased by 270%. The spider body's flesh and tissue are extremely tough, possessing high intelligence, compound type of extreme poison, and extremely fast movement speed. Looking at the row of top configuration attributes introduction, Suen didn't need to fantasize, he definitely couldn't beat it. But he didn't intend to surrender, he raised his hand and fired 2 shots. Bang, bang. The armor-piercing alchemical bullets made 2 charred dents on the skin of the Spider Queen, and then, there was no more. The bullet heads fell to the ground, making 2 crisp sounds, clang, clang. Holy shit, its skin can block armor-piercing bullets. Seeing this, Suen's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart, this can't be killed at all. But since he had to face it sooner or later, he didn't feel any regret, his expression was as calm as ever. In an instant, he thought of something and muttered to himself, I can only try that. At this time, his 2 shots successfully attracted the attention of the Spider Queen. A strong wave of mental power hit Suen like a wave, making him feel dizzy. Even from this distance, looking at his continuously weakened mental power panel, he knew he could only hold on for a few more seconds before being completely controlled. The mental power level of this Lord Monster had completely crushed him. At this moment, the scenes in his eyes alternated between reality and illusion. One moment it was a dirty monster cave, the next it was a paradise that fulfilled all human fantasies. Everywhere he looked there were beautiful. His body also quickly became hot, his lower abdomen was already so restless that he couldn't suppress it with reason, that urgent need to unleash the power of the wild, made his will collapse rapidly. Suen felt his consciousness gradually becoming confused, the evil arc at the corner of his mouth getting higher and higher. It's a life or death gamble. It wasn't completely unexpected, he just didn't think he would really have to use this last resort. While he still had a bit of reason left, he didn't hesitate at all, his right hand took out a potion and jabbed it into his neck. At the same time, he raised his left hand, made a grabbing motion in the air, the steel wire in the mechanical glove quickly retracted, and with a whoosh, it grabbed an item soaked in the sewage not far away. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a big black scythe. At the same time, the last bit of reason in his eyes disappeared, completely turning blood red. It was at this moment of losing his reason that the bursting lust was instantly suppressed. At this moment, with the black scythe in hand, Suen was like the god of death descending. Chapter 73, Just a Knife. Actually, Suen had already found the black scythe lying in the sewage when he was setting up the layout for the assassins who would come later. In the midst of his surprise, he used the all-knowing eye to take a look at this legendary forbidden item and suddenly felt. How should I put it? It's quite troublesome. He had heard of the name of this forbidden item before, knowing that this scythe had extremely strong killing power and could break through anything. But no outsider knew that its curse was even more powerful. Nocturnal Black Scythe of Hypnos. Quality, legendary. Description, it is indestructible and can break through anything, but be careful, as it may cut off your head in your sleep. Curse, using the scythe can create long-range slashes that tear through space, causing a 1/2 halves effect on any material whose law level is not higher than the scythe's sharpness limit. However, within an hour, the user's body will suffer 80% of the damage from that slash. Even if the scythe is no longer with them, the blade will silently cut through space. The more frequently it is used in a short period of time, the greater the power of the slash and the shorter the backlash time. Explanation: a super cursed item created by ancient alchemists using the alchemical laws. These items generally have some of the effects of artifacts, but they follow the law of equivalent exchange. The more powerful the cursed item, the stronger the negative effects. They can be used as materials for advancing to higher level professions. Note: artifact forbidden item, cursed item, ordinary alchemical item. In fact, a forbidden item is actually a more powerful cursed item. Usually, their curse characteristics are uncontrollable, so most of the time, those super cursed items are sealed to prevent the overflowing curse characteristics from affecting others or things around them. When Suen saw the attributes of this scythe, the first thing that came to his mind was, killing 1,000 enemies, injuring oneself 800 times. Clearly, it was a super powerful weapon, but with such a curse, it immediately became a suicide bomb that would kill both the enemy and the user. Now that he had been living in this world for a long time, he also had some understanding of curse characteristics. It seemed that because the alchemists did not have faith in deities, they relied only on their own power and the power of natural substances. Therefore, certain high-level law powers that surpassed the user's current comprehension level could not be directly used. Therefore, those ancient alchemists came up with the idea of using the law of equivalent exchange to forcefully activate these powerful forces. Alchemists believe that everything has a price, and the use of power is no exception. The higher the level of power used, the corresponding backlash must be endured. Thinking about it later, Suen also felt that it made sense. Otherwise, how could a first-level professional casually slash through space? Even artifacts can only be used by those who have comprehended high-level laws. So, this black scythe was also his last resort. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't plan to use this thing to gamble with his life. Now suddenly encountering such a lord-level spider queen, unable to even move with alchemical bullets, it was already a situation where Suen believed he would die. He didn't think he had any means to deal with it other than the black scythe. But there was no regret. As long as he still had the forbidden item scythe in mind, he would eventually come to the sewer. As long as he came, he would eventually be ambushed by the spider queen. Before, he didn't know the situation in this underground cave, and he thought that maybe he would have the ability to take the scythe when he reached the second level. But now, even if he reached the second level, he was afraid he would only be giving his head to the spider queen. Just like the second level assassin before. On the contrary, this time, someone helped him step on a landmine, and the timing, location, and people were just right, allowing him to obtain the scythe and have a chance to gamble. At this moment, Suen knew he was no match, but he decisively chose to gamble with his life. Why did I say again? It seems like it's not the first time, and he didn't feel anything wrong with it himself. With the black scythe in hand, he infused it with dark spiritual power, and the blade instantly ignited a layer of flickering ghost fire. Suen clearly felt a powerful force being controlled in his hand, as if he could tear through space with a light swipe of the scythe. A sense of dominance over the world suddenly arose. But even though he was the owner of this black scythe, the sharpness of the blade made him feel a chill in his heart, as if it was a tiger that would devour its master, and he could accidentally suffer backlash. With the large scythe in hand, Suen's whole demeanor suddenly became sinister and terrifying, like a demon that had just walked out of the gates of hell. He tilted his head and looked at the scythe in his hand, licked his lips, seemingly enjoying the feeling of controlling such a powerful force. With a weapon in hand, evil arises from the heart. At this moment, the red eyes of Suen, with a fierce smile on his face, stared at the spider queen not far away and said, "Hee hee." The spider queen, who used to rule the clan, instinctively felt a deadly crisis when she was stared at by this sinister gaze. And at this moment, Suen suddenly pushed off the ground with his feet and rushed towards the spider queen. Red light burst from the spider queen's eyes, but it did not hinder his charge at all. That beautiful face instantly showed confusion, as if she was shocked why her mental control did not work on this person. Clearly, he was much weaker than the human he had just killed. Looking at the black scythe, it gradually showed fear on its face as well. After all, it was Eerie. The spider queen could feel that the scythe was very dangerous and instinctively did not want to touch it. But after all, it was Eerie, and it didn't know what dangers the scythe held. Suen, with his red eyes, was as swift as a cheetah, reaching the distance of 100 meters in an instant. Faced with the ghost-faced spiders that were closing in on him, he showed no fear, only a crazed desire to kill. He was covered in cold flames that were even more intense than before, with a scythe in one hand and a firearm in the other. Charging into the spider swarm, it was as if he had entered a realm without anyone. When he was about 20 or 30 meters away from the spider queen, this mutant lord also sensed danger. She spat out spider silk to block in front of her, and the sharp spider spear stabbed forward. As long as the human rushed up, he would definitely be pierced with several bloody holes. But what she didn't expect was that suddenly, red-eyed Suen stopped. A smirk appeared on his face, and then he raised his hand and swung his scythe without hesitation. In that instant, it seemed as if time had slowed down 100 times. The black scythe slowly fell, and the black fire on the blade made the void ripple. The blade vibrated at a high frequency, as if it had torn a crack on God's canvas, revealing a void that made people see the nothingness of the world. And the next second, an even stranger scene occurred. Tens of meters away, the spider queen sensed danger and wanted to block with her spider spear. But suddenly, a void crack appeared near her neck. Without giving her any time to react, the crack disappeared in a flash, and a head with a shocked expression fell to the ground with a thud. Green blood gushed out from the headless body of the spider queen, spraying several meters high. The ghost-faced spider queen, whose defense couldn't be broken by alchemical bullets, was easily beheaded by the black scythe. Just one strike, only one strike. The elite monsters and small monsters on the side were completely panicked. Seeing their lord being killed, these ghost-faced spiders, who were not very intelligent, lost their organization and instantly became chaotic. Their instinct for survival made them feel that this place was dangerous, that human was dangerous. They wanted to escape. After a moment of chaos, they rushed into the tunnels deep in the cave like a tide. But a few moments later, in the vast space, except for those spiders with broken legs struggling in the pile of corpses, no intact spider was seen. After using the power of the black scythe for the first time, red-eyed Suen had a look of insatiable greed on his face. He looked at the body of the Spider Queen, tilted his head, seemingly not satisfied. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he turned his head sharply and looked at the only other living person in this space, Rena. Like a wolf seeing its prey, the killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. There's one more. Red-eyed Suen let out a strange laugh, just about to rush over, but suddenly something happened. He suddenly held his head and showed an extremely painful expression, letting out a suppressed roar like a beast. It was a kind of frenzy, as if he had finally gained freedom, but was forcibly dragged back and locked up. Frenzy, rationality, his face alternated between red and white. As the potion continued to take effect, waves of coldness washed over his frenzy, and rationality gradually took the upper hand. The red light in Suen's eyes quickly faded, and then clarity was restored. Huff, huff, huff. Suen was panting heavily, his chest heaving. He was like someone who had just been fished out of the water, his back soaked with sweat. He rubbed his slightly aching temples, his face returned to normal, as if the hysterical struggle that had just occurred on him had never happened. The advanced calming potion seems to be a bit forced. Next time I have to ask that mysterious pharmacist if there's anything better. Muttering to himself, Suen turned to look at the headless body of the Spider Queen not far away. Then he looked at the still alive Miss Bait. He finally let out a sigh of relief and muttered, "Not bad, the timing was just right. The bait wasn't killed by that guy." Chapter 74, Dark Gold Material. Suen looked a bit weak, but it couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. Almost 100% of the Lord-level monsters would drop materials of silver quality or higher, with a high chance of gold. Looking at the glowing corpse of the Spider Queen, Suen felt like he had found a pile of gold. Wow, it really dropped high-level cursed materials. This was his first time killing monsters and obtaining high-level materials. The corpse of this Lord-level monster emitted a special aura from the cursed materials, which was the luster of cursed materials. Spider silk, venom sacs, skin, skull, blood, bones, even the internal organs, although they couldn't be used as implant materials, were all very advanced and rare alchemical materials. What Suen cared most about were the spider legs needed for his 8-armed spider god spear. Originally, he only hoped to buy 8 silver spider leg materials and assemble them together, which would have satisfied him. Gold was even harder to come by. Unexpectedly, he now had a complete set of spider legs. Hey, these spider legs are actually dark gold quality. The 8 dark golden spider legs on the Spider Queen's corpse made Suen unable to look away. Dark gold was an extremely rare material that was half a tier higher than gold. Even the top auction houses in the inner city might not see it for years. This was truly priceless. The structure was intact, sturdy, tough, with barbs, hooks, and natural magic patterns. Almost every aspect met the requirements of the blueprint, or even exceeded them. At first glance, Suen felt that this was probably the most suitable material for the blueprint of the 8-armed spider god spear. Although this trip to the underground dungeon was risky, just obtaining these materials made it worth it. What kind of mutation happened to this Lord-level monster that allowed it to produce such high-quality distorted limbs? While pleasantly surprised by the harvest, Suen also felt that something was amiss. The appearance of a Lord-level monster in the first-tier distorted monster group was already very low in probability. Now, the degree of mutation in this Lord-level monster was so exaggerated, making him wonder what had happened in this underground area. At this moment, Suen looked at the mist on the Spider Queen's corpse and swallowed it without thinking. After all, it was a highly intelligent distorted monster, and the fragments of the Queen's memory contained some information that humans could discern. Obtained distorted ghost-faced Spider Queen memory fragments 2. You have obtained some information, terrifying presence in the water pit, do not approach. You have comprehended intermediate spider climbing. Spirit power plus 3.5. There wasn't much in the memory fragments of the Spider Queen, but they were all very practical. The intermediate spider climbing skill was very suitable for Suen, and it could even be said to be an exclusive skill. Once he integrated the spider spear implant, this skill would immediately come in handy. Ignoring obstacles, hanging and climbing, rapid displacement, essential skills for escaping and pursuing. And the surge in spirit power by 3.5 was equivalent to the spiritual strength of nearly 10 Rosa assistants at the pseudo-second-tier profession. After the surge, he felt refreshed and his perception became much clearer. However, the last piece of information made Suen frown and analyzed in his mind. There is a huge water pool in the sewer, and in the water pool, there is a terrifying presence that even this Lord-level monster fears? A giant tentacled predator, could it be a distorted octopus monster? Although everyone knew that the underground of Old Lingdun was a paradise for distorted monsters, after seeing this information, Suen felt that things were probably worse than he thought. The mutations caused by the environment might have given birth to many terrifying monsters. However, he didn't dwell on it. If he could survive this trip, he probably wouldn't willingly come to the dungeon again. After collecting the cursed materials from the Spider Queen, Suen went to the body of the assassin that was no longer in human form and looted some spoils. Unfortunately, killing monsters took some time, and the soul had already dissipated a lot, so he didn't harvest anything valuable except for some proficiency. The items carried by the body were worth a lot of money: second-tier implants, weapons, mechanical equipment, potions, a wide range of combat items. However, most of these spoils couldn't be easily converted into cash. If these items were to appear on the black market and be recognized, it would immediately reveal a lot of useful information to those who were interested. Suen didn't want everything he did in the dungeon to become public knowledge. After looting the assassin, Suen went to the pile of spider monster corpses and harvested a few pieces of spider monster fragments, gaining some experience points for spider climbing. Then, he flipped over the pile of corpses and found Daniel's broken body. Previously, after killing this guy, I hastily stripped his soul, but his storage ring and other things are still on the body. I have to say, after harvesting Rosa's soul fragments before, there is a lot of knowledge overlap when harvesting Daniel's. After all, they are both teaching assistants at the Black Tower Academy, and they have overlapping knowledge in many fields. But the advantage is that the knowledge of the two teaching assistants complements each other, and Suen has become more proficient in certain knowledge. The spoils from Daniel's body cannot be exposed or cached. This is quite annoying. The process of looting the spoils is always enjoyable. After doing all this, Suen finally thought of his own trouble. He didn't forget that using the Night Reaper of Sanus comes at a painful price. It's satisfying to kill monsters instantly, but he will have to endure 80% of the backlash. Suen sighed helplessly and estimated the size of the wound on the queen's body, calculating in his mind. According to the calculation, the damage from the previous attack should backlash to the body in about an hour. If it cuts the head or heart, it will almost trigger instant death. It means there is at least a 10–30% chance of death. Well, it's not too bad. He estimated his chances of survival and was quite optimistic. After all, exchanging a situation of certain death for a 60–70% chance of survival is already a big gain. But then he faced a big problem, which is how to deal with the wounds that will appear in the future. Those terrifying lacerations will randomly appear on his body, and it would be easy to lose a hand or a foot, but if it cuts through internal organs, that would be bad. If not handled properly, although he won't die on the spot, he won't live long either. The actual death rate is higher than he calculated. Suen thought of the advanced healing potions he brought, but then shook his head. These lacerations, advanced healing potions probably have limited effect. Surgery is the most direct treatment method. If there were cutting-edge medical equipment, maybe the chances of survival would be higher. Unfortunately, this is the sewer, and there is no time to go to the hospital in an hour. Moreover, those crude clinics and mediocre doctors in the outer city probably wouldn't be able to handle such serious injuries. Oh, didn't Rosa and Daniel, the two teaching assistants, have some medical equipment in their storage rings? Suen suddenly thought of something and quickly looked through the storage rings that were taken as spoils. Sure enough, he saw several high-end medical emergency devices. There were surgical instrument sets, simple operating beds, blood transfusion and oxygen supply equipment, all kinds of emergency equipment. They were probably carried in the storage rings of the two teaching assistants for emergency treatment of injured students during trials. They were the top medical equipment in the inner city. But when Suen saw these good things, he was happy for a moment, but then hesitated. He muttered, I do know some basic first aid, but I can't stitch myself up, right? What if the injury is in a special place and I can't move my hands? Then I would just wait for death. Thinking of this, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Isn't there still someone else? At this moment, Miss Rena, who was used as bait, had been listening for a long time without any movement. Finally, she couldn't help but cautiously ask, "Mr. Suen, are you still there?" Upon hearing this, Suen raised an eyebrow slightly. Rina was given permission and finally took off her blindfold. Her body was covered in sticky spider webs, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she couldn't wait to get rid of the disgusting slime. But when she looked around, she was stunned. Piles of spider monster corpses filled her vision, with limbs and arms scattered everywhere, and green blood flowing like a river. Only the small area where she was standing still had some space to stand. Did Mr. Suen kill all these monsters? The number is too exaggerated. Although she had witnessed the intense battle just now, seeing such an exaggerated mountain of monster corpses left her speechless. Rina was about to ask what had happened when she turned her head and saw a pair of scorching eyes staring at her. Miss Bates' heart skipped a beat. She didn't remember wrongly, this was the first time the indifferent guide Mr. Suen looked at her directly. Could it be? Mr. Suen was affected. Strange images automatically popped into her mind, and Rina couldn't help but feel anxious. But at this moment, Suen didn't give her a chance to overthink. He directly asked, "Can you use these emergency medical devices?" Rina looked at the devices on the ground. Weren't these the standard battlefield emergency equipment of the academy? Although she didn't know what Suen wanted to do, she weakly replied, "I can." Upon hearing this, Suen let out a sigh of relief, then asked, "Can you handle serious injuries? Like, say, being cut in half?" Rina felt a bit guilty under his gaze. "Well, I think so." "You think?" Suen didn't like the sound of her uncertainty. This was a matter of life and death, he needed a definite answer. Seeing Suen's apparent need for a doctor, Rina added, "Actually, I'm not a combat major, I'm a medical major." She paused, then asked, "Mr. Suen, are you injured?" But upon inspection, Mr. Suen didn't seem to have any serious injuries. If it's just minor wounds, she should be able to handle it. That's what Rina thought. This girl is actually a medical major? Upon hearing this, Suen felt like a sleepy person who had just found a pillow. How good are your skills?" They're okay. Rina thought for a moment, it was something she was proud of, but she said it without confidence, I scored full marks in my medical graduation exam." "Oh, a top student?" Suen felt his chances of survival had increased. "Have you ever saved anyone in practice?" "Yes." Just as Suen was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Rina added, "Yes, in the lab." "Good, you're hired." Although Suen found this girl a bit clueless, in this dungeon, finding someone who could use these emergency equipment was a stroke of luck. Having this deadweight around finally paid off. "Hey!" Hearing the usually calm and monster-like Mr. Suen show a normal emotional fluctuation for the first time, Rina was somewhat taken aback. She asked timidly, "Mr. Suen, what can I do?" Suen said, "Save me." Chapter 75, Dr. Miss. Suen didn't stay long in this spider nest full of corpses. Although he thought that all the second-tier assassins had appeared and there should be no more killers coming, the corpses were scattered everywhere, and the smell of blood would spread far, attracting the distorted monsters from other parts of the underground. After tidying up the battlefield and covering up some necessary traces of the battle, he planned to lead Miss Bate away. Oh no! Now Rina is no longer a burden, but a useful life-saving doctor. This young lady, who has never been so embarrassed as the heiress of a wealthy family, can't stand the sticky spider webs all over her body. The wet shirt sticks to her body, making her feel a sense of shame as if she is wearing see-through clothes. But there are no conditions for cleaning here, so she can only use a towel to clean her body briefly and then ask Suen for a shirt to change into. She used to be so nervous when changing clothes before, but she doesn't know why she can change clothes so calmly this time. She probably thinks it's because she has been influenced by the guide Mr. Suen, who is as calm as a monster. Rina now finds it incredible that Mr. Suen calmly stated that he might die and asked her for help with first aid. That tone, as if he was talking about someone else. He's really a strange guy. Let's go, let's find another place. There's no time to find a way to the surface, so they can only find a relatively safe place in the underground. Suen called Rina and then slung the scythe wrapped in a rag over his shoulder. After identification, he also understood why the forbidden items could not be stored in the storage ring. The reason is that the rules contained in ordinary forbidden items are much higher than the pseudo-space rules of the storage ring. It's like a paper bag can't hold a red-hot iron ball. If a forbidden item is put into the storage ring's inferior folding space, it will immediately collapse. With this scythe in his hand, he didn't avoid Rina's meaning, nor could he avoid it. She, as the heiress of an inner-tier top family, has an incredible range of information channels. If she really wants to inquire, there is no way to hide it. The injuries on his body that are about to erupt due to backlash are too special. As long as someone has heard of the curse characteristic of the night black scythe of Hypnos, they can guess something. And the girl naturally saw the strange cloth package in Suen's hand, but she didn't show any intention to ask. She was just occasionally a little absent-minded, but she wasn't stupid, and even her inner mind was sharp. The guide Mr. Suen risked so much to save her, and she felt that she should be grateful, which was enough. As for the rest, Rina didn't think it was important at all. Suen didn't want the things that happened in the underground to cause a commotion, nor did he want everyone to know that he had saved Rina. Blocking the shape-shifting worms, ambushing Daniel, and plotting to kill the second-tier assassin, a series of events would be considered bizarre to a third party. Probably no one would believe that a small member of the outer city gang like Suen could do all this. If it really caused a commotion, there would definitely be people investigating. By then, the forbidden items, the distorted monster repellent, and his identity, everything would be impossible to hide. However, before he could speak, Rina cleverly thought of this point. She walked quietly behind Suen, just like when she came before. And suddenly, she spoke. Mr. Suen, don't worry, everything this time was caused by me. I have already caused the death of Mentor August and Assistant Rosa. I won't cause you any more trouble. The big families are used to seeing too many things like this. The lives of the lower class people are just a word in the hands of the top elites. After such a serious assassination incident, even if she didn't die, the responsibility would definitely be investigated. Bodyguards, security officers, and so on. And Suen, as a guide, would definitely be implicated. As Rina spoke, she also noticed the cloth package on Suen's shoulder. She felt that she had an obligation to keep the secret of her lifesaver. After a pause, she continued, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened here. I won't say it, and no one can force me to say it. This is our secret." Upon hearing this, Suen suddenly stopped and turned to look at the serious-faced heiress. He didn't say much, just responded with a faint smile. Rina was slightly startled by his sudden turn. Although she couldn't see Suen's face covered by a gas mask, she could tell from the details of his raised eyebrows that he was smiling. This was the first time she saw such a friendly expression on the cold guide Mr. Suen's face. Suen turned his head back and continued walking forward. This was also his purpose in risking his life to save someone. Rina's identity is very special, and as long as she is willing to help conceal it, it's not a big deal. Moreover, Suen thought that even if it was exposed, it wouldn't be a problem. The only thing he did in the underground that couldn't see the light was killing Daniel. But because he was careful enough, he could easily come up with an excuse to cover it up. Compared to saving Rina, the weight of the heiress, the lives of 100 Daniels were not as important. He was just afraid of trouble and afraid of exposing the identity of the original owner. As for this scythe, if it really gets exposed, he can just hand it over to the gang. Even if there are any problems, they won't be able to trace it back to him. This trip to the underground has gained so much knowledge and obtained the much-needed spider leg implant materials, which is already satisfying for him. Now it seems that he has unintentionally found a way out for himself by saving someone. Since Rina was willing to keep the secret, it was just what he wanted. Suen led Rina around in the underground cave for a while and found a dry abandoned sewer pipe. 3 sides of the pipe were blocked by cement walls, making it difficult for monsters to disturb them. Then he took out a temporary surgical frame and a pile of emergency medical equipment and placed them on the ground. Rina skillfully connected various pipes to the equipment and powered them up. Suen watched her professional technique and felt relieved. If he had to do it himself, he wouldn't understand how to operate these devices. Perhaps because they had gone through hardships together, Rina didn't seem as distant as before. She quickly assumed her role as a doctor. While preparing surgical instruments, she asked, "Mr. Suen, did you use any medication just now? I want to ask to avoid any conflicts with the medication I will use later." "A potent sedative. How many milliliters?" 10 milliliters. What? Upon hearing this, Rina suddenly stopped what she was doing, shocked. She looked at Suen incredulously. That dosage is a highly lethal dosage. How could you inject so much? I didn't die, did I? Suen smiled and didn't explain further. He was well aware of his condition, and that dosage did carry a certain risk. But if he didn't inject it, the two of them wouldn't be sitting here talking right now. Suen didn't intend to dwell on this topic and changed the subject, asking, "What should I do next?" Rina glanced at him, with an expression of helplessness as if a doctor was looking at a patient who was taking medicine randomly. She didn't ask further and instead said, "I want to confirm again, Mr. Suen, you said that a part of your body will suddenly split open, about 1 foot in size." Suen nodded, "Yes. There may be some error, but it shouldn't be significant." Rina didn't ask for the reason. She also guessed that it might be the backlash of a powerful curse. After thinking for a moment, she said, "If that's the case, I suggest setting up a life conversion alchemy array. Because I'm the only one here, I'm afraid I won't have time to stitch up the wound. With that array, even if the carotid artery and nerves are severed on a large scale, you won't die immediately." She paused and added in a less confident tone, I should be able to handle such a tricky injury." Upon hearing this, Suen was greatly surprised. "You can survive even if your neck is severed?" In his knowledge base, most of it was about combat skills, and he didn't have much knowledge in the field of medicine yet. Listening to this life maintenance alchemy array, it seemed very powerful. He asked with some anticipation, "Is it troublesome to set up this array?" If he could survive even if his neck was severed, then he felt that his chances of survival would be even greater. "It's a bit troublesome," Rina said, seemingly afraid that the patient would question her medical skills. She continued, "But that happens to be the topic of our graduation assessment in the medical department. I happen to get a perfect score." As she spoke, she took out the corresponding materials from the storage ring of the teaching assistant Rosa and explained while setting up the array, "The principle of this alchemy array is to convert physical energy into biological energy. As long as the energy is not depleted, it can continuously replenish the patient's life force." Suen listened with amazement. Could equivalent exchange be used like this? He felt that this alchemy array was very practical and definitely a life-saving tool. If he learned it, he might be able to use it in the future. However, as he looked at the materials Rina took out in a pile of curse crystals worth 11,000 riso, he suddenly realized something. He asked, "Are the materials needed for this life conversion alchemy array expensive?" "Not too expensive." Rina continued her work without stopping and casually replied, "The basic array materials cost about 100 or 200 gold crowns, and if the materials are better, the effect will be better. Then it depends on the duration of the surgery, which also consumes some curse crystals." Note: 1 gold crown equals 10,000 riso. Suen's eyelids twitched as he listened. Once again, he experienced the financial power of top conglomerates. To forcefully extend one's life with money, it was terrifying. If it weren't for the loot from the corpses they obtained during this trip to the underground cave, as a poor person like him, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to listen to this kind of array. No wonder there weren't many large hospitals in the outer city, only some small clinics. The surgery fees of several million riso were simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. "All right, Mr. Suen, you can lie on the operating table now." Suen did as he was told. But as Rina looked at his complex adventurer attire, she suddenly thought of something and a strange expression flashed across her face. She said, I suggest that you take off your equipment and clothes for the surgery. Because we're not sure where the wound will appear, it's better to." "Okay." Before she finished speaking, Suen understood what she wanted to say. He didn't show any hesitation and directly took off all his clothes, walking naked to the operating table. Rina also seemed to have entered the role of a doctor. Her cheeks blushed slightly, but it quickly disappeared. She picked up the disinfectant and began to carefully disinfect, preparing for the surgery. As she worked, this heiress of a conglomerate muttered to herself in a voice that only she could hear, "It's like dissecting a cadaver in the anatomy classroom." The wait for the curse backlash was somewhat long. Suen, a grown man, didn't feel the slightest bit awkward being naked, but the innocent young girl, Rina, was somewhat embarrassed. In order not to let the atmosphere become stiff, the two of them started to chat intermittently. Whether it was her knowledge or her upbringing, Rina, the heiress of a wealthy family, was impeccable. The conversation was quite pleasant. After this trial, Suen became interested in some aspects of the inner city. In the course of their indirect conversation, he subtly probed whether Rina knew the original owner. He had originally thought that the original owner was a top noble in the inner city, part of the upper-class society, and should be known to Rina. But to his surprise, when he asked, he discovered a big problem. Not only did Rina not know the original owner Fik Rigatti, but even, there was no Rigatti family in the inner city's upper-class society at all. Chapter 76, Musketeer Inn. Suen had been traveling through time for a while now, and he had always been cautious about being discovered as the original owner. During this time, he had actually gained some understanding of the inner city. Just like the top 500 companies in the world, many of the major families in the inner city also had industries in the outer city and were well known. But strangely enough, he had never heard of the Legia family's origins. He had thought that the original owner should come from a low-key hidden family, but he never expected to hear an unbelievable answer from Rina: there was no Legia family in the upper-class society of the inner city. This puzzled Suen. Whether it was the information on the retina or the mysterious wanted order, they all indicated that the original owner's identity was definitely not simple, and definitely not from some unknown small family. If it was a hidden family, others might not have heard of it, but as the daughter of a top financial conglomerate, Rina should have heard of it to some extent. Suen thought for a moment. In this situation, either the Legia family used a different name in the inner city, or, the original owner's identity might be even more mysterious. However, before he could think too much, Suen suddenly felt a sense of being stared at by a venomous snake, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He immediately realized what was happening and exclaimed in his heart, "They're here." Suen finally experienced the horror of being backlashed by the black scythe for the first time. He felt a slight chill in his chest, as if an invisible grim reaper had silently cut through his body with an extremely sharp blade. Before he could feel any pain, he suddenly saw blood gushing out from his chest. In an instant, his skin split open, revealing a wound about a foot long that pierced through his chest and abdomen, exposing his internal organs. Rina, who was next to him, was carefully confirming the surgical instruments for the third time when she was caught off guard and sprayed with blood. Because she had anticipated this, she looked at the wound on Suen's chest that appeared mysteriously and was only slightly panicked. She quickly activated the life conversion array by pinching the sorcerer's seal. As the hexagram array lit up with a green light, Suen felt a surge of vitality entering his body. Looking at the exaggerated wound on his chest, Suen was not shocked, but rather delighted. Compared to cutting off his head or throat, the chest was the least fatal position. And although the wound was deep, it just missed his heart and didn't go down another 2 inches to the most critical position. It could be considered extremely lucky. The rest of the surgery became thrilling but safe. Although the environment in this crude sewer was harsh, it had the best emergency medical equipment from the Black Tower Academy, as well as Rina, an intern doctor with perfect theoretical knowledge. For this type of non-lethal wound, Suen didn't even bat an eyelid. The only unexpected incident was probably the small mistake caused by Rina's nervousness. "Ah! Mr. Suen, I'm sorry, this is my first time handling a wounded person alone, and my hands are shaking a bit." "It's all right. If one time is not enough, just give a few more injections." "I'm very sorry, please bear with me. By the way, did you administer anesthesia?" "Ah! I'm sorry. I was too nervous and forgot." "Forget it, just sew it up like this. It's almost done anyway." Occasionally, Suen could use his mediocre medical knowledge to give some instructions to Rina and comfort the intern doctor who was full of guilt because of her own small mistake. Perhaps because of Suen's calmness, Rina gradually found the feeling of being a doctor and smoothly completed the second half of the surgery. Indeed, this girl's perfect score in the assessment was not obtained through connections, but through her own abilities. Half an hour later, the surgery was completed. After stitching up the wound, Rina originally wanted to give Suen a bottle of advanced recovery potion to accelerate the healing of the wound. But Suen stopped her. Now, even the shirt on Rina's body belonged to Suen, so naturally the potions did too. Suen didn't have the financial ability, and for this kind of injury, a bottle of intermediate potion was enough. The advanced ones were reserved for life-threatening situations, and it would be a waste to use them. The backlash from the sealed object was thrilling but safe, and Suen's heart finally relaxed. He didn't stay in the sewer for long. After the wound had healed a bit, he led Rina to follow the map of the route extracted from the memory of the ghost-faced spider, making their way up. There had been many cases of missing personnel on Green Street before, and Suen now knew what it was. It was the ghost-faced spider in the sewer, a distorted monster that could bewitch people's minds. The two of them followed the spider's route to the surface, and after dealing with a few foolish monsters along the way, they finally saw the lights on the street through the cracks in the sewer. With a clang sound, the manhole cover was pushed open from below. Suen climbed up and then pulled out the dirty Miss Rena. The surroundings were filled with colorful lights, and dazzling neon lights illuminated the entire block. Suen looked at Rena's wrinkled brow finally relaxing, and he was very familiar with the surroundings. It was a corner of Green Street. Finally, they were safe. Both of them let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Rena was visiting the chaotic and dirty entertainment district of the outer city for the first time. She looked timid and afraid, but couldn't help but sneak curious glances. Her beautiful black eyes blinked, reflecting everything in front of her: staggering drunks, scantily clad prostitutes, and gangs chasing after people. Everything was so fascinating. Suen was familiar with almost every corner of Green Street. He found a small corner in an alley to hide his conspicuous sickle. Rena waited quietly without peeking. But when she saw Suen climbing down from the rooftop through the drainpipe, she was prepared to be led by him to the street, but she resisted internally. She bit her lip and weakly suggested, Mr. Suen, can I find a place to take a shower first? The Green Bean Princess couldn't stand the stench on her body anymore. With her life no longer in danger, the first thing she thought of was taking a shower. Suen glanced at her and pointed to the Musketeer Inn not far away, where pink neon lights were shining, seemingly asking if it was okay. Rena looked at the obviously suggestive pink lights and bit her lip, but nodded. 10 minutes later, the door of room 304 at the Musketeer Inn was knocked. Suen had already seen the Black Panther motorcycle downstairs by the window and knew who it was. He opened the door. Qiantiao walked in quickly, her furrowed brows relaxing a bit when she saw Suen. After receiving the news that the trial team had been attacked, not only was the Cross Society in an uproar, but a large number of top professionals from the inner city had also been dispatched to search the underground dungeon. According to the surviving students, the incident had happened several hours ago. With the delay in the news, everyone thought Rena was probably in grave danger. But suddenly receiving a message from Suen, Qiantiao felt an overwhelming joy as if she had won a bet. They actually survived? How did they manage to do that? With an incredulous mood, Qiantiao rode her motorcycle at full speed to arrive. Now she finally saw living people in front of her, and her anxious heart finally calmed down. She looked around the room and saw no one but Suen. But she heard the sound of rushing water coming from the bathroom, as if someone was taking a shower. Suen looked at Qiantiao with a puzzled look and shrugged. Qianai Xiao's expression suddenly became strange. What's going on? Weren't they assassinated? Why are they taking a shower? And at this moment, the bathroom door opened, revealing a head. Rena couldn't open her eyes because her wet hair was blocking her vision. She hugged her chest with one hand, closed her eyes, and complained, Mr. Suen, why is the hot water in this hotel sometimes hot and sometimes cold? Suen responded indifferently, for an $80 hotel, having hot water is already good enough. This is the condition in the outer city. Oh! Rena was scolded and lost her temper. She hadn't noticed that there was another person in the room and continued, can you please bring me my clothes? This bathroom is too small, there isn't even a changing room. Suen. Upon hearing this, Qianai Xiao's face suddenly became very strange. She came here with the mindset of encountering a killer, but instead of seeing the enemy, she witnessed this scene. What is going on? Seeing Qianai Xiao's puzzled expression again, Suen spread his hands and explained, just came out from the sewer. This young lady found it dirty, so she came to take a shower first. Qianai Xiao's curiosity about Suen instantly disappeared when she realized it was him. She naturally trusted the person she had chosen. And at this moment, another puzzled head popped out near the bathroom door as Suen seemed to be talking to someone else. Rena rubbed her eyes and saw Qiantiao, her face suddenly showing joy. Auntie. After seeing a loved one in such dire circumstances, this girl was so excited that she almost forgot she was naked and almost ran out like that. Qiantiao looked at the unharmed young lady and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ah! Auntie Qiantiao, will your clothes be too loose if I wear them? They seem a bit revealing. What should we do then? Can I borrow another piece of clothing from Mr. Suen? Another one. After taking a shower, Rena, the young miss, finally felt fully revived. Jiantiao looked at Rina wearing a men's shirt, with her long legs exposed and wet hair, and sighed, "Isn't this revealing enough?" But she didn't mind. She was just very puzzled. How did these two become so familiar in such a short time in this world? They were not strangers in the room, and the three of them began to exchange information. Suen briefly explained what had happened in the underground dungeon. Everyone knew about the events before killing Jack, so they all spoke truthfully. As for what happened after killing Jack, they avoided the important and focused on the trivial. He didn't mention encountering Daniel, the second-tier assassin, or the Spider Queen and the sealed creature. He only said that they were searching for an exit and happened to come across Rina, the lost lady, who led them out. As for how she escaped from the pursuit of the shape-shifting worms, that was for Rina to explain herself. Rina, the young lady, was very cooperative throughout, only saying one sentence, "Yes, that's right," just as Mr. Suen said. Whenever she encountered something vague, she chose to feign amnesia. "Ah, I'm too nervous, I forgot." Listening to this story full of holes, Jiantiao wore a helpless expression the entire time. Although she guessed that things might not be so simple, she didn't ask further. The fact that this young lady was still alive was the greatest fortune. No matter what Suen had done during the process, he was the greatest contributor. After their collaborated testimony, Jiantiao gave Suen a definite answer. She and the high-level members of the Cross Society would handle this incident. Suen, the guide, would be an irrelevant invisible man. This was exactly the outcome Suen wanted. He had managed to keep the scythe, obtained the implant materials, and the future looked promising. He didn't want to change his identity now. Chapter 77, Some Aftermath Matters. Jiantiao led Rina out of the fire gun inn. Having gotten rid of such a hot potato, Suen also felt relieved. He didn't expect that a normal trial guide mission would cause so many accidents. After several fierce battles and more than 10 wounds of varying sizes, he felt exhausted. Thinking that Jiantiao and the guild officials would handle everything, he didn't have much to do, so he decided to rest in the inn for the night. However, he didn't stay in room 304, but opened a new room next door. Just in case something happened and someone traced him, he would have room to react. The next day, Suen woke up on time from his meditation due to his biological clock. He looked at the time and realized it was time for the daily street patrol. Without much to prepare, he checked the bullets in his gun and walked out the door. There were no signs of anyone breaking into room 304 next door, so he thought things should have been resolved properly. At exactly 7 o'clock, at the abandoned building, the members of the Cross Society responsible for Green Street had already gathered together. Suen greeted a few old birds and squatted on the roadside to listen to their chat. "Hey, did you guys know? I heard something big happened at the Tube building yesterday. Many professionals from the inner city came, and it was quite a scene." "I heard about it too. I heard that dozens of transport vehicles came, and it seemed like they were going to war. Hey, do you guys know why? Could it be that there was a powerful mutant monster in the underground dungeon?" "Not sure. I heard that the incident had a high level of confidentiality, and several guild officials went there." Suen listened on the side without saying a word. Not many people knew about Suen acting as a guide for the Black Tower Academy's trial team, and with such a big accident happening, the news had been kept under wraps. No one knew that Suen, one of the people involved, was squatting next to them. Before long, Captain K also hurriedly arrived on his motorcycle. This was the first time Suen remembered K being late. He explained that he had just returned from headquarters. Without saying much, the group started their daily street patrol. The guild members still flirted and joked with the street girls as carefree as ever, then walked through the bar street and the casino street. Kay took the opportunity to walk side by side with Suen and said apologetically, "Sorry, brother. I didn't expect this matter to cause such a big mess." "It's all right." Suen smiled. Kay did have good intentions. If nothing unexpected happened during this mission, it would be a good opportunity to make money. Kay seemed to be unaware of the full story and thought that Suen was just a bystander in the incident. He pouted and said, "Those wealthy magnates in the inner city are getting more ruthless. I heard that this time it was because of a family feud. They sent assassins to kill a student, which disturbed the young masters and misses of the trial team, causing such a big commotion. Luckily, nothing major happened. Otherwise, if it happened on Green Street, we would have been implicated too." "Yet." Suen nodded in agreement without explaining. Probably because the top-tier consortiums didn't want the scandal to spread, not even Kay knew that it was the daughter of the Reyes family who was targeted for assassination. And this time, 2 students and 3 accompanying mentors died, but the news didn't leak out. When Kay said this, he also felt bored. Forget it, let's not talk about it. The higher-ups of the guild don't want us to discuss these things too much. After a pause, he looked at Suen and asked, Brother, are you still going to the Crimson Stronghold? Suen nodded with a smile, yes. I received news that tonight's gladiatorial fight at the Crimson Stronghold will be lively. I definitely have to go and see. Kay pouted, looking disappointed, and said, I probably won't be able to go. The officials said that there might be a big upheaval because of yesterday's incident, so they asked me to stay in the district. Suen and Kay were already quite familiar with each other, so they spoke without any barriers. Suen even said teasingly, oh, then you go on your street patrol, and I'll go watch the gladiatorial fight, okay? Kay rolled his eyes. This was the trouble of being a captain, there were so many things to deal with. This was also the reason why Suen refused when Kay said he wanted to recommend him as the vice-captain, so that he could become the captain in the future. Suen was already a regular customer at the arena. He walked familiarly into the casino and greeted some familiar gamblers before arriving at his usual spot next to the octagonal cage. Listening to the advance information revealed by the betting girls, he learned that there would be professional gladiatorial fights tonight, and there would be 3 consecutive matches. It was said that the gladiators were from the inner city. Others didn't know the reason, they just wanted to watch the excitement. But Suen guessed that after the failed assassination of Rina, the high-level members of the Reyes family had started a purge. And with this kind of excitement, it would probably last for a long time. Then it was the repetition of work every day, placing bets, shouting, and reaping. Suen didn't know why, but he wasn't very interested in watching the matches today. Later, he realized that it was probably because he had lost interest in reaping from the corpses. In the underground dungeon, he reaped the souls of 2 Black Tower Academy assistants, a second-tier professional, and an elite student, gaining a lot of knowledge. Compared to those high-quality fragments, the power increase that the arena could bring him, even as a professional, was not much. It was like winning the 5 million jackpot a few times and then winning a few hundred or thousand prizes. It was hard to get excited. But as he continued to gamble, Suen felt his arm being embraced by a gentle touch. He turned his head and saw a gambling addict woman with a face full of excitement leaning towards him. Without any hesitation, she boldly hugged Suen's shoulder and asked, Suen, which side do you think will win the next match? Suen didn't mind and replied, I bet on the red side. Upon hearing this, the woman called the betting attendant and shouted, red side, 10,000. Suen was already used to it. This gambling addict woman probably wanted to try her mysterious gambling technique again. While the arena match hadn't started yet, the woman took out a well-crafted silver mechanical box and handed it to Suen, saying, Here, take it. Suen looked at her with confusion but still accepted the box. It was heavy in his hands, as if it contained something valuable. The woman explained, It's a thank you gift from Rina. She thanked you for taking care of her in the underground dungeon. Oh. Suen listened and suddenly realized. He was also curious about what kind of gift a top-class heiress like Rina would give. He was about to open it, but the woman stopped him with a firm grip. She leaned in close and whispered, If you open it here and let people know you have this thing, you'll probably end up dead on the street tomorrow. The consequences were so severe. Upon hearing this, Suen became even more curious about what was inside the box. Although he didn't know what it was definitely valuable. However, it seemed that beating around the bush was not the woman's style. She directly revealed what the gift in the box was and said, That girl doesn't know how to choose gifts. If these 2 famous guns appear in the outer city, who knows how many murders will occur. Famous guns. Suen's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, Oh, that girl is quite thoughtful. If she had given him something else, he would have thought it was unnecessary. But for a gunman, famous guns indeed had an inexplicable attraction. Moreover, these were firearms that even the gambling addict woman valued so much. They must be extraordinary. At this moment, the woman took out another box. This time, she didn't hide it and directly opened a corner of the box, revealing a stack of green banknotes, saying, This is 500,000 in cash. It's also a thank you gift. After a pause, she added, The young master of the Leonard family, Charlie, sent someone to ask if you were interested in becoming his personal bodyguard in the inner city. Suen looked at the box of money and immediately thought of the chubby student who looked like Michelin. That guy who knew how to handle things would never disappoint. Suen accepted the box of money with a smile and said, "I'll take the gift, but being a bodyguard is not for me." The woman raised an eyebrow and said, "I knew you weren't interested, so I rejected it for you. Being a bodyguard in the inner city is not as good as following me." Suen smiled and didn't say anything. He had previously thought that the woman was just a gang member, but now that he knew she was Rina's aunt, he realized that this big shot's background was not simple either. But he didn't ask any further. This matter didn't need to be asked to be guessed. It was probably related to some unpleasant past of the woman. At this time, the arena match had already ended. The blue side won, contrary to Suen's guess. The woman lost 10,000 yuan, pouted, and then turned to Suen, asking, "What will you bet on in the next match?" Suen knew he couldn't persuade her, so he directly replied, "Still the red side." Upon hearing this, the woman raised an eyebrow and beckoned to the betting attendant, doubling her bet on the blue side, saying, "Blue side, 20,000. Suen looked at her helplessly. This gambling addict woman's mystical gambling technique was at work again. She probably wanted to go against the unlucky guy. During the break, the woman said, "Things have been roughly taken care of, and you don't have to worry about anything." Rina took care of everything herself and sent people to clean up the traces in the underground dungeon. However, there was a little trouble during the cleaning process. Terrifying distorted monsters emerged from the underground, causing some casualties. The entrance to the basement of the apartment building has also been sealed off, preventing anyone from getting close. "Okay." Suen breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. The fact that he killed Jack was not exposed, and no one from the inner city came to question him. This was the ideal outcome. From now on, he would still be a member of the Green Street Gang, a small transparent under Captain K. At this point, Qiantiao glanced at Suen with a slightly teasing look and said, "It is said that in the elite class of the Black Tower Academy, an old second-order instructor and 2 quasi-second-order assistants died in the underground dungeon. So some people speculate that there is at least a second-order professional among the assassins. But they still couldn't kill Rina." Suen listened with a calm expression, as if he had no connection at all. It was normal for outsiders to speculate on this point. As long as those assassins were not fools, they must have been confident before taking action, so there must be a second-order professional involved. But the fact that the assassins were so well prepared and still couldn't kill Rina made this matter mysterious. Qiantia retracted his probing gaze, seeming to not care about the truth, and smiled slightly. "Now, high-level aberrant monsters have been found in the dungeon, so everyone has concluded that the problem lies with those monsters." "Oh." Suen also pretended to suddenly understand. Thinking about it, no one would probably believe that an ordinary member of an outer city gang could deal with a killer group that had at least a second-order expert, even if he was a firearms expert. This way, the blame could be shifted to the monsters, and the logical loopholes in the situation were also filled. Chapter 78, Blue Ghost and Thunder Snake. Accompanied by Qiantiao for a night of gladiatorial gambling, this gambling-addicted woman lost all her money and left. Her metaphysical gambling skills once again proved that gambling is a dead end. Suen, on the other hand, was in a good mood. Although he lost a few thousand lesuo, the gratitude gifts from Rina and the fat guy Charlie were already a big profit. In the morning, Suen treated Qiantiao, this poor boss, to breakfast and sent off this boss who had agreed to gamble again in the future. Suen then found a hotel and wanted to see what was special about the gun Rina had given him. In the sealed room, Suen opened the alloy metal box, entered the password, and heard a crisp sound of metal gears biting. Seeing the 2 runic pistols in the box, Suen finally understood why boss Qiantiao had said those hidden wealth words. The recognition of these 2 guns was extremely high, with a strong cyberpunk technology style, low-key yet luxurious. They were the kind of guns that people could tell at a glance that they were of high quality and valuable, with a steady style. 1 black and 1 blue, the gun bodies were engraved with advanced runes that balanced aesthetics and practicality. Blue Ghost and Thunder Snake. Suen looked at the inscriptions on the gun bodies, his pupils slightly narrowed. Having exclusive names meant that they were named guns. The definition of named guns was that they were made by a famous gunsmith and were unique. These firearms were different from mass-produced goods in terms of materials, design, handcrafted enchantments, and runes. Some of their unique craftsmanship meant that they could not be mass-produced, and it also meant that these firearms had certain special functions. There was also an identification certificate labeled Markshin Firearms Workshop and technical parameter instructions for the two guns in the mechanical box. Suen had heard of the late Master Markshin, a top figure in gunsmithing, who dedicated his life to forging fine firearms. Because this master had passed away and his works were few, every one of his remaining works would cause a frenzy in the market. Those fine firearms were also the artifacts that all firearms enthusiasts dreamed of. Suen raised an eyebrow slightly. This gift was not light. This was a top luxury item that was almost impossible for people from the outer city to come into contact with. Perhaps only the kind of financial conglomerate like Rina's family could take out two guns as a thank you gift at once. Thunder Snake. Details: the gun body is made of Hg nickel-based alloy, weighing 3.3 kilograms. The gun body is engraved with level 2 stable runes, level 3 sturdy runes, and residual shock energy recovery runes. The entire gun is enchanted with advanced elemental conduction, dust-free enchantment, and anti-oxidation enchantment. This firearm has a plus 20% firing speed, plus 135% accuracy, and plus 50% initial bullet velocity compared to the benchmark. It can be loaded with level 3 high explosive shells, and the effective range with regular bullets is 300 meters, with alchemical bullets reaching 600 meters. Blue Ghost. Details: weighs 2.5 kilograms. The gun body is engraved with level 2 stable runes, level I cooling runes, level 2 sturdy runes, and special grade permanent runes, intermediate elemental conduction enchantment, dust-free enchantment, and high-level wind element rifling magic pattern. This firearm has a plus 110% firing speed, plus 40% accuracy, and 75% recoil compared to the benchmark. It can be loaded with standard ammunition, with a record of firing 700 rounds without jamming, and alchemical bullet rapid fire test rating of A+. These attributes are so strong, and this is still a handgun. Suen looked at the technical parameters of the two guns and couldn't help but feel a sense of attachment. He himself was now a mechanic who had mastered basic mechanical proficiency, and he could also modify and manufacture ordinary firearms. So when he saw the attributes of these two firearms, he was shocked. The attributes of these two runic pistols were not just outstanding, they were simply excellent. Thunder Snake was a large-caliber super-powered handgun, which could be called a hand sniper without any problem. The blessing of advanced runes gave it the power and range of a regular sniper rifle. The effective range of a conventional handgun was only 50-100 meters, but this gun reached 300 meters, and it was even more powerful when loaded with alchemical bullets. On the other hand, Blue Ghost was a high-speed firearm, accurate, fast-firing, and with very little recoil, which was the only drawback of this firearm. The data of this thing was so exaggerated that it was no different from a regular light machine gun. The specially made extended magazine could definitely double the firepower of the gunner. After not daring to use the three-headed ghost, Suen was worried that he didn't have a runic pistol that suited him, but now these two were just right. One with great power, one with rapid fire, it was simply a perfect match. These two guns were even a grade or two higher than the two that the fat guy gave him in the underground dungeon. They were clearly high-level runic firearms worthy of being collectibles. Moreover, besides the two handguns in the mechanical box, there were also neatly arranged boxes of alchemical bullets. Suen gently stroked the bullets in the box, as if caressing the delicate skin of a peerless beauty. He didn't have the slightest fluctuation in his heart when the fat guy gave him the 500,000, but looking at these two guns that Rina gave him, he really liked them. Not to mention that there were several boxes of alchemical bullets, which were probably worth over $1 million. The two named guns were even more valuable and couldn't be bought with money. Miss Rina is so considerate. But the luxurious appearance of these guns is also a problem. Suen looked at the two high-value firearms and thought of something. He didn't have any collectibles here, guns were meant to be used. But it was too eye-catching to have them hanging on his waist like this. As a small gangster, he didn't deserve such top-notch firearms. Although he couldn't manufacture firearms of this level yet, it was no problem to make slight modifications, like making them look old and painting them. Suen finally understood that Rina had carefully selected these two seemingly ordinary-looking rune guns before sending them. She probably guessed that it would be inconvenient to carry them, so she wanted him to modify them for his convenience. When Suen came out of the bearded mechanic shop on Green Street, it was almost 10 o'clock. By the time he came out, the gun holsters under his windbreaker had been replaced with two slightly different-looking, old and worn firearms. The runes on the guns, which originally looked high-end, were covered with paint, concealing their sharpness and making them look ordinary. He tried the guns at the shooting range, and they felt surprisingly good. As their names suggested, the Green Ghost was a rapid-fire gun that emitted green ghostly flames from the muzzle. It could fire hundreds of rounds without getting hot and never jammed. The Thunder Snake was a sniper rifle that shot like a flash of lightning, accurate and deadly. Suen finally experienced the power of money. With the dual guns in his hands, his combat power increased significantly. Now that he had money, Suen also wanted to get himself a motorcycle for transportation. It was inconvenient to take the bus every time. Coincidentally, the owner of the mechanic shop, Wright, had just finished modifying a heavy-duty motorcycle using old military parts from the inner city. Suen bought it for over 20,000 lassu. Firearms, leather jackets, motorcycles. Now he had everything, the standard equipment for a veteran gangster. Calculating the time, today was the day to move into the house. Suen was tired of the environment in cheap hotels and urgently needed a private and stable place to make puppets and practice some alchemy with significant movements. Before long, he rode his motorcycle to the small Western-style house at 88 Ginkgo Street. The landlord, Green, still greeted him with a smiling face, showing no signs that he had just rented out a haunted house where people had died. Perhaps because the money had already been paid, and the contract couldn't be revoked, this fat man no longer concealed the fact that people had died here. I heard that someone died in this house before. Oh, dear sir, as you know, too much dark spiritual power is a disaster for ordinary people. I think it was just an accident. And, don't you happen to need this dark spiritual power? The small house had been cleaned up. The first floor had a living room, dining room, fireplace, and a maid's room. The second floor had a bedroom and a study, a very standard layout. Although the furniture was a bit old, there were no signs of anyone using them. There was also the spacious basement that could be used as a shooting range and laboratory. Considering the price and the environment, it was really impeccable. After all, more than one person had died in this house. Suen asked Green to accompany him and carefully visited every room. Whenever he had doubts, he quietly used his all-knowing eye to scan, but he didn't find anything unusual. Except for the higher concentration of dark spiritual power in the basement, which could cause people to deform, Suen couldn't find any fatal factors. Could it be that he was overthinking? Rarely finding such a suitable property, Suen didn't plan to give up just because people had died here. He took the keys and rested in the house for the whole day. Still, he didn't find anything unusual. At night, Suen asked for leave from Kay and didn't go on patrol on Green Street. He had something very important to do now, which was to turn the spider leg materials and blueprints into alchemical implants and officially become an alchemist. Turning curse materials into alchemical implants required complex enchantments and alchemical conversion processes. With Suen's current level of intermediate forging, he could only handle black iron level materials and had a high chance of failure. Originally, he thought he could get some silver spider leg materials and then find a decent alchemy shop to customize his 8-armed spider god spear. But now, the materials were too good, which made him hesitate. Materials of silver and gold quality could still be found in the outer city for alchemical refinement. However, for dark gold curse materials, extremely high-end enchantments, runes, and refining techniques were required. This demanded a high level of comprehensive skills from alchemists. Even master-level proficiency was needed to ensure that the materials wouldn't be scrapped. In the entire Old Lingdun, there were only a few alchemists who reached the master level, and those talents were often offered by the major families in the inner city. There were even fewer in the outer city, and even the alchemists in the 3 major gangs could only barely reach the expert level. Suen only had this one set of queen spider legs and didn't dare to try randomly. So, he planned to go to the black market and inquire about any news of master-level craftsmen in the outer city. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no intention of using his meager connections to seek out that wealthy woman Rena. Chapter 79, Mr. Hay. Suen felt that the money he spent was worth it. Riding his small motorcycle, he arrived at the bird district in the North City, saving him half an hour compared to taking the intercity train. He parked his motorcycle in the parking lot guarded by the local gang and went to the underground Shadow Alley. The black market in Shadow Alley not only sells various illicit alchemical materials but also serves as a gathering place for information in the outer city. Here, one can find relevant information about many professionals and even some powerful professionals who dare not show their faces. Since he had been here many times before, Suen was familiar with the place and went directly to the information shop that posted hiring commission tasks. As he passed by the bulletin board, Suen glanced at it. The original owner's missing person notice was still hanging there, and the reward had increased. The clues provided were now worth 200,000 Lesuo. Since he learned from Rina that there was no original owner's Legia family in the inner city, he always felt something strange when looking at this wanted order. Who is it that is wanted by the original owner? Suen looked at the method of receiving the reward on it, which pointed to a small tavern run by a professional information merchant. Although he could probably find out who was offering the reward by following this lead, it was unnecessary. Without thinking about it, if he followed this lead, he would find small fish, big fish, and eventually sharks. He would uncover a huge organization, family, which would alert the person behind the reward. If it weren't for being implicated by the wanted order, Suen had no interest in the original owner's past. Now, what he needed to do was to keep a low profile and make the person behind the scenes think that the original owner was already dead. It would be best if this wanted order turned to ashes. Suen didn't pay much attention to his own wanted order and looked up at the familiar red notice at the top. It was still the woman who had 1 million bounty before, but now her bounty had increased to 2 million. She hasn't been caught yet. This woman is really amazing. What exactly did she do? Suen looked at it with a slightly strange gaze, pondering something in his mind. After last month's auction, he happened to witness the scene where this mysterious woman was surrounded and chased by a group of Umbrella Organization members. To escape under those circumstances was indeed surprising. After all, in the eyes of people from the outer city, especially gangsters, the inner city's Umbrella Organization was a mysterious organization that could not be resisted at all. It was said that this organization had an information network that covered the entire Old Lingdun, countless high-level professionals, and the most advanced technological equipment. Perhaps, someone around you is their temporary hired worker. Once they set their sights on you, there was only a dead end. Suen felt that this organization was a bit like the CIA in his previous life, something like KGB. In the future, it would be best not to get involved with them if there was nothing to do. After a while, Suen walked out of the information shop, but his brows were slightly furrowed. It was not easy to find a master-level craftsman who could handle dark gold materials in the outer city. The information merchant gave a vague reply, saying to inquire first and contact them if there was any news. After all, a person like that could get a good position in the inner city based on their skills and wouldn't be short of money. Unless there were special circumstances, a master wouldn't come to the outer city to make a living. However, Suen couldn't wait. In the underworld, accidents could happen at any time, and he urgently needed to refine the 8-armed spider god spear as soon as possible. Do I really have to go to the inner city? If it were before, Suen would have no choice but to wait. As an illegal resident, he couldn't go to the inner city at all. But now it was different. He knew Rina, and he had some small connections with Charlie the fat guy. Perhaps he could find a master-level craftsman by pulling some strings. However, he didn't want to use this method unless it was absolutely necessary. Not to mention that the 8-armed spider god spear was already very picky about its applicable profession, the body containment value required for the alchemical equipment made from dark gold materials would definitely be extremely high. It was not something an ordinary member of an outer city gang could equip. A rat has its own path, and it's best for gangsters to go through the black market channels. Although there were still risks, it was definitely better than exposing oneself to the sunlight. As he was thinking, Suen arrived at Rosen's alchemy shop where the old man with glasses was tidying up his cramped and crowded little shop. He needed some other materials for the alchemical equipment, and now that he had money, it was a good time to gather the other materials. The old man heard the sound of the copper bell at the door and looked up to greet the customer. "What do you need, esteemed guest?" Although Suen took out a list of materials and read it out, "I need 30 milliliters of 1000 orchid juice, 3 kilograms of water ghost copper, 200 grams of stony heart ghost's heart powder, colorless solvent." The old man looked at the list and raised his grey eyebrows in surprise. "Oh, these are all high-quality materials. It's not easy to gather them all at once. Let me calculate, these materials will probably cost around 300,000 Lesuo. If you need them urgently, the price might increase by another 20,000. Pausing for a moment, he said, 50,000 deposit, and you can get these materials within 5 days at the latest. Suen, no problem. It didn't matter if the craftsman couldn't be found, and the materials could be delayed for a few days. Although he had lowered his hat brim, he felt that the old man must have recognized him. After all, he had bought materials here many times before, and these shrewd shop owners were always accurate in judging people. At this moment, Suen thought of something and casually asked, "Excuse me, do you know where I can find a master-level craftsman?" The black market shop owners usually had connections and might have some useful information. "You're looking for a master-level craftsman?" The old man didn't seem too surprised and glanced at him, pondering for a moment. It's a bit difficult in the outer city." Hearing this, Suen was taken aback and sensed that something was off in the old man's tone. A bit difficult didn't mean it was impossible. A flicker of surprise flashed across Suen's face, and he asked again, "If you can provide valuable information, according to the rules, I can pay a corresponding reward for my question." The old man glanced at him without answering and instead asked, "Do you need a high-level plant equipment to be forged?" Obviously, it wasn't just about money. Yes. When Suen heard this, he knew there was a chance, and he didn't show any unpleasant doubts. Upon hearing this, the old man said, "There is indeed a frequent customer in my shop who is at least proficient in expert-level forging techniques. I can ask him for you, but you have to tell me what you want to forge first. I can also pass on the message and see if that gentleman is interested in accepting the commission." At least an expert? Then it was very likely a master. Black market shop owners rarely made mistakes. If he could say this, it must be reliable. Suen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He didn't expect to get a useful clue just by asking casually. Instead of directly mentioning the commission, he cautiously asked, "Is the gentleman you mentioned trustworthy?" The old man's tone was affirmative. "Of course. That gentleman has a deep connection with the organizers of the black market. If you have reached an agreement with him before, I can even vouch for him." "Great." Hearing the old man's words, Suen no longer had any worries. He said directly, "I have a golden blueprint 8-armed spider god spear and a set of dark gold grade main materials, so I need a master craftsman who can guarantee a successful refinement." He had bought the blueprint here last time, and the old man recognized him, so he must know that he had the blueprint. There was no need to hide it. Besides, the old man dared to vouch for him, so the matter was settled. A black market shop owner with a fixed store guaranteeing him carried weight. "Oh, dark gold materials? No wonder you need a master craftsman." The old man's face finally showed a hint of surprise. It seemed that he had not only seen good materials but was also curious about where a semi-professional who needed to forge a first-tier plant equipment got such high-level cursed materials. But he didn't ask further, abiding by the rules, and said, "Let me ask for you. That gentleman comes to the store to buy materials several times a month, but I'm not sure when I will receive the information." Suen nodded. "Thank you, I will come here frequently in the near future. If that gentleman is confident in forging this equipment, please make sure he offers the commission conditions. Even if it's slightly higher than the market price, it's still worth considering." It wasn't easy to find a master craftsman in the outer city, and even if he was being ripped off, he would accept it. Fortunately, he had money now, which gave him the confidence to say this. The old man said, "I can't guarantee that. That gentleman has a peculiar temperament. He only forges alchemical items that interest him." Suen tactfully took out a stack of bills, neither thick nor thin, and pushed it onto the table. "I'm counting on you." The old man looked at the money and didn't say much. "I'll do my best." After Suen left the black market, it didn't take long for a middle-aged man in a windbreaker to visit Gazen's alchemy shop. The old man looked at the middle-aged man, recognized him, and greeted him warmly. "Mr. He, what materials do you need today? Get me a copy of all the materials on the list." The man in the windbreaker handed over the list and casually asked, "By the way, has the shop received any rare cursed materials recently?" "We have received some. Let me show you." Every month, this gentleman would come to buy some materials. The old man was not verbose and took out some rare materials from his storage ring that he had collected from hunters and colleagues. These materials were all high level, not the basic materials displayed in the shop. They were second order, and even third order, high-quality goods. "Oh, I almost forgot, Mr. He. There is something that you might be interested in. A customer needs a set of dark gold materials forged for their equipment. They have entrusted me to find a skilled craftsman who can refine them." Chapter 80, Harvier's Resentful Morgue. Although I don't know if the Sir is really interested in accepting the commission to forge the spider plant, at least it is confirmed that there is such a master in the outer city. Suen also felt a bit emotional. There are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the black market. As for the identity of the mysterious Sir, he speculated that he was probably from the inner city. After all, combat professionals can still comprehend advancement through fighting, but for professions that require a large amount of specialized knowledge, they can only be cultivated in places with complete inheritance like the inner city. For example, the Black Tower Alchemy Academy, or large organizations like the Alchemy Guild. Suen guessed that he was probably another powerful figure with a shady background. But for him, it's better. Being shady means that the relationship with the inner city is more distant, and it is safer to deal with. When Suen came out of the black market, it was still early. He rode his motorcycle back to Green Street and plunged into the arena. Recently, there have been battles between professionals, and he happened to be able to catch up with the final matches. After reaping a wave of experience from the corpses, he also helped Kay and the others resolve several brawls. The night passed like this. In the early morning, Suen rode his motorcycle to Ginkgo Street. He went to buy bread for breakfast and suddenly thought of something, so he posted a note on the mailbox in front of Bellman Bakery at number 14 Ginkgo Street. Suen wanted to contact the mysterious pharmacist again to buy some special potions. He found the abomination repellent that saved Rena last time very useful. It would be good to have some more in case they are needed in the future. After leaving the note, Suen didn't go far and watched the person approaching the mailbox from a distance. Sure enough, not long after, a half-sized kid appeared. He found the note on the mailbox and tore it off after looking around. Suen bit into his bread and suddenly became interested, so he followed. Although the half-sized kid was cautious and looked back several times, and even sneaked into empty alleys several times, showing a certain awareness of being followed, Suen's advanced tracking technique and the steel wire in his mechanical glove made it easy for him to follow. Finally, the half-sized kid came back and appeared on Camellia Street, 4 blocks away from Ginkgo Street. This is a civilian district in the outer city, with dilapidated grey buildings on the street, as well as iron box houses made of containers and steel frames. Suen leaned against a 3-story small building with dark red tiles, calmly watching the half-sized kid who took the note enter a small alley and meet with several companions there. In the sewage-filled alley, a pale corpse that had been dead for an unknown amount of time lay in a pile of garbage. More than a dozen large grey rats with big heads were gnawing on the corpse, making a squeak sound. They were not afraid of humans and stared at the few humans at the entrance of the alley while eating. "Hey, Luke, aren't you supposed to be working on Ginkgo Street today? Why did you come back? Don't block me, I have Danny's mission. I got the letter. Oh, is someone buying potions? I hope that customer buys more so we can have money to buy bread. Beta, stop saying things like that. It will make Danny very difficult." Listening to the conversation between the few people, Suen probably knew the name of the pharmacist. The half-sized kid sneaked into a dilapidated building and didn't come out again. Suen didn't follow him in either. He just had a sudden curiosity and wanted to see what was going on. And in case he needed any special potions in the future, he could recognize the place. After finding the place, he returned the same way. Soon, Suen returned to number 88 Ginkgo Street and hired someone to move several large boxes into the small Western-style building. No one noticed that there was a large black scythe in one of the luggage bags that looked like a cello case. A haunted house had a new tenant, probably feeling unlucky, and no neighbors came to say hello. Suen was also happy about this. After the movers left, he carefully checked the entire house for the 3rd time and found no abnormalities. Then he set up some warning mechanisms on the windowsills, roof, and various room doors, and closed all the curtains. After doing all this, he plunged into the basement. He installed several shooting targets on the basement wall and moved down the training sandbags and equipment. After a little arrangement, the training room became a bit more interesting. He had prepaid the rent for half a year, and this small building would be his residence for a long time in the future. Suen knew that although he had the talent of the Reaper of Death, which made his skills and knowledge progress rapidly in all aspects, his weakness was also obvious, which was that the talent had almost no amplification effect on his physical body. If he wanted his body to adapt to the skyrocketing skills in his mind, he had to train hard himself. But there are many high-tech enhancements in this world, and physical strengthening is also possible. In a few large boxes, there was a steam-powered ultra-low temperature therapy device that helps muscles recover quickly, and a neuromuscular bioelectric stimulation device that accelerates muscle growth. These were good things that Suen had previously found in the black market mechanical shop. These iron lumps were taken out of the scrapped military arsenal in the inner city and sold on the black market, probably intended to be dismantled for parts. After all, hardly anyone in the outer city knew what these devices were for. But after Suen stripped the memories of the assistant at the Black Tower Academy in the underground dungeon, he learned that these devices were military-grade instruments used by the training department of the large organization in the inner city for new recruits. Although the models of the devices were a bit outdated, they were indeed good treasures for enhancing the body. Using these two devices properly could greatly improve the efficiency of physical training. Suen tinkered with the devices a bit and found that they were in normal working condition, so he didn't pay much attention to them. After setting up the basement, Suen walked to the corner and took out the black scythe. If such a powerful weapon was only used as a life or death gamble with enemies, Suen felt it would be a waste. He wanted to try if there were other ways to avoid the curse backlash on the scythe. As a puppeteer, his first reaction was to use puppets. Then, he actually controlled a puppet to hold the scythe and drew a subtle spatial crack on the wall. He didn't dare to make it too big, just a crack the size of a fingernail, to avoid being instantly killed by the backlash. An hour later, Suen, who had taken off his clothes and stood naked in front of the mirror, suddenly felt a chill in his buttocks, and a jet of blood shot out. It was an embarrassing place, but fortunately, there was no danger. As expected, Suen sighed slightly and sprinkled medicine powder on the wound on his buttocks. It was an expected failure. If it was so easy to get stuck in a bug, Suen believed that the previous owner of this scythe must have used it to kill many people. Ordinary puppets won't work. It seems that the curse of the scythe should trace back to the user. The most likely targets are living beings, energy sources, or some other signs of life. Suen roughly figured out some principles of the scythe's curse backlash, but he hadn't completely lost interest in trying. He analyzed again. There is a high-level puppet called the substitute puppet that can transfer the injuries of the main body. That might work. Or directly controlling someone else's limbs with steel wires to make them swing the scythe should also be able to avoid the curse backlash. As a puppeteer, he instantly thought of these two methods. But for now, he couldn't create the substitute puppet with his current skills. And controlling others to use the scythe was still a long way off. He had just started learning puppet control techniques and had a long way to go before he could control them freely. Thinking of this, Suen moved his 10 fingers, and the 2 puppet dolls in the room happily danced and practiced puppet control instinctively. He suddenly thought of something and muttered to himself, if I could strip the bodies of a few puppeteers, my control skills would probably improve quickly. Unfortunately, puppeteers are already a rare profession. It's unlikely to find a few in the whole old Lingdun. The technique of multitasking allowed Suen to control the puppets with his hands while his mind could think about other things. Since he couldn't free up his hands to do other things anyway, his thoughts suddenly drifted away. Looking at this house, Suen didn't feel sleepy. Suddenly, he instinctively thought about the fact that people had died in this house. Based on his experience of watching 800 horror movies, a haunted house with consecutive deaths definitely had a problem. With this thought, Suen's mind became active. Let me think. Assuming this house has a problem, besides dark spiritual power causing distortions, what other reasons could there be? In an instant, scenes from countless horror movies flashed through his mind, and Suen's gaze gradually became deep. Then, he quickly analyzed several possibilities for the deaths. Number 1, the landlord pretended to rent out the house but actually lured tenants to come and then plotted to rob and kill them. Number 2, there were hidden dangerous sources in the house, such as radiation, that caused deaths invisibly. Number 3, there was something in the house that would only appear under certain conditions, such as ghost seeds or supernatural powers. Number 4, other reasons, such as random thefts and killings for money. The first possibility was almost instantly ruled out. Before renting the house, he had already revealed his identity as a member of the Cross Society, so it was unlikely for the landlord to do such a thing. And he had the all-knowing eye, which could see body data panels and couldn't be deceived by negative magnetic fields, so the second possibility was also basically ruled out. As for the fourth possibility, it was possible, but not very likely. Then, using the process of elimination, Suen was left with the last option. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a bit annoyed. If there really is a problem with the reason for the deaths in this house, is it because there are ghost seeds inside? It can't be that coincidental, right? Suen never harbored any illusions about matters of life and death. After thinking about this issue, he immediately went to find the landlord, Ge Longtai, and used threats and enticements to inquire about the situation of the previous tenants. To his surprise, he discovered that in the past year, 3 tenants had died in this house. The first 2 deaths were quite normal, probably caused by deformities. One died from a tumor on the head, and the other went mad and died from deformities all over the body. But the third blind man was very strange. From Ge Longtai's words, Suen noticed several anomalies about the blind man. 1. He had a mysterious background and was not from the Nan City area, possibly from the inner city. 2. He seemed to be investigating something. 3. The doors and windows were closed, and the blind man suddenly disappeared without a trace, with no body found. 4. The blind man was very skilled and could locate things by sound. After obtaining this information, Suen immediately felt that this house was probably not just an evil house. Did the third blind man simply leave without saying anything, or perhaps he didn't die? Or maybe he did die, but his body disappeared? Whether it was just wild speculation or cautious instinct, Suen always sought out clues and reasoned through the doubts when encountering such bizarre events. It was like playing a puzzle game, refusing to give up until it was solved. If the blind man came to this house to investigate, to find someone? There are no living people, but there might be ghosts. Or maybe, there is a treasure in this house. Returning to the basement, Suen looked at the surrounding cement walls, and a thought became clearer in his mind. If he was looking for something, the all-knowing eye would have detected abnormalities. Could it be that this house can only be seen, triggered, under certain special conditions, like a cursed object, or a sealed object? Suppose the blind man died and his body disappeared. Either he was eaten by a monster, taken away by the murderer, or his body is still hidden in some compartment of the house. Wow, this is a transcendent world. Perhaps, this house itself is a monster that devours people. As this thought emerged, as if imposing a psychological suggestion on himself, Suen became more convinced that there was something strange in this house. His gaze involuntarily focused, scanning the entire basement. And just at that moment, suddenly, on the basement wall that had shown no abnormalities despite being observed several times by the all-knowing eye, a row of information appeared. Harvier's resentful morgue. Explanation: it only exists when you become aware of its existence, it appears before your eyes when you think of it. I actually guessed it right. Suen's eye twitched. Seeing the changing scenery around him, he realized for the first time that indulging in wild thoughts seemed to be a sin. This wasn't a game. Solving puzzles might be fun, but it could also trigger some unimaginable things. Old Ling Dun was originally an ancient relic, and even now, there were occasional strange incidents that suddenly occurred in the city. But I was just thinking, and it triggered this? It wasn't the ghost he had speculated, but the situation was even more absurd. Chapter 81, Cursed Space. Because he had personally experienced it before in Storm Manor, Suen was not surprised by the sudden changes in the surroundings. The basement of this house is actually a cursed space. Suen frowned. Suddenly, he found himself in a strange scene from the basement of 88 Ginkgo Street, and he suddenly understood why the blind body of the previous tenant had disappeared. Without a doubt, he had been sucked into this special space. The usual explanation for a cursed space is that it is a special space formed over time, but not completely, by the overflow of ancient powerful cursed object energy, but the specific cause has not been completely deciphered. This is a secondary space similar to a storage ring, like bubbles in the air, containing certain special laws. It can also be understood as a game instance with a plot and monsters. The scenes in the space, whether fragments of the obsession of the original owner of the cursed object, or a nightmare, or a life and death experience, are usually very strange and full of danger. And once you enter, it means that you can only find the correct way to clear it in order to get out alive, otherwise you will be trapped here forever. Of course, after successfully breaking through, perhaps he would be able to see the powerful cursed object that created this special space. A cursed space triggered by a single thought, it's a bit strange. Although Suen was inexplicably drawn into a cursed space, he immediately realized something. The entrance to a typical cursed space is easy to identify, usually a dark and twisted portal or a mirage. You have to get close to it to be sucked in. But this one is obviously different. It's triggered by thought. If Suen hadn't thought about the abnormalities of the house before and just acted as an ordinary tenant, he probably wouldn't have encountered any problems. It was because he thought about it that he triggered this special entry condition. Just like the explanation given by the Eye of Omniscience, it only exists when you become aware of its existence. However, Suen's character made him instantly calm down. If this space was a death trap, panicking would be useless. If there was a way to break through, being calm would increase his chances of survival. Like countless horror game openings in the past, Suen instantly entered a state of contemplation. He calmly recalled all the useful clues in his mind and observed everything in front of him. In the cursed space in Storm Manor last time, the final boss was Miss Pestoya, the ghost seed, and he successfully cleared it by outwitting her. With the experience of clearing a level, Suen believed that he would always find a way to break through. Either through intelligence or through firepower. This place looks like a hospital, with white painted walls all around, an iron chair at the entrance of the clinic. There are no windows, and there are rooms on both sides. The light is sometimes bright and sometimes dim, and the night wind blows in like a ghostly howl, just like a scene from a horror movie. He touched the gun at his waist and found that it was still there. The storage ring on his body was also brought in, which was good news. He used the Eye of Omniscience to examine everything around him, and everything could be identified normally, just like the real world. Items such as damaged wall brick, hexagonal gas lamp, rusty iron chair, a lump of moldy dog shit. After observing for a while, Suen did not find any useful information. But no matter where he looked, this corridor was strangely quiet. Suen did not move randomly. Suddenly, he thought of something and thought to himself, if I am in a special space right now, then the Eye of Omniscience should be able to show me something. With that in mind, Suen dilated his pupils and identified everything in his field of vision as an item. The next second, he indeed saw different identification results. A special scene condensed by an obsession. Description: this is a scene from the inpatient department of the Javier Hospital in Old Lingdun City 1,000 years ago. Solution: find the owner of this obsession, recite their full name, and you will be able to break free from this obsession. It seems like I've found the way to clear this level. Suen looked at the prompt in front of him, and a slight smile appeared on his face. The Eye of Omniscience did not disappoint. It directly told him how to leave this cursed space. But upon careful consideration, he realized that something was amiss. I have to recite the full name of the owner of the obsession? That seems to be the key. Suen keenly caught onto some clues. The identification revealed the method to clear the level, but because he didn't see it, the Eye of Omniscience didn't know the name of the owner of the obsession. Of course, he could take a gamble and identify it face to face with the boss. See if it kills him first or if he can recite its name first. And if, by any chance, the identification reveals a category description like human or obsession instead of a name, Suen felt that he might die on the spot. I remember seeing a scene called Harvey's Obsession Morgue before. Is the big boss in the morgue now? Suen pondered for a moment, stood in place for 20 seconds, and then roughly knew what he had to do next. He was quite familiar with this kind of start. Now that he knew the method to clear the level, the best choice was to find clues in other parts of the hospital, learn the full name of the obsession master, and then recite it to get out. The worst case scenario was that he had to go to the morgue and face the big boss head on. The worst case scenario is that the big boss will come out and wander around the world, suddenly appearing. If the resentment in this space is as intelligent as Pestoya, then it might not be so troublesome to clear the level. If it's a monster that kills, it depends on luck whether we can save ourselves. Suen didn't dare to be careless. The blind tenant from before came from the inner city. The morgue is a crucial term, usually located at the bottom floor of a hospital. Suen didn't plan to go there directly. His goal was clear, he intended to go to the archives or the duty room to take a look. Although this hospital has been around for 1,000 years, judging from its scale, there should be a considerable number of staff members, and there is probably some kind of scheduling management system. If he can find today's duty roster, he will have a general idea of who is in the hospital. The long corridor was empty, with gas lamps flickering, and there was a vague feeling of being blindfolded by a black veil in the field of vision. Suen pulled out his gun, lowered his breath, and tried not to make any noise. He quietly walked to the door of a ward and looked inside through the small glass on the door. The ward had 7 or 8 beds covered with white sheets, but there was no one inside. There was a small card hanging on the door, with the words Duty Nurse Janice George written on it. The hospital was unusually quiet. This doesn't seem right. How can there be no one? Suen glanced at the ward and then at the nearby nurse station. There was no one there either. Even in horror movies, there should be at least one zombie or ghost, right? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and he keenly noticed something. Without any hesitation, he drew his gun and pulled the trigger behind him. Snap! Snap! Two urgent and slight gunshots broke the eerie silence. Due to the muzzle suppressor installed on the gun, the sound was not deafening, and it didn't travel far in this enclosed corridor. Hey! After firing 2 shots in a row, Suen focused his sight and saw 2 bullets embedded in the wall. A hint of surprise and doubt appeared on his face. I missed. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat eerie. His pupils slightly contracted, his back against the wall, and his gaze coldly scanning the empty corridor in front of him. Suen remembered very clearly that he saw a figure in the reflection on the glass of the ward door just now. It was a female nurse with a pale face, black eyes, and blood stains all over her body, holding a knife and standing right behind him. He instinctively fired his gun, but unexpectedly, he didn't hit the target. Moreover, not only did he miss, but the nurse with the knife had also disappeared? Could it be a phantom breed? Suen's face became slightly solemn. Chapter 82, The Man Who Stubbornly Changed the Rules. The phantom species belongs to the category of spiritual beings, and they are rare but also very troublesome. Their usual method of attack is through mental attacks. Lower-level monsters create auditory and visual illusions, affecting the target's senses and judgment. Higher-level ones can directly control a person's body until they die, just like what happened to Pestoya before. But Suen is no longer the clueless novice he was when he first crossed over. He knows that even if the phantom species wants to control a person, it is related to their spiritual power. The weaker the target's spiritual power, the easier it is to control them. That's why many evil spirits choose to scare humans first instead of killing them on the spot. It's not because they have a taste for scaring people, but because it's difficult to control calm and composed humans. Only by continuously lowering the target's sanity through fear can they reach the threshold of control. They didn't attack directly. It seems that the rank of that phantom species is not too high. Suen remains calm. Although his 2 shots were ineffective, he has deduced some useful information. He is well aware that his spiritual power far surpasses that of a first-tier professional and even most low-level phantom species. The eerie nurse from earlier didn't directly attack, probably because she couldn't control him at all. The calmer he is, the more helpless the other party becomes. Moreover, his firearm is loaded with silver alchemy bullets specifically designed for special monsters. But strangely, Suen waited by the wall for almost a minute and didn't notice anything unusual. Has the creature already left? At this moment, he slowly moves to change his position. But just as he does so, his peripheral vision catches a glimpse of the shadow of the knife-wielding nurse on the door's glass once again. And it's very close. Just a moment ago, there was a 5-meter gap, but now it's only 3 meters behind him. Without hesitation, Suen pulls out his gun and fires 2 shots again. Crack! Crack! But this time, he still doesn't hit the target. He turns around and sees no trace of the eerie nurse. 4 bullet holes are now embedded in the wall. It disappeared in an instant? Or is there another reason, like only being visible in the mirror? Suen is well aware that his 2 shots should not have missed. At this moment, he is rapidly speculating on how this thing disappeared. If it were someone else, they would probably be scared to the point of a heart rate of 160 plus. But Suen remains calm, maintaining a heart rate of around 70. Watching 800 horror movies wasn't in vain. In a moment of enlightenment, Suen suddenly has a flash of insight in his mind. He feels that this scene is somewhat familiar. Then he connects a certain clue and reveals a look of realization. That's right, it's her. Just as he was contemplating, it seemed like he sensed something and looked up at the glass again. But this time, he doesn't see a shadow, instead, he sees a ghostly face staring at him after being peeled off. It's the pale-faced eerie nurse from before. Their eyes meet, and they are less than half a meter apart. But this time, Suen doesn't shoot again. He calmly looks at it, even blinking as if he's not surprised by what he sees. Tisk tisk, so this is how it starts. If I turn around now, this thing should stick to my face, right? For a normal person in this situation, their first reaction would probably be to turn and run. Thinking this, Suen seems to confirm his thoughts and decisively turns around. Then, he watches as the pale-faced ghostly nurse comes within a centimeter of him, almost about to touch him. No physical means of harm, Just a scare tactic. Is this the miss I imagined? I remember the prototype should be. Suen instantly understands. This phantom species is something he created himself. He pays no attention to the terrifying face in front of him. He has already figured out the rules of this cursed space and mutters to himself, when you think of it, it appears before your eyes. So that's what it means. At this moment, Suen reaches out and touches the ghostly nurse in front of him, but his hand passes right through, confirming that it is a spiritual being. He analyzes further, saying, when I saw the name Janice on that nurse just now, my mind unconsciously associated it with a long-legged blonde beauty. Combined with the terrifying environment of the hospital, it created the image of a scary nurse. But it actually exists. That ghostly nurse only has the ability to scare, and the knife in her hand is just for show. It looks at Suen, who is completely unaffected, and leaves on its own, uninterested. Manifestation of imagination, projection of thoughts, making things happen with your mind? The rules of this cursed space are quite interesting. Suen finds this experience fascinating. Although he has practiced lucid dreaming during psychological therapy before, which can also achieve the effect of making thoughts come true, this is the first time he has directly materialized his thoughts in the real world. I have the ability to create it, but I can't make it disappear. So, that's also the difficulty of clearing this. If I create too many powerful things because of my wild thoughts, they might end up killing me. Suen connects all the details and understands the entire set of rules. At least on this floor, the danger of this cursed space lies here. The hospital, filled with a terrifying atmosphere, may not actually have any monsters. Its purpose is to give people psychological suggestions. The dim lights, empty corridors, and empty hospital beds, these terrifying elements make you fill in the gaps in your mind and imagine some monsters. Then, these fantasies materialize and become real monsters that come to hunt you. And the things that can instinctively frighten people are probably things that you can't defeat. Unfortunately, Suen is a pathological player who has cleared 800 horror movies and games. He has a little surprise, but he doesn't feel scared. Suen feels that he has already deciphered the rules, and he wants to give it a try. Since it can be manifested in imagination, then, let's try a big wave. Suen imagined the image of a beautiful woman riding a big wave in his mind, but the next moment, he dragged his chin in surprise and showed a thoughtful expression. Did it fail? Could it be that the imagination is not specific enough, not detailed enough? Suen pondered. Then, he automatically imagined several characters with detailed images. Xiao Zi Maria, Audrey Hepburn, Gang Xiaoji. Characters from the two-dimensional, three-dimensional, and film and television dramas all came to mind, but none of them manifested. The continuous failures made Suen puzzled. The way I opened it seems to be wrong. I think my speculation should be correct, otherwise that ghost nurse shouldn't have appeared before. He thought his train of thought should be correct, but there must be something missing. Let me think, what conditions did I meet when I imagined that ghost nurse? I was fully focused on guarding against monsters, and then, right, emotional fluctuations. Suddenly, he felt that he had found a blind spot. This cursed space cannot manifest everything, but only certain specific things that meet the rules. For example, things that can evoke fear in people, terrifying things. If it were an ordinary person, even if they thought of this rule flaw, the more they tried to control themselves from thinking about it, the more they would think about it in their minds. In that instant of random thoughts, the corridor would probably be filled with various cute little things. But Suen seemed unaffected, although various candidate characters also appeared in his mind, he had no fear or emotional fluctuations. After playing 800 games, there was no novelty left. But he still didn't plan to give up trying, dragging his chin in thought, if it's a terrifying character, it's best to be physically attacking, someone whose strength I can easily overpower, not a ghost, the best would be a zombie. Hospital and horror elements and young lady, what is the first reaction? Of course, it's the invincible and extremely fierce nurse from XX Ridge with an amazing figure. Suddenly, Suen imagined a screen full of long legs, tight low-cut tops, short skirts, faceless nurses, and then controlled himself to feel a little nervous. The next moment, the moment of witnessing a miracle arrived. Suen thought that there should be people in those empty wards, and sure enough, nurses with twisted bodies, holding knives, steel pipes, and wrenches, walked out of the wards. Seeing this, Suen's eyes lit up, not surprised but delighted. It really worked. I finally see something tangible. After playing so many classic games and collecting a row of figurines at home, he had always fantasized about seeing something tangible one day. At this moment, his dream finally came true. These nurses in short skirts had strong attacking emotions, but their combat power was nothing compared to Suen, who had already been employed. Suen easily dodged the knives and sticks, and even had the leisure to carefully observe some details that had puzzled him before. So their bodies under the clothes and human organizational structure are the same. Tisk tisk, this lace is a real detail. They even wear leggings, poor taste. What about the basic trust between humans and the Eerie? Indeed, they are made of real materials, not stiff, and the touch is great. Finally, his curiosity of many years was satisfied. Clearly, this terrifying hospital scene in the cursed space had been turned into a sensual game by Suen, who didn't follow the rules. After a while, when he had observed enough, he raised his hand and easily dealt with this group of monsters. If this wasn't a dangerous cursed space, Suen felt that this hospital that could manifest in imagination would be his happy little house, and he would probably stop and create more cute things to satisfy his curiosity. Unfortunately, if he delayed too long, there might be unforeseen changes, so he decided to continue exploring. After understanding the curse rules in this space, Suen walked horizontally on the third floor of the inpatient department and didn't encounter any more monsters. However, apart from finding a few nurse duty rosters, he didn't find any useful information. Then he looked at the hospital stairs and walked down to the second floor. As soon as he went down, he saw a blind man with a cowboy hat sitting at the door of a ward. The reason Suen knew this person was blind was because he recognized this highly recognizable guy at a glance, and was surprised in his heart. Blind Detective Bill? Could the previous tenant be this guy? He didn't know where the memory of this Blind Detective Bill image came from, but it didn't prevent him from knowing that this person was the famous bounty hunter and one of the few gun masters in Old Ling Dun. Legend has it that this blind man's secret identity is also a major in the Umbrella organization. Chapter 83, Blind Detective Bill. It's really that famous blind detective. Suen looked at the person sitting in the chair and briefly doubted whether it was a manifestation of his own thoughts, but immediately denied it. He was certain that he had only supplemented his brain with various cute things and definitely not this old man. Moreover, the appearance of Blind Detective Bill made things even more confusing. Why would someone who seemed to be a member of the Umbrella organization come here? According to the intelligence, this guy had rented the property at 88 Ginkgo Street several months ago. Is the blind man in front of him dead or alive? Blind Detective Bill was blind, but his perception was extremely strong. When Suen had just come down, he had already noticed the slight movement of this old cowboy's cochlea. In front of a true gun master, Suen couldn't afford to be careless. His hands were always on the gun handle at his waist, but he didn't make any movements that would be misunderstood as drawing his gun. However, Bill didn't show any malice. He spoke first and asked, "Are you human?" "Yes." Suen responded and breathed a sigh of relief. It was good news that they didn't start fighting without even meeting. And being able to have a conversation, even if it was strange, instantly lowered the level of danger. At this moment, Suen noticed the pool of crimson blood flowing under Bill's feet, indicating that he was injured. Instead of underestimating this guy's strength, Suen became even more cautious. In the third floor horror fantasy manifestation rules, it was difficult for Suen to imagine anyone surviving unless they were lucky. And this guy not only survived, but also only suffered some non-lethal injuries, which proved that his strength was extremely strong. However, Suen looked at the corridor without any signs of a fight and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Bill spoke again and asked, "Who are you?" As he said that, he looked towards Suen. Although his eyes were clouded with cataracts and he couldn't see, they accurately looked in Suen's direction. Suen responded, "I am a tenant at 88 Ginkgo Street. I don't know why I was inexplicably involved in this." Pausing for a moment, he directly asked, "Sir, do you know what's going on?" He wanted to extract some information from this old cowboy's mouth. After all, he was the legendary detective. If he came to Ginkgo Street, he must know something. Bill keenly caught a detail in Suen's words and asked in return, "New tenant? How long have I been missing?" Suen secretly praised him but didn't plan to reveal everything. "Ah? I don't understand what you're saying. I just moved in today." Bill's expression was calm, obviously sensing that Suen was withholding something, but he didn't say much. Perhaps he thought that the curse space and the flow of time in reality were different, so he didn't delve into this issue. There was no point in discussing this topic when they couldn't leave. He didn't hide his detective identity and said again, "As you can see, this is a curse space left behind from ancient times. I was involved because I accepted a missing person commission and followed the clues to Ginkgo Street." "How did you get in?" There was nothing to hide about this question, so Suen truthfully replied, "I am a new tenant. I heard that someone died in the house before. I carefully inspected the house and unexpectedly got sucked in." Through the conversation, Suen also captured some key information. He heard from Galongtai that this blind man was here to investigate something, probably the missing person commission he mentioned. Following the clues led him here, and it felt like, was 88 Ginkgo Street itself a trap? But who had such a big plan to use a curse space to scheme against people? Blind Detective Bill was not an ordinary person, and the investigation he was conducting was definitely not simple. In an instant, Suen understood that he had probably accidentally become involved in a conflict between high-level professionals. "Oh, I see." Bill didn't seem surprised by Suen's words. If he could come in, he naturally knew the special triggering conditions of this curse space. At this moment, he said something inexplicable, "Those who eternal sleep are not the deceased. Even death itself will dissipate in the mysterious eternity." Suen, who had been mingling in the underworld for so long, immediately realized that this was either a password or some kind of secret code. Moreover, it was probably the password of the Umbrella organization. This guy wanted to confirm his identity. Suen wanted to respond, but he couldn't connect. All he could say was, "Sir, what did you just say?" Upon hearing this, Bill seemed slightly disappointed and muttered to himself in a low voice, "That clue has already been cut off. There shouldn't be anyone else coming." After a pause, he asked again, "The monster upstairs is very strong. How did you manage to survive? Judging from your breathing, you should not be a second-tier professional." Suen also breathed a sigh of relief that Bill didn't turn hostile just because the password didn't match. Monster upstairs? There was no monster upstairs at all. Hearing this, Suen suddenly confirmed something in his heart, had a flash of insight, and further confirmed something. He said, "I encountered several not-so-strong zombie species, and I found," he wanted to remind the blind detective not to think too much, but he was interrupted. However, Bill seemed to have discovered something from his tone and shook his head, sighing, "Your tone tells me that you're hiding something. But it doesn't matter anymore. We probably won't make it out alive." Suen looked at the wax-yellow face with carved knife marks and was slightly startled. At the same time, he suddenly realized what this guy meant by saying that and thought to himself, "This is not good." But it was too late to stop him. At this moment, the old cowboy suddenly heard some movement, his ears twitched, and he shouted, "The monster is coming again, be careful." As he spoke, his hand had already reached for the shotgun hanging at his waist. Upon hearing this, Suen knew it was too late. Just then, he suddenly heard the sound of rushing water, like the sound of a water tank bursting and gushing out. When he looked, he saw a terrifying monster rushing out from the end of the second-floor corridor. It was a distorted humanoid creature, with blurred facial features, like a gorilla with its skin peeled off. Just the oppressive feeling alone made Suen immediately realize that this was definitely not a first-order anomaly. Suen was shocked. He immediately realized that this monster was a terrifying manifestation imagined by the old cowboy. The blind man couldn't see the precise appearance of the monster, but he could depict a rough outline in his mind through other senses. This abstract painting like skinless blood gorilla in front of him, didn't it perfectly match the manifestation in the blind man's mind? The monster had just appeared, but Bill's reaction was not slow at all. He stood up and swung his body, and a submachine gun with a large magazine capacity, resembling a Chicago typewriter, appeared in his hand. He pulled the trigger, and tongues of fire spewed out, making a dense and crisp tate-a sound. Suen looked at the gun and immediately recognized it, the high rate of fire famous gun, Woodpecker. Although he couldn't see, he accurately hit the blood gorilla's leg with a burst of bullets, causing a burst of blood. Suen also noticed something, judging the position by sound. The gorilla's leg was hit, causing it to stumble, and its head hit the wall. Just as this collision sound rang out, Bill suddenly pulled out a small-sized black revolver from his left hand and fired 3 shots in quick succession. Bang! 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 The sound of the gun was deafening, and the 3 shots almost sounded like one. Suen himself was a firearms expert, naturally able to understand the skillfulness of Bill's marksmanship. 3 shots fired in quick succession, the bullets seemed to connect end to end, perfectly overlapping and hitting the same spot on the monster's head. Advanced firearms technique, multiple overlapping shots. Suen's pupils slightly contracted, silently admiring the mastery of a master. Even with alchemical bullets, ordinary gunmen couldn't break through the defense of at least a second-order anomaly. But if 3 shots hit the same spot on the target in a very short period of time, it could break through the defense while the target's defense hadn't recovered yet. 1 shot shook, 1 shot pierced armor, and 1 shot penetrated. This technique was something he currently couldn't even come close to, requiring extremely high skill, precision, and a runic firearm. And the heavy revolver in Bill's hand was none other than the famous runic firearm Kiss of the Poisonous Snake. 1 shot, 1 hit, and this was a blind man? In just a short 1 or 2 seconds, Suen witnessed this blind detective Bill severely injuring a second-order anomaly. But everything wasn't over yet. Human thinking is active, especially when encountering terrifying events. Suen knew things were going to be bad when he saw the first monster appear, but he didn't have time to warn anyone. Sure enough, before the blood gorilla was completely dead, 2 huge flying head monsters suddenly appeared out of thin air at both ends of the corridor, almost blocking the way. The facial features of the heads were blurry like plaster statues, but the hair on their heads was made up of living black snake heads. Looking at the appearance of these monsters, it was obviously a product of the blind man's sensory world, undoubtedly created by the old cowboy's imagination. There weren't many horror movies in this world that could provide material for this. What he thought of in his mind was probably something the original person had experienced or actually existed. How many terrifying things had this guy experienced? It's one thing to make things difficult for oneself, but to this extent. Seeing this, Suen didn't hesitate at all, turned his head, and retreated back to the 3rd floor along the stairs. Chapter 84, Research Diary of the Living Dead. Returning to the 3rd floor again, Suen suddenly heard the noise downstairs disappear. No sound of blood, no gunshots, and no strange noises from monsters. Suen breathed a sigh of relief, deep in thought. He instantly confirmed something in his mind. Usually, the flow of time in the cursed space is the same as the outside world. Blind Detective Bill should have been here for a few months, given his reckless brain frequency. He couldn't have survived this long. So what I saw just now is probably not a living person. He also confirmed a space rule he had deduced earlier, which is that when a person dies, the manifested monsters of horror will disappear, and the space will return to its original state. Otherwise, when he was first sucked into it, there were no monsters on the 3rd and 2nd floors, and there were no signs of battle. This is obviously not right. As he expected, this is a triggered plot. It can only happen when an outsider enters. Fortunately, the monsters didn't chase after him, otherwise Suen felt that he might have died on the spot. It seems that I have to go down again. There were still some unanswered questions in his mind, and although it was dangerous, Suen still intended to go down again. After all, if he wanted to get out himself, he couldn't avoid the 2nd floor of the hospital. After listening carefully for a while, he didn't hear any movement. Suen cautiously went down again. Then, he saw the exact same scene as before. Blind Detective Bill was sitting at the door of a consultation room, blood flowing beneath his feet. Suen's gaze slightly chilled. Did the plot rewind? It seems that the blind detective had some regrets before he died. The old cowboy noticed Suen again and asked the same question, "Are you human?" "Yes." Suen responded with the same words. He originally wanted to use the all-knowing eye to identify what secrets the 2nd floor held and to see the current state of the blind man. But in the instant his gaze fell on him, the blind man seemed to sense something and suddenly drew his gun. Suen's pupils contracted. As an expert in firearms, he knew from the subtle movements of the blind man that he was about to draw his gun, so he didn't hesitate at all and rushed up the stairs again. Almost at the same time, the sound of a gunshot filled his ears, and the bullet grazed his thigh. If he hadn't dodged in time, that shot would have taken half his life. Back on the 3rd floor corridor, the 2nd floor returned to calm again. Suen let out a breath and sighed, "The firearms master is too strong. The gap is quite big." It wasn't too surprising that Bill could shoot. If it were Suen himself, he would have done the same. In such a bizarre hospital, the possibility of encountering a human is unlikely, especially with the inexplicable gaze of the blind man. He had stood so close to the stairs just now to guard against this. However, although he was injured a bit on this trip downstairs, he also confirmed some things. In that moment of identification just now, the word human did not appear above Bill's head, but manifested soul. Biologically speaking, he was already dead. But in this space, he was still alive in a way similar to an NPC. The events on the second floor should be a reenactment of the blind man's last moments. Suen took out a potion and treated the scrape on his thigh, quickly analyzing the situation in his mind. If it weren't for the brain-boosting blind man, he would have smoothly gone to the second floor to find the files. Now that he had this guy, if he went down again, he would have to face the high-level distorted monster created by the blind man's brain. To prevent him from having any wild thoughts? The most effective method is to kill him. But Suen was now certain that Bill was unbelievably strong. He had only glanced at him and already took a bullet. Suen felt that if he had even the slightest intention to kill, he would probably be greeted with a barrage of bullets as soon as he reached the bottom of the stairs. The plan to kill him was directly past. However, the monster didn't appear until we had a conversation for so long. It's probably because his attention was focused on me at that time. As long as I distract his attention and explain the situation in time, maybe I can prevent the appearance of the distorted monster. Suen thought of the key point and decided to go down again. He took a deep breath, reminding himself not to show any hostility or actions that could be misunderstood. Then he went down the stairs again and indeed saw the old cowboy bleeding on the bench. Bill also noticed him at the same time and asked the same question for the third time, "Are you human?" Suen responded, "Yes." The same conversation unfolded again, and Bill wanted to test Suen's origins. This time, he didn't hide his method and directly said, "I have discovered the rules of this cursed space. The monsters here are actually manifestations of our thoughts. As long as we control ourselves not to think about them, the monsters won't appear." Since the other party was already dead, he didn't think it was necessary to hide this information. Moreover, a firearms master who didn't show any malice, in this eerie cursed space, might not be an enemy but a great help. Upon hearing this, Bill's face showed a shocked expression. He furrowed his brows, seemingly pondering. In an instant, this blind man, known as a great detective, easily grasped the key point. No wonder, I felt that the monsters that appeared before were familiar. So that's how it is. The two of them chatted for a while, and Suen noticed that no monsters appeared. He guessed that the blind detective had probably gained control over some of his terrifying thoughts. Clearly, Bill hadn't realized that he was already dead. Suen planned to win him over as a temporary teammate and said, "Mr. Bill, I have heard of your name. I think if we want to get out of this cursed space, it's best to look for some clues that can lead us out." Bill nodded without hesitation, I happen to need a helper." Suen didn't expect that Bill had already figured out a way to break the curse space. The old cowboy directly stated his opinion. There are 3 conventional methods to break a space curse. First, eliminate the curse source within the cursed space. Second, find the cursed object. Third, create energy fluctuations that the space cannot withstand to forcefully break it. However, this particular space is different. It absorbs people who become aware of its existence. So, I suspect that the curse source may not be a physical entity, but something like a spiritual body, such as some kind of grudge. The rule of the manifestation of evil thoughts that you discovered also confirms my speculation. I am almost certain now that the curse source in this space is likely an extremely powerful existence. Extremely powerful? To make this gun master say such words, Suen furrowed his brows. Things were much more troublesome than he expected. His understanding of the curse space was far inferior to Bill's. Many things were beyond his knowledge, and he didn't expect that breaking the curse space would involve so many intricacies. Now, upon hearing this, the option of confronting the boss head-on was immediately ruled out. Without even gambling on the probability, it was highly likely that there wouldn't even be time for identification before death upon meeting. The option with the highest chance of survival seemed to be finding and reciting the name of the grudge master. Suen didn't expect that Bill would actually come up with the same idea as him. Bill continued, "Based on the current clues, the specifications of this curse space are probably very high. The ability of the curse source is likely beyond what we can bear. So, it would be dangerous to rashly search for it." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "However, I have learned some special methods to deal with this type of grudge from some old hunters. Perhaps we don't need to confront it directly. Suen asked, "What methods?" Bill said, "First, find a powerful cursed object that can restrain ghost species, such as the Carter family's cross emblem. I don't have it, and I think you don't either. Second, use alchemical bullets, such as Silver and Evil Breaker. Third, perform an exorcism alchemy ritual. Fourth, recite its name. Different situations require different methods, and I'm not sure which one will be effective. But the first three methods all require directly facing the ghost species, so it's best not to try unless absolutely necessary. We can try the fourth method first. Find the name of the grudge master in the hospital, and then recite it. Perhaps it can break the grudge and allow us to leave directly." Suen listened and gained some new knowledge. He didn't expect that there were so many ways to deal with this. This was the experience gained at the cost of countless lives. The people from the Umbrella organization were indeed worthy of their reputation. After discussing their strategy, Suen and Bill began searching for clues in various examination rooms. Suen remained on guard against the sudden appearance of monsters throughout the process, but he found that his worries were unnecessary. He was also surprised that this blind detective, Bill, could perfectly control himself and not let his mind wander. Without the disturbance of monsters, they quickly found a special room, the director's office. Without wasting much time, Bill's detective skills allowed them to quickly find a safe behind a mural on the wall. Suen originally thought that the safe would be troublesome, but he didn't expect that this old cowboy would easily open it with a receiver and a master key. Detectives really were a mixed bag of professions that knew everything. There were no valuable items in the safe, only a pile of notebooks. Suen casually picked one up and immediately realized that they had found the right clue. These notebooks recorded an experiment diary called Undead Research. He easily saw the name of the person who signed it on almost every diary, Tirmido M. Chekhov. Suen flipped through a few pages and saw that the notebook was filled with various dense data, rune knowledge, alchemy knowledge. The content was too advanced, and he couldn't understand most of it. In an instant, Suen realized that the value of this diary was immeasurable. Without looking closely, he stored all of them in his storage ring. According to the nature of horror plots, Suen's intuition told him that upon discovering such a crucial clue, it would most likely trigger some kind of chain reaction. Sure enough, just as he put away the notebook, there was suddenly abnormal movement at the door of the director's office. Chapter 85, T sealed. There was a commotion outside the door, and the perceptive blind detective Bill was the first to notice something unusual. With a click, two guns were already pointed at the office door. Although Suen's perception was slightly weaker, he also quickly drew out his gun because he was on guard in advance. He knew that the problem wouldn't be with him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a blue-skinned creature covered in golden runes appeared at the office door. It wasn't an abstract image that a blind person could imagine. This creature was very specific and detailed. It didn't look like a living person, but it had the unmistakable aura of a living being. It wasn't a distorted monster, but it definitely wasn't a normal human either. So fast. What is this thing? Suen's expression suddenly changed as he looked at the blue-skinned creature. He had heard the commotion downstairs earlier, and in the blink of an eye, it had already appeared at the door as if it had teleported. Based on his previous experience, he didn't dare to use his identification ability immediately. Because as soon as he glanced at the golden runes on the creature's skin, a strong sense of imminent danger instantly surged in his heart. Without hesitation, he began reciting the name he had just seen on the notebook, Terumido M. Chi. Bill's reaction was also extremely fast. As he listened to the noise at the door, his finger on the trigger of the gun had already pulled it. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. The tongue of fire from the gun was still slowly spewing out, but the blue figure was accelerating towards the two of them. The metal bullets hit its skin, creating a spark, but it didn't stop its momentum. In that instant, the blue-skinned creature had already teleported in front of Suen and Bill, and then it raised its hand and punched towards Bill's head. Bang! A crimson explosion. This renowned master-level gunman had no chance to retaliate. He was instantly killed with just one blow. At this moment, the blue-skinned creature turned its head towards Suen and punched again. Suen watched the fist shadow. Not only was it fast, but it also had a power that he couldn't comprehend. It made his scalp tingle and his body feel like it was about to burst. Fortunately, because he had predicted in advance, he had also recited the last syllable of the name in his mouth. In an instant, the surroundings changed, and they were instantly back in the basement of 88 Ginkgo Street from the hospital. Ha! Suen gasped heavily, as if he had just escaped from a huge pressure like a collapsing mountain. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. His eyes still shimmered with an incredulous gleam, and he said with lingering fear, "So strong. What level of existence is that undead?" He didn't even have time to identify it just now. Just a glance made him feel like he had seen some kind of unfathomable forbidden horror, and a tremor of instinctive fear rose in his heart. He felt that the blue-skinned creature was definitely not someone he had ever seen before. Now that he thought about it carefully, he realized that the level of the runes could be discerned from the complexity of their patterns. The blue-skinned creature's runes were definitely of a terrifyingly high level. To give an inappropriate but vivid analogy, the commonly seen low, intermediate, and advanced runes, level I, 2, 3, on the market looked like simplified characters, 1, 2, 3, 4. But the golden runes on this creature's body looked like this. Just the luster of the runes gave people a sense of oppression. How powerful must it be? Usually, the people in Old Lingdun referred to those incomprehensible ancient knowledge as super-tier knowledge. Obviously, the runes on this blue-skinned creature far exceeded his understanding. Suen immediately thought of the research content in his diary and realized that this blue-skinned creature was an undead. How powerful were those ancient alchemists? How could they create such ridiculously strong undead? Blind Detective Bill was actually killed by that creature. Suen's eyes flickered with seriousness. This was the first time that even in the face of death, he didn't feel as strong of an oppressive feeling as he did from the blue-skinned creature just now. It's a good thing I didn't rashly go to find a morgue, otherwise I wouldn't even know how I died. There's probably more than just one blue-skinned creature in the lower level of the hospital. He looked at the empty basement, his face becoming grim, and judged in his heart, to be able to kill a second-tier professional in an instant, this cursed space is not just a red S class, but a black T sealed level. Note: the curse space level is divided into T, S, A, B, C, D according to the degree of danger. S level, high-level professionals can explore with a high probability of casualties. T sealed level, the difference in rank is too large, no one can survive, it is recommended to permanently seal it. Suen felt somewhat fortunate, and it was also fortunate that he knew the method to crack the space in advance with the true eye. It was also fortunate that he found a temporary teammate and successfully found a clue. Otherwise, if he had to face that monster alone, there would be no possibility of survival at all. However, the old cowboy was already dead, so he didn't feel guilty about using his temporary teammate. Even in the moment when Bill's head exploded just now, he also swallowed the dispersing grey mist from the corpse. You obtained 4 fragments of Bill Strauss's memories. You obtained some information. Vice Dean Nicola J. Amirish of the Black Tower Academy has defected. The organization's order is to find him. Finally, I found some clues and investigated Silver Maple Street number 88, but unfortunately, it seems to be a trap set by that guy. You obtained some auditory perception skills. You comprehend the sound positioning, entry. You comprehend the psychic perception ability malicious perception. You comprehend the marksmanship secret technique multiple overlapping shots, firearm experience plus 547. Spiritual power plus 1.19. Now that the crisis is resolved, Suen also snapped out of that high level of tension and his mind started working again. The soul of Bill is actually perfectly preserved in the space. Suen felt incredulous about being able to harvest so much content, even though that guy had been dead for several months. He even felt that next time he entered, he might be able to see that blind man. Next time? No, Suen was certain that he would not have another chance. Although he was curious about what the cursed object behind the terrifying curse space was, he immediately dismissed that unrealistic fantasy. Looking back at his gains, he felt that life was worth living again. Suen was very satisfied with the additional skills he obtained. His perception and combat abilities instantly soared. The skills sound positioning and malicious perception were simply exclusive skills for gunmen. One was an auditory perception technique, and the other was a passive psychic perception. After digesting that bundle of memories, Suen felt as if he had opened the door to a new sensory world. He used to think that the basement was very quiet, but now he could hear a lot of noise. By listening carefully, he could even distinguish clearly which sounds were the sound of rats crawling in the walls, which were the sound of cockroaches crawling, and which were the sound of air circulation. Suen took a shortcut again. This auditory perception ability, ordinary people might never comprehend it in their lifetime, because perhaps only blind people who have relied on auditory perception to perceive the world since childhood can focus on the development of auditory abilities. As for that malicious perception, it was the reason why Suen was shot immediately after he glanced at Bill's state. With this, if he encountered an enemy who shot without warning, he could immediately sense the malice. A well-rounded ability for offense and defense. And that gun technique, multiple overlapping shots, Suen had always heard of its reputation, but he had been lacking a way to learn it, and his skill in firearms was also lacking. Now, he achieved it in one step, making Suen feel that he could already perform a double shot now. In the future, when his strength improved, multiple overlapping shots would come naturally. From today onwards, he finally had the means to deal with heavily armored targets. Indeed, it was a soul fragment of a firearms master. However, after reading the skill gains, the message that flashed through Suen's mind made his brow furrow. The Vice Dean of the Black Tower Academy defected. Did Bill come to investigate him? Seeing the name Nicola J. Amirij, Suen happened to have an impression of this Vice Dean in his memory. It seemed to have been separated from the memory of the female assistant, Rosa. However, in Rosa's memory, he was a kind and respected elder with a benevolent appearance. Defected? Suen felt that this word was used very abruptly. In the vast underground world, Lingdun was just one city, and the Vice Dean of the Black Tower Academy, who lacked neither fame nor power, where could he defect to? Could it be another person who failed in a power struggle? However, Suen didn't think too much about the grievances and entanglements among the important figures in the inner city. He was more concerned about another matter. From Bill's memory, he already guessed that he fell into the Vice Dean's trap. Is Silver Maple Street number 88 simply a trap? Suen's mind flashed with a thought, suddenly feeling a bit uneasy. He thought of a possibility: if it was a trap, and a prey fell into it, would there be a hunter coming to investigate? Just like how there would always be a spider lurking in the shadows behind a spider web. Even if it wasn't the prey it was waiting for, it would still go and take a look if there was any movement. With this thought, a sense of crisis instantly surged in Suen's heart. Without any hesitation, Suen picked up the sickle with a black handle that was in the corner and rushed out of the house. And the fact also proved that his intuition was correct. Chapter 86, Defector. Suen had just come out of the basement and entered the living room when he immediately felt a strange gaze on him. In the past, Suen might not have been able to perceive that faint gaze. But now, with his perception ability enhanced by Bill, he could clearly determine that the person peeping at him was standing behind him at the bay window. There's someone in the house. Suen's heart skipped a beat. He acted decisively, and as soon as he sensed someone, he used one hand to grab the two puppet runes from his windbreaker and protect them by his side. His other hand was already gripping the handle of the black box, ready to swing it and create a spatial rift. The fact that someone had broken in confirmed his previous speculation. This house was a trap. The hunter had come to inspect his prey. If it was the former Vice Dean of the Black Tower Academy who had defected, Suen knew that he only had one chance to make a move. So he didn't even draw his gun, and as soon as he saw the person, he had to act before the other party could react. Even if it meant risking being killed in the process, he had to eliminate the person who had been secretly spying on him. All these actions were decided in an instant. Suen thought he had reacted quickly enough, but he didn't expect the other party's reaction to be even faster. He was in the process of turning his body, trying to capture the intruder's position, and his hand holding the black box swung across. As long as he saw the person, the outcome would be decided in an instant. But suddenly, something strange happened. Suen found that he couldn't move his body. It wasn't because of mental control, but rather, the air around him seemed to have turned into a solid, imprisoning him and making it impossible for him to break free. Control-type magic. At this moment, the intruder behind him also exclaimed in surprise, "You're actually alive. A top-tier professional." Suen murmured to himself as he listened to the voice coming from behind. But in an instant, he relaxed. The gap in strength was already something that couldn't be compensated for by desperate measures. Moreover, even if he made an attacking move, he still didn't sense any malice from the person behind him. At least not for the time being. And when the person spoke, he slowly walked to Suen's front and first expressed his attitude, "Don't misunderstand, I have no ill intentions towards you. Restraining you is also for the sake of our safety." Listening to these words, Suen also knew that the other party had seen through his intentions and pretended to be confused. "Since you are a high-level professional and have trespassed into my residence, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. The person in front of him was dressed in a black cloak that covered his face, making his features a black mist. He said with a hint of praise, "You are indeed very vigilant. If it were someone else, even a high-level professional, you would probably have become a dead soul under their blade." Suen narrowed his eyes slightly, neither confirming nor denying. He felt that the other party had seen what was in his box, and he felt uneasy about it. Thinking that even if he couldn't die today, he probably wouldn't be able to keep the Reaper's scythe. But it seemed that the cloaked person completely guessed his thoughts and said directly, "You have the night black scythe of Hypnos in your hand, right? Tisk tisk, I didn't expect it to fall into your hands. But rest assured, that kind of sealed object is a treasure to others, but it doesn't hold much attraction for me. There aren't many people who can force me to use that weapon, and when it comes to a life or death situation, it's useless." Upon hearing these words, Suen's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. But he immediately understood the hidden meaning in the cloaked person's words. Not many people in Old Lingdun could force him to use this scythe. To be able to say such words, this person must be very powerful. Suen felt that looking at this cloaked person gave him a deeper sense of unfathomability than looking at Chuck, the leader of the Umbrella Organization. And thinking about the person who would be tracked by Colonel Bill from the Umbrella Organization, he must not be simple. However, since he wasn't here for wealth or to harm him, why did this cloaked person come here? Oh, right. For the cursed space. Suen didn't say much. He was the passive party and just listened silently. The other party would eventually reveal their purpose. And at this moment, he never expected that the cloaked person would not mention his purpose, but instead casually asked, "Did you go to the black market before to find a master-level craftsman to forge a set of special implants?" Upon hearing this, Suen's gaze narrowed. "You've been following me." His first reaction was that he had been followed. But as he quickly recalled in his mind, he couldn't figure out when he had exposed any flaws. He also couldn't understand the purpose of a high-level professional following him. "No, you misunderstood. It's just my guess." The cloaked person didn't beat around the bush and said in a casual tone, "I didn't follow you. It's just that I went to Rosen's alchemy shop before, and the owner told me that someone wanted to customize a set of dark gold implants for the 8-armed spider god spear. I thought that there aren't many professionals who can use that set of implants, probably a puppeteer." Pausing for a moment, he looked at the two puppets that Suen was holding and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Your puppet manipulation skills are quite good. Just out of curiosity, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence." Upon hearing this, Suen also revealed a hint of realization and surprise. "Are you the master craftsman mentioned by the shop owner?" A first-tier professional who can use such complex implants as a puppeteer does indeed meet this condition. It's just that he didn't expect such a coincidence, that the two of them would meet in this way. But as Suen thought about it, he also felt that this person wasn't lying. Master craftsmen are few and far between in the inner city, and it's almost impossible for such important figures to appear in the black market of the outer city. But if it was the Vice Dean who had defected from the Black Tower Alchemy Academy, the logic also matched. "Master? I guess so." The cloaked figure spoke in a relaxed tone, having already lifted the restraining spell on Suen. He asked, "Do you still need your equipment forged?" "Of course." Freed from the restraints, Suen felt a lightness in his body and didn't make any rash movements. He even placed the black box he was holding on the ground. The cloaked figure continued, "We can make a deal." Suen replied, "I'm all ears." The newcomer showed no hostility and Suen responded with enough courtesy. This cloaked figure gave him a strange feeling. Every word and action was polite, and there was no sense of malice. He exuded the air of a true noble gentleman with refined manners. In Suen's eyes, someone who revealed no flaws like this person was either genuinely well-intentioned or extremely dangerous. The cloaked figure said, "I can forge your equipment for free, but in exchange, I want to know how you came out of that cursed space in the basement. Of course, if the value of the information exceeds my reward, I will pay you additional compensation to your satisfaction." "Deal." As expected, Suen readily agreed without hesitation. He didn't think the other party would deceive him about the materials in order to say this. After all, while the dark gold spider emperor's leg was rare, it was only a first-tier material and had limited appeal to high-level professionals. Moreover, the other party said it was a trade, and he had no right to refuse. "However, before the trade, I have a question." After thinking for a moment, Suen decided to take some initiative and asked, I want to know why there is a cursed space in this house. And why did you appear in my house? The cloaked figure was not surprised that Suen asked this question and casually replied, are you sure you want to know? Hearing this, Suen showed a puzzled expression. I asked, so why wouldn't I want to know? The cloaked figure explained, what I mean is, some things are troublesome once you know them. So, do you want to invite trouble? Upon hearing this, Suen frowned and thought for a moment before saying, can I choose to listen to the part of the information that won't cause trouble? Trouble? He was well aware that he had already gotten himself into trouble when he discovered this cursed space. If he didn't figure out this question, he felt it would be even more troublesome. He needed some necessary information to judge his future choices. Hee, interesting. The cloaked figure chuckled lightly and began speaking directly. 8 years ago, when a banker developed this property, there was a strange incident of missing personnel. At that time, I happened to be in charge of handling this incident. After investigating, I discovered from ancient books that this was the site of a hospital from the previous era. I also learned some of the cursed characteristics of this space. At this point, he glanced at Suen and said, it's what you know, how to enter. Suen listened calmly upon hearing this. The cloaked figure continued, later, many people who went in for investigation couldn't come out. This ruin was then classified as T-sealed. Of course, there are also some highly confidential plots involved, which I guess you wouldn't want to hear. Okay. Suen didn't ask about the hidden content, but instead listened quietly as he continued. As for why I came here, it's because this is a trap I set. I sensed someone entering, so I came to take a look. The cloaked figure also had no intention of hiding anything and said frankly, something happened back then that made me aware that this cursed space involved a big secret. Although I destroyed that top secret file and most of the people who knew about it died during exploration, there are still some traces that cannot be erased. Since someone is investigating me, I used those remaining clues to lead the investigators to the basement of this apartment. Taking a breath, he continued, I didn't do this to harm ordinary tenants, so I said I have no ill intentions towards you. After all, as you know, the way to trigger this cursed space is quite special. Saying that, he looked at Suen curiously and asked, so, I'm also curious, how did you get involved? Suen simply said, I heard that a few people died in the house before, so I thought about it a bit more and got sucked in without thinking. Indeed, this trap was not aimed at ordinary tenants. If he hadn't overthought it, he probably wouldn't have encountered any problems. Hee, it's not something you can achieve just by thinking. The cloaked figure shook his head and spoke with a hint of admiration in his tone, you have a meticulous mind. From the moment you came out and decisively left the apartment, I knew that you didn't just stumble upon the cursed space by chance, but rather it was your ability. If you were a second tier, perhaps I would be interested in sharing some more interesting secrets with you. But for now. Suen felt that this person had revealed too much information to him, as if he wasn't afraid of others guessing his identity based on this information. Suen was just about to wonder why he would do this. At this moment, the cloaked figure casually said, although I don't know how you found out, I feel like you have already guessed my identity. Upon hearing this, a barely noticeable stern expression flashed across Suen's face. At this moment, he finally knew where the uneasiness in his heart came from. Now he was certain that this guy had the ability to read minds or something similar. Suen tried his best to suppress his emotional fluctuations, avoiding being seen through, and simply explained, I encountered blind detective Bill in the cursed space. There was no need for him to explain in detail. This cloaked figure would fill in the gaps himself and understand what had happened. The cloaked figure was not surprised, but rather curious. He's not dead yet. Suen, no, he's already dead. But his soul hasn't dissipated yet. Listening to this, the cloaked figure muttered to himself, just as it was recorded in the ancient texts. At this point, he looked at Suen and said, all right, I've told you what you wanted to know. You can tell me what you know. Suen didn't hesitate. In front of such a powerful and wise person, playing tricks would only make him look like a clown. After I entered, I found myself in an ancient hospital, marked as the 3rd floor. I encountered monsters, and later I discovered the terror objectification rule of the space. He roughly recounted his experiences in the space, avoiding some sensitive details. The cloaked figure listened patiently and carefully. When he heard Suen mention the rule of terror objectification, he exclaimed in surprise and admiration, you actually discovered this rule. Tisk tisk, this is not just ordinary meticulous thinking. Could it be that your talent is B059 thinker? Suen deliberately ignored the role of all-knowing eye in his narration, making it sound somewhat unbelievable. But he felt that if he lied, this guy would definitely see through it, so he simply avoided the question and said, "I'm just more cautious." Hee. The cloaked figure naturally didn't believe it, but he didn't care about this irrelevant question. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Did you encounter a living corpse with blue skin?" Suen knew that this guy was intentionally interrupting, just to remind him that he didn't know everything about this cursed space. Suen calmly replied, "Yes, I encountered it. That monster was very fast, and it easily killed Bill in the space. Because I had heard about a method to break this kind of space, in an emergency, I recited a name I happened to see, and then I came out." "On which floor of the hospital did you encounter the monster?" "The second floor." "Which room?" "The fifth room on the left." "What is the name of the dean?" "Thermido M. Chekhov." After asking a few questions, the cloaked figure fell into deep contemplation for a long time. Although Suen couldn't see his expression, he could sense that this guy was probably very satisfied with the information he provided. For the first time, a living person came out of the T-level cursed space where no one had survived. The cloaked figure felt that the harvest far exceeded his expectations. After a long contemplation, he took the initiative to speak, "I am very satisfied with your information. It even exceeds the value of the materials I helped you refine. So, according to our agreement, I can promise to give you some additional rewards." Pausing for a moment, he asked Suen, "What do you need?" "Money, materials, alchemical knowledge, anything is fine." Suen said, "I haven't thought of anything for now." The current situation was not a good time to ask for rewards. And no matter what reward he exchanged for, he felt that he would be at a loss. After all, this person was the top professional in Old Lingdun, a master forger, a prominent figure that the people in the outer city couldn't even come into contact with. If there was no hostility, just getting to know him would bring benefits that couldn't be compared to any material wealth. The cloaked figure didn't hesitate either and straightforwardly said, "Then I owe you a favor. Let me know when you need it in the future. Give me your materials, and 5 days later, pick up the alchemical equipment at Rosen's alchemy shop. If you decide what you want to exchange for the favor, you can leave a message at the shop as well." "All right." The conversation between smart people saved a lot of unnecessary steps. But Suen was also curious. Did this guy really just ask a few questions without any other purpose? And the process of the conversation was too casual. Wasn't he afraid that the information he obtained might be incorrect? At this moment, as the cloaked figure was about to leave, he seemed to have guessed something. He felt that since Suen already knew his identity, there was no need to hide anything and directly stated the reason, saying, "My talent is C042 Mind Reader. Although it's not a very strong combat talent, it's practical." Hearing this, Suen suddenly understood why he always felt like the other party already knew what he was going to say before he said it. So, he really understood mind reading. But Suen felt that the mind reader ability he knew wasn't that exaggerated, after all, it was just a C-level talent. He vaguely guessed that this might involve a realm of high-level professionals that he was not familiar with. Chapter 87, The 3 Ultimate Subjects of Alchemy. The cloaked figure talked with Suen for a while, obtained the information he wanted, and then left the apartment. He didn't even go to the basement to take a look. But thinking about it, even if he knew the way in and out, it didn't mean he could definitely come out alive. Once he entered the basement, he would definitely be involved. If he really encountered the super-level blue-skinned undead, even though he was already one of the top professionals in Old Lingdun City, he might not be able to come out alive. However, Suen was indeed slightly surprised by the unexpected arrival of the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure never showed any hostility from beginning to end, just like a true gentleman, polite, reasonable, and fair in his dealings. But why would this seemingly humble vice-dean of the Black Tower Academy, Nikola J. Amirish, escape from the inner city? The reason was probably what he said himself, certain secrets that would cause trouble if known. Suen's special experiences allowed him to understand human nature more easily than others. At least he could distinguish between goodwill and malice. He even felt that this Nikola J. Amirish was the easiest person to get along with that he had encountered since crossing into this cruel underground world. As the cloaked figure left, the sense of danger in Suen's heart completely disappeared. Now that the hunter behind the trap had taken the initiative to reveal himself and explain his intentions, things were probably clear. Looking at the house that he was originally satisfied with, Suen looked somewhat helpless. Looks like I have to move again. Although the cloaked figure said that the trap was not aimed at ordinary tenants and would not disturb him in the future, Suen had no intention of continuing to live there. He preferred to stay away from this sensitive battlefield involving top professionals. He didn't dare to go to the basement again and planned to find someone to move his things out tomorrow. At this moment, Suen thought of something and took out a notebook from his storage ring. This was the undead research diary that he brought out from the cursed space safe. The other party didn't ask earlier, and he intentionally withheld information. Now that he had some free time, he carefully looked through it. It was a handwritten manuscript, with each page filled with dense text and illustrations. With just a flip, he could see colored pencil drawings of various human body structures, such as arms, heads, skeletons, or detailed depictions of various internal organs. The author of the diary had a very strong drawing skill, and looking at these hand-drawn pictures, Suen even felt like he was looking at precise anatomical prints from his previous life, with every blood vessel, nerve, and muscle fiber clearly depicted. From the surface to the internal structure, even to the microscopic level of enlarged cell patterns. Moreover, it was not just drawings, the notebook also had a lot of annotated text. It detailed the functions of human organs, how blood, muscles, organs, and the brain worked. It even specified where runes should be drawn on which blood vessels. There were also many incomprehensible diagrams of auxiliary instruments, various scales, and strange accessory models. Suen first looked at these incomprehensible contents in the diary and couldn't help but marvel at how ancient alchemists had researched life sciences to such an exaggerated extent. Life sciences combined with mysterious alchemy truly created a magical world. However, with his current level of advanced beginner alchemy, when he saw the contents in the diary, he understood 9 out of 10, but was completely lost when it came to putting everything together. He was curious about the super-level runes on the blue-skinned undead's body, but when he looked at it, his scalp went numb. The diary did indeed have detailed instructions and principles for drawing such runes. However, it was not a textbook, but an experimental log. There was no step-by-step explanation, just a simple record of something. Moreover, it involved sensitive research content and was clearly encrypted. After reading a few pages, Suen was completely confused and gave up on trying to understand those professional knowledge. He felt that this advanced knowledge was probably not something he, or even most people in Old Lingdun, had the qualifications to understand. However, Suen also had doubts in his heart. Why were ancient alchemy and modern breakthroughs so powerful? Where did the missing stages go? Suen didn't dwell on the academic content any longer and instead focused on the parts of the diary that he could understand. With just a glance, he knew how this undead research diary came about. The most basic explanation of alchemy was the transmutation of precious metals, such as gold. But in reality, alchemy was not mysticism or magic, but science. There were 3 ultimate topics in the field of alchemy: resurrection of the dead, transference of life, and creation of life. And in these diaries, it was the research report of a mad ancient alchemist named Thermido M. Chekhov who wanted to revive corpses. Following the timeline recorded in the diary, Suen found the first volume. January 2, 1221. Ah, it's all because of my research mistake that Miss Pistoia suffered a calamity. Why can't I bring her back to life? I looked through the research materials left by ancient alchemists and found a lot of inspiration. Finally, I decided to restart the Resurrection of the Dead project. When Suen saw the first volume of the diary, an incredulous expression appeared on his face. Because he saw a familiar name, Pistoia. If it wasn't the same name, then it should be the little ghost girl from the Storm Manor's cursed space when he first crossed over. He didn't understand the background of this world before and didn't know the origin of that little girl. Now he knew, her surname was very special, Pistoia Isaac. And that dilapidated manor, without a doubt, was the residence of Sir Isaac, who was hailed as the alchemy demigod in the previous era. It's no wonder that there is an altar underground in that manor that can awaken the talent. There is not much information about Pistoia in the diary, and Suen does not have enough clues to speculate what misfortune she has encountered. Next is the Hardcore Research Diary. March 21, 1221. Experimental subject number 001. I used a fresh corpse and began the experiment. May 1. I found a method in ancient books that can slow down the decay of corpses. Active potion plus level 8 dark attribute convergence rune can gather the aura of the dead. I transformed the hospital morgue into a research field. August 13, 1221. Experimental subject number 624. I extracted an active substance from the body of that super-tier abyssal creature. I named it X serum. After injection, the fresh corpse regained some of the physiological features of a living person. Increasing the dosage of X serum, the fresh corpse became uncontrollable. The body tissues underwent deformations and strange shapes appeared, eventually turning into repulsive monster forms, resembling atavistic abyssal creatures. Adjusting the formula, continuing to increase the dosage for experimentation, the bodies of the test subjects couldn't bear it, and their blood vessels and hearts ruptured. The hospital's corpses are not enough, and the conditions cannot meet the requirements for active research. I need fresher corpses. I tried to use those patients who are about to die. The families of the patients discovered some abnormalities, so I dared not use hospital patients anymore. I entrusted a black market merchant to buy slaves from the slave market. November 7, 1222. Experimental target number 1135 showed signs of deformity after injecting X serum, but miraculously survived and his physical qualities were unbelievably enhanced. I successfully extracted a sample of biological antibodies that inhibit deformities from the blood of the test subject. Oh, today is a happy day, the experiment has made substantial progress. March 11. Today, a rat sneaked into the laboratory and stole some research data. It seems that someone is interested in the X serum. After all, it can fill the human body with vitality. Perhaps some dignitaries want to use it to prolong their lives. I'm not interested in dealing with them, let them be. Another failure. Oh, what a terrible day. April 24, 1224. Experimental subject number 3335. The experiment finally made progress, and I successfully created the first active corpse. I started to attempt soul fusion. Damn it, even though I have successfully given the corpse all the biological features of a living person and there are no problems with the bloodline, why did the soul fusion still fail? The body showed obvious rejection of the soul. There is not enough time, I am unwilling. Suen flipped through the pages of the diary, understanding the contents that he could comprehend, and had a general impression of the story in his mind. It was a powerful alchemist who wanted to research a method to revive the dead and conducted crazy experiments in the morgue. From corpses to patients, and then to live subjects. Finally, the diary abruptly ended, as if something unexpected happened, and there was no further information. That Kakov created active corpses, but ultimately failed to give them life. At least according to the notes, he failed. So, the active corpse in the cursed space came from this. After reading the diary, Suen had a sudden realization. When he looked at the description of the active corpse, his first reaction was not to study any resurrection technique, but to suddenly realize whether the blue-skinned active corpse could be used as a puppet medium for wielding a scythe. It had almost all the life characteristics of a living person, and even had dark spiritual power. Almost all the conditions for manipulating the scythe were met. But it was just a passing thought. The content in the diary was too advanced, and even the surface knowledge was too much for him to digest at the moment. Suen put away the diary. Chapter 88, Controlled Drugs. Suen didn't rest at number 88 Ginkgo Street, but instead found a random hotel to take a nap. In the evening, he received a reply from the mysterious alchemist at the Three Fire Guns Tavern, agreeing to meet at the usual place the next morning at 10 o'clock. Then it was another day of wandering the streets, gambling, and fighting in the arena all night. It is worth mentioning that the arena has been very lively these past 2 days. Many important figures from the inner city seemed to have come to the VIP room on the second floor. The gambling in the casino was getting bigger, and the fights in the arena were becoming bloodier. The gamblers were excited, and Kay and the others thought it was a good sign of Green Street's prosperity. The more lively it was, the more money they could make. But Suen, who silently watched everything by the arena, always felt that there was an undercurrent behind this unusual liveliness. But he didn't worry about it. For him, this was also a good thing. The more lively the arena was, the more soul fragments he could harvest. In the early morning, the deadly battles in the arena ended, and it was time for Suen to finish work. He hired a few porters to move all the equipment from the basement of number 88 Ginkgo Street. Since he couldn't find a suitable place to live, Suen simply didn't bother and rented a basement near the shooting range. Although the new place had a less dense dark spiritual power, it was quiet enough when the door was closed. The mechanical workshop and training ground were barely enough. He could also go directly to the shooting range next door for target practice. It was still early after moving, so Suen adjusted and tested 2 pieces of high-tech exercise equipment. The neuromuscular bioelectric stimulator connected to his body, and a current-like energy flowed through his muscles, constantly stimulating the muscle fibers to tear. The effect of training for half an hour was also very obvious. Because Suen could accurately grasp the changes in his body data, he confirmed that this high-tech equipment was indeed effective. Just in terms of muscle stimulation, the training effect with the connected equipment was about 3 times better than without it. Then there was the Steam ultra-low temperature therapy device. After intense exercise, the muscles were in a state of high excitement and fatigue, and they needed rest and recovery. Only when the values of muscle strength, muscle endurance, and lactate threshold increased would it be beneficial. Spending 2 or 3 minutes in the device with a temperature of -100 degrees instantly relieved the fatigue of the skin and flesh. This also greatly improved the efficiency of recovery and shortened the recovery period. Although the equipment greatly improved the effectiveness of physical training, Suen was not satisfied. In this world, besides high-tech equipment, the most exaggerated and direct way to enhance the body was through alchemy potions. At 10 o'clock, Suen arrived at the dilapidated warehouse where the previous transaction took place on time. Because it wasn't their first transaction, the few guys pretending to be gangsters were obviously not as nervous. Suen saw the mysterious alchemist again. For some reason, when he saw the tightly wrapped body of that guy, he suddenly realized that the words semi-mutated human identified earlier were somewhat glaring. Suen had insufficient knowledge in this area before, and he didn't understand what it meant. But after harvesting the memories of the assistant professors from the Black Tower Academy during the expedition, he gained some basic understanding of biology. This made him feel incredible. In theory, mutations were irreversible. Once a person mutated, they were destined to become irrational monsters. Therefore, the situation of this mysterious alchemist named Danny being a semi-mutated was very special. This reminded Suen of some advanced knowledge he read in the zombie research diary yesterday. 1,000 years ago, that crazy sorcerer did indeed successfully extract mutation suppression samples from live experiments, making the mutations of zombies controllable. Although Suen was not sure what the situation with Danny was, he felt that it was very similar. Suen was lost in thought, slightly distracted. At this moment, the alchemist Danny took the initiative to speak. "Sir, what potions do you plan to buy this time?" Suen said, "The mutation monster aversion potion you gave me last time saved my life, so I plan to get some more." Although it saved Rena's life, in a sense, it also saved the identity of Suen. Keeping one on hand might come in handy in the future. Hearing this, Danny seemed a little hesitant and said, "The main ingredient for that potion is hard to find in the outer city, and I don't have much of that potion left." Suen also felt that it was difficult. Even the Black Tower Academy instructors didn't have the potion. "What materials do you need? Next time I go to the black market, maybe I can help you keep an eye out." Danny said, "I need the marrow fluid of high-level mutated monsters. The higher the rank of the monster, the better the effect of the potion. The one I sold you last time was made from the marrow fluid of a second-rank silver strange creature." Listening to this, Suen asked, "Can any kind of strange creature's marrow fluid be used?" Danny said, "Basically, yes." "Okay, I'll keep an eye out for you." Suen nodded and then said, "I also want to buy the mutation tolerance enhancement potion that you wanted to sell last time." The mutation tolerance enhancement potion was prepared for the fusion with the dark gold spider implant. After reading the materials yesterday, the defected Vice Dean told Suen about a situation. That is, if top-quality materials are used to refine the finished plant equipment, it will be very powerful, but the containment value requirement will also be extremely high. It is estimated that he needs to reach a level of around 1,400 in dark spiritual power before he can ensure that there will be no distortion. However, when Suen was promoted to the first rank, he only had around 1,200. Originally, the dean said he could demote and use inferior materials. But Suen refused this proposal. He thought of the distortion tolerance enhancement potion in the alchemist's hands, which can increase the curse tolerance value by 10–18%. If he takes this potion, it should be just enough to integrate with the dark gold plant equipment. "Okay, but I only have one." Danny had no intention of selling the special potion in his hands, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to sell it to others. And for the sake of the transaction, they also brought it with them. Suen successfully obtained the distortion tolerance enhancement potion, and now everything was in place. Then he asked again, in addition, I now need a physical enhancement potion without side effects, the higher the level, the better. Danny gave a suggestion, I happen to have a PTX Rampage Enhancement Potion and a Luster 6th Generation Blood Cell Enhancer. These potions are laboratory level things that are not available in the market. You may not be familiar with them, but I can guarantee that their effects are absolutely the best. Do you want to try them? Suen immediately agreed without even seeing the potions. Okay. Danny thought of something and added, I can sell you the potions, but I still hope that you can only use them yourself and not disclose them to anyone. Otherwise, both you and I will get into big trouble. No problem. When Suen heard the names of the potions, he naturally knew what trouble they were referring to. Because these were truly controlled substances. He had an impression of the names of these two potions. They were special refining potions used for internal training by the noble students of the Black Tower Academy. They could greatly improve training efficiency and promote muscle growth. These were advanced potions exclusively provided by the Black Tower Laboratory for the limited supply of the Academy, and any external circulation was prohibited. Once discovered, it would be a serious crime punishable by the gallows. And, if he remembered correctly, the students were only using 5th generation potions now, but Danny took out the 6th generation? As soon as he heard the name of the potion, he could basically confirm that Danny was a pharmacist from a top-level laboratory in the inner city. In an instant, the two potions were handed over to him. PTX Rampage Enhancement Potion. Explanation: taking it will allow you to train beyond your limits, greatly increase muscle strength during training, accelerate fatigue recovery, provide sustained explosive energy, endurance, and focus. The effect lasts for 12-13 weeks. Luster 6th Generation Blood Cell Enhancer. Explanation: taking the potion continuously enhances cell activity, muscle growth plus 60%, recovery efficiency plus 144%, the effect lasts for 16-18 weeks, there is a 5-20% fluctuation in data due to individual differences in physique. Suen used the all-knowing eye to take a look at the explosive effects of these potions, and he immediately decided to buy them. How much? These effects were at least 2 or 3 times better than the best refining potions he had seen on the black market. When he heard the inquiry, Danny seemed a little hesitant in his eyes and said, they are not sold on the market, so I don't know how much they are worth. But the material cost alone for these two potions exceeds 500,000. I'll give you both for 1 million, or 80,000. No problem. It was definitely a conscience price to sell them for less than the cost price. Suen immediately paid in cash and obtained the two potions. He then asked, if I need these potions in the future, is it possible? Danny looked troubled. It's difficult. Without a laboratory-level potion room, even with the materials, these potions cannot be refined. Oh. Suen felt a little regretful. But being able to obtain such high-level potions was already an unexpected surprise. The effects would last for a few more months, which was enough for him to think of a solution. At this time, Suen said again, I know that your potions cannot be sold on a large scale, but if there are potions that need to be sold, you can contact me directly. At least I can guarantee that your information will never be leaked, and the price will satisfy you. Since he learned about the situation of this mysterious pharmacist, he knew that this guy must be in need of money. After all, being an alchemist was a very expensive profession. Although the finished potions were valuable, the materials wasted during the refining process were also astonishing. Relying solely on those half-sized kids around him to steal, he couldn't support his daily research. After 2 transactions, they had established a basic trust. Hearing this, Danny nodded, okay. At this point, Suen remembered something and casually asked, by the way, last time when I was hunting in the underground dungeon, I encountered many mutated distorted monsters. Do you know what's going on? Many of those monsters were species I had never seen before, and they were much stronger than ordinary distorted monsters. This. Upon hearing this, Danny clearly seemed a little hesitant. It seemed that he knew the reason for the situation but was reluctant to say it directly. But after selling so many special potions, he also guessed that Suen must have already speculated about his origins to some extent. Thinking about it, he just mentioned, I heard that there was a serious accident in the inner city laboratory a few years ago, which caused some special substances to leak into the city's sewer system, triggering biological mutations. I'm not sure about the specific situation, but it's best for you, as a hunter, not to go to the sewer. So it was a laboratory leak? Suen listened and nodded, 2 more days passed, and Suen went to the black market. He finally got his hands on the alchemy planting of the 8-armed spider god spear as he had wished. The finished product was even more perfect than expected. Chapter 89, 8-armed spider spear. In the dim basement, Suen took out the alchemical implant he retrieved from the black market. It was an inconspicuous but nearly 8-meter-long spider arm. Under the flickering light of the gas lamp, a layer of dark cold light, resembling gold, reflected on the 8 spider arms. Upon closer inspection, each spider arm was densely engraved with mysterious and intricate runes. The reason why forging this implant required a master blacksmith was because of these runes. It was not something an ordinary craftsman could accomplish to engrave enough runes on such narrow spider legs. Although Suen's alchemy level was still far from being a master, his vision was not lacking. He could understand not only the single-layer runes on these spider legs but also the intricate technique of overlapping multiple runes. It was like drawing several different patterns on the same piece of paper. Each pattern had to remain independent and complete, without affecting each other. This required a high level of rune carving skill. Suen was very satisfied with the appearance of this implant. The color was low-key and steady, and most importantly, it could meet various professional needs. With the firmness of the all-seeing eye, he was not afraid of any hidden dangers left by the defected Vice Dean of the Black Tower on the implant. As expected, it was just like the description on the blueprint. It even had some minor attribute enhancements due to the special materials. 8-armed spider god spear. Explanation: a first-tier dark gold quality alchemical implant, requires high skill manipulation, containment value rated A and or above, first-tier dark spiritual power value of 1350 points, distortion rate less than 8%, after fusion, overall body resilience plus 25, elemental resistance plus 20, agility plus 12, toxin resistance plus 50%. Alchemy practitioners were a very ancient profession. They explored the mysteries of nature and sought the ultimate truth of the material world, but they did not pay much attention to their own physical training. The great alchemists of ancient times also discovered that their weak bodies were a limitation to their study of alchemy, and their combat abilities were weak. Some combat-oriented spellcasters came up with the idea of transplanting special biological parts into their bodies to enhance their attributes. However, direct transplantation would cause rejection reactions between different species. Until a certain era in ancient times, a mysterious and powerful super-tier alchemist named Nicholas Flamel came up with a method. He used the law of space combined with the law of equivalent exchange to research a special implant fusion method that deceived the body into not rejecting it. This method allowed the external implant to exist on the host in the form of a space imprint. It would be sealed on ordinary days and could be activated and used by driving it with dark spiritual power. After generations of improvements by alchemists, it gradually formed the current enchantment implant system. And now, the new generation spellcasters were even more extreme. They were no longer satisfied with biological limbs and wanted to replace a part or even all of their limbs with machinery. After taking the distortion tolerance enhancement potion, Suen identified that the fusion success rate reached 97%. Without hesitation, he laid out the prepared materials on the ground of the basement, forming a pentagram alchemy array. Just like before, he chanted the universal spell of the alchemist and guided the array to take effect. Following the law of equivalent exchange, praising the glory of the original creator, witness the miracle of creation through alchemy. After the pentagram lit up, a strange chemical reaction began. The 8-armed spider spear implant gradually dissolved and merged into the light of the array, then slowly integrated into his body. In no time, the light of the array dissipated, and the implant fused perfectly. Suen clearly felt a comfortable sensation as if his body was soaking in warm water. When he looked at his attribute panel, he could see a visible increase in resilience and resistance. It meant, he could take more beatings. For example, previously, getting shot would leave a fist-sized hole in his skin, but now it would be much smaller, increasing his chances of survival. Finally, the implant fusion was successful, and Suen was now truly a first-tier professional. He thought for a moment, formed hand seals, and changed into 8 different spellcaster hand seals: light, swift, crystal, wind, dark, thunder, power, stone. The essence of the spellcaster seal was to guide the dark spiritual power within the body to flow in a special trajectory, quickly condensing the alchemy array and unlocking the space imprint of the implant. Each spellcaster seal represented a specific flow trajectory of dark spiritual power. Different combinations of implant seals also had differences. following the distinction of the four elemental attributes of earth, wind, water, fire. Suen's 8-armed spider spear belonged to the metal attribute implant, requiring the arrangement of the 8 seals to form the pentagram flash gold array. Also, because he harvested the soul of Rosa, the assistant of the Black Tower Academy, he gained the skill of rapid seal formation. Although it was his first time forming seals, he had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The 8 seals were orderly, and the dark spiritual power within his body surged rapidly. With fast and accurate seal formation, in less than 2 seconds, the pentagram array under his feet also lit up. As the light dissipated, 8 ferocious dark gold spider arms suddenly appeared on Suen's back. So this is what it feels like to have an implant. Suen felt it was very strange. 8 spider spears appeared on his spine, and even his entire back skin became tough. It wasn't the feeling of an external equipment, but rather as if 8 arms had appeared out of thin air, allowing his brain to sense the existence of these limbs. The ability to multitask allowed Suen to quickly enter a state. He controlled the spider arms and cautiously climbed up the wall, easily gripping it with the sharp bristles and barbs on the spider legs. Because he had killed the spider queen in the dungeon before and obtained the skill intermediate spider climbing, Suen felt that climbing walls with spider arms was no longer difficult. After familiarizing himself with the operation, his body became more and more agile. His 8 legs alternately grabbed the wall, and his speed became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, he climbed up to the ceiling and hung there. So fast! Suen was delighted. After a brief test, he was shocked by his own speed. Running with 8 legs was at least several times faster than running with 2 legs, and it was much more agile. After a slight test, his straight-line running speed was about twice as fast, but the increase in speed when changing direction was exaggerated. The 8 spider legs could ignore obstacles and move, stop and change direction, jump in the air, cross obstacles and climb walls. The ability to pass through obstacles increased several times. After becoming proficient, he could become even faster. If he had this spider implant when he first entered the dungeon, would he still need to be chased by monsters? Even if he couldn't defeat them, he could just run away, and those distorted monsters wouldn't be able to catch up with him. Suen even imagined a tactic that was very suitable for this spider leg implant: the kite flow. Fight while running, fight while chasing. With his marksmanship and long-range shooting ability, this ability to move away from the body would visibly increase his combat power. Whether in the wilderness or in the city, this was definitely a powerful ability for survival and pursuit. However, this spider spear not only had the function of movement, but also had strong attack power. The 8 spider spears had retractable poisonous spikes. These spikes, engraved with armor-piercing runes and sturdy runes, could easily penetrate iron plates. Suen leaped down from the ceiling, and his 8 spider arms dispersed and buffered the force, allowing him to land steadily without feeling any impact. At this moment, he controlled one of the spider spears and stabbed it towards a nearby old steam pipe. It easily pierced through, as if it had entered soft mud. Such strong piercing ability! Suen looked at the cold light flashing on the spider spear, his eyes filled with surprise. Although his marksmanship was good, his close combat ability was not outstanding. Now, with this spider implant, his close combat ability instantly increased several times. Can the enemy with 2 arms defeat someone with 10 arms? Especially when those arms can extend up to 4 meters, and the 8 spears can instantly turn someone into a blood sieve. At this moment, Suen took out a puppet entangled with steel wires. Although the spider arms didn't have fingers, they had 8 of them. The steel-hardened fluff and thorns on the spider spear were originally used to control spider silk, and they were smooth and flexible, not inferior to fingers. Now, when controlling the steel wires, one spider arm could even control multiple steel wires. With several spider arms cooperating with each other, the number of controlled wires could be even greater. This allowed Suen to control 2 puppets while freeing up his hands to hold a gun. Now both hands are completely free. When it comes to real combat, I can control the puppets while using hand seals. The more Suen tried, the more interested he became, and he seemed to want to test the limits of his control. The number of steel wires he controlled increased. But soon, he became helpless. After controlling 4 puppets, the steel wires were everywhere in the room, chaotic and disorderly, almost binding himself. It was his first attempt to multitask, and his skills were not proficient enough. Obviously, he couldn't handle it. However, even so, Suen was very satisfied. After all, the skill multitasking could improve with practice. He was very satisfied with this 8-armed spider spear implant. Chapter 90, Negotiation. In the following days, Suen's life became more fulfilling. After successfully integrating the 8-armed spider spear implant, he needed a lot of time to practice controlling puppets with multitasking abilities, as well as climbing and shifting positions, and fighting and killing. Moreover, in order not to waste the 2 expensive body training potions he bought, he also needed to spend several hours a day on physical training. Fortunately, the lifestyle of the gang was very relaxed. Except for the mandatory street patrol at 7 o'clock every night, he could arrange his time freely if there were no emergencies. Recently, Suen also found that harvesting ordinary corpses brought him less and less experience, so he didn't waste time in the casino during the first half of the night. He only went to watch the professional fights in the second half of the night. In this way, time passed quickly, and peaceful and fulfilling days flew by in just over a month. On this day, Suen was tinkering with mechanical modifications in the basement. This dilapidated basement had changed a lot since he moved in a month ago. During this time, Suen had been moving a large number of mechanical equipment and parts in, like ants moving their nest, and even a small steam lathe. Various mechanical tools hung on the walls, which he bought from various shops and good items from the black market. He had transformed this place into his own mechanical workshop. At this moment, Suen was wearing a greasy work suit, wearing goggles, and his hands were also equipped with 2 external PT3 single-cylinder steam-powered arms. He was tinkering with something. The steam boiler provided the mechanical arms with powerful power, allowing him to shape the steel materials in his hands without using a lathe. He was making ammunition belts and ammunition boxes for his customized gun, Qinggui. This gun had a super high rate of fire. If used only as a pistol, its firepower advantage could not be fully utilized. But if it was fired continuously, even with an extended magazine, it would run out of bullets in a few seconds. So, he thought of the kind of ammunition belt and externally attached super-capacity ammunition box used by heavy machine guns. When he really encountered a need for firepower suppression, he could hang the ammunition box on himself, connect it with the ammunition belt, and the pistol would immediately turn into a heavy machine gun. While his hands were busy, his 8 spider arms behind him were not idle either. Because it was not convenient to hold other things with the working mechanical arms, when he was thirsty, one of the spider arms would bring a cup of tea from a table several meters away and feed him a sip of water. The 8 spider arms saved him a lot of time and completed some simple but time-consuming tasks. For example, loading bullets into the ammunition belt. It didn't require precise control. With the cooperation of several spider arms, they could easily pour the bullets from the box onto the specially made bullet press, and then press the handle. With the rhythmic metallic sound of click, 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 the bullets would be neatly loaded onto the ammunition belt. In no time, the last 2 modified ammunition boxes from the black market were also completed, and Suen breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at his work and seemed satisfied, muttering to himself, "Finally done, 10 ammunition boxes should be enough." These ammunition boxes were not only suitable for Suen's Qinggui, but also for another thing in this room, a mechanical power armor. Suen took the ammunition box and walked to the suspended mech on the wall. He tried the card slot, and it fit perfectly. This mech was just an experimental product that Suen put together, very rough, but basically formed. Suen named this lump of iron Iron Man Generation 1. It didn't have any extra things on it, not even a shell. The old and modeled body frame was a rough modification of the Hunter 8 external mechanical skeleton. The core was a PT9 4-cylinder steam boiler bought from the old goods market, which provided power for this lump of iron. The 2 arms were simple and crude 6-barreled guns, connected with ammunition belts and bulletproof plates. There were also some hydraulic transmission devices, high-pressure valves, and other components that were dismantled from various old goods. Although it didn't have much technical content, this thing was Suen's attempt. He tried to control this kind of power armor like a puppet with steel wires. But because the technology was far from enough and the machinery was too heavy, he hadn't even solved the problem of easily falling when running. Now its only use was as a semi-fixed turret. Suen could remotely control it to fire, make simple movements, and aim. It could be considered as a small step towards his idea of becoming a mechanical puppeteer. It was midnight now, and Suen originally had several hours to arrange freely in his studio. After completing his mechanical manufacturing tasks for the day, he wanted to practice making rune puppets. But at this moment, the communicator suddenly transmitted Kay's urgent voice, "Everyone, bring your weapons and gather at the Elephant Tavern." Upon hearing this, Suen frowned. The communicator was a tool used by the cross-society members to gather manpower in the event of a very important emergency. For small fights and disputes, a few shouts in Green Street would be enough to gather 20 or 30 people, and there was no need for a communicator. He had only used it once when the cross-society headquarters was attacked on the first day he joined. Now he heard it again? Judging from Kay's tone, it seemed that the situation was not small. Could it be those guys from the Steam Party causing trouble? Suen speculated. Conflicts often occurred at the boundary between Green Street and the Steam Party's territory. If there was a big disturbance, it was probably those guys. He didn't delay and changed out of his work suit. Because his combat equipment was always stored in his storage ring, there was nothing to tidy up. Suen left the basement and then started his motorcycle, racing all the way. In less than 2 minutes, he arrived in front of the Elephant Tavern. When Suen arrived, 2 groups of people were already confronting each other on the street outside the tavern. The ordinary customers on the street have disappeared, and 2 gangs of about 200 to 300 people each are standing outside the tavern with long guns and short cannons, facing each other. The number of people is still increasing. Suen took a glance and saw that the cross society was not just a few dozen people from Green Street, but also captains and gang members from other districts. It seems that there is going to be a big fight tonight. The elimination rate of gang members at the bottom of the gang is very high, and Suen is already considered an old man in Green Street. Because of his close relationship with Kay, although he has not been officially appointed, the gang members also regard him as the vice captain. Especially the newcomers, when they see his motorcycle coming, they wave and greet him. A familiar newcomer walked over and greeted Suen. "Vice Captain, you're here." Suen didn't see Kay and looked at the situation tonight, feeling a bit exaggerated, and asked, "What's going on?" The person whispered, "The Steam Party suddenly gathered people to Green Street, and the cotters are negotiating in the tavern." Negotiating? Suen frowned as he listened. He looked at the arrogant motorcycle gang members of the Steam Party not far away and realized that something was wrong. In a normal situation, such a large-scale invasion would lead to direct warfare. But they are sitting down to negotiate. However, looking at the current situation, he also knew that they couldn't fight for the time being. Since there are cotters negotiating, at least before there is any movement in the tavern, the people outside cannot provoke or fight. Suen roughly understood the reason for the gathering and didn't plan to mix in the crowd. He walked to the corner of the street and squatted in a place near the alley. In case a fight really breaks out, crowded places will definitely be the focus of grenade attacks. After squatting for a while, he saw Kay walking out of the tavern. Kay also saw Suen and gestured for him to come to a secluded corner, indicating that there was something to discuss. The two bumped their heads against the side wall of the tavern. Suen had never seen such an ugly expression on Kay's face before, so he asked, "What's going on?" Kay gestured for him to look inside the tavern. Suen glanced through the window and saw that there were no ordinary customers in the tavern, only a group of strong men in black leather jackets with guns. 2 cotters from the Cross Society, Red Devil Gailong and Smoke Ghost Sambu, came. And on the opposite side of the negotiation table was the scar-faced man from the Steam Party whom Suen also knew, second-tier cotter Mad Dog Hogweenat, with the talent of a werewolf in the beast transformation system, and strong combat power. He was also an old strongman of the Steam Party. At this time, Kay finally said, "There's a big problem in the inner city, we might be in trouble." Suen listened to the tone and his face remained unchanged. "If there's a problem, there's a problem. It won't affect the livelihoods of the lower-level gang members like them." Kay was concise and said, "I just received news that the top-level financial consortium Reyes family in the inner city has split into 7 parts. The industry in Green Street is now in the hands of the third branch. Today, the young master of the third branch, Martin Reyes, is also here. He's upstairs." The Reyes family. Suen heard this and felt that something good seemed to suddenly have something to do with him. Isn't this the family of Rena, the rich woman? Their benefactor, Lady Fanove, has a very close relationship with the Reyes family. What happened in just 1 month? Could it be that Rena couldn't control the situation and her uncles split the family? Kay continued, "I don't know the specific situation. But I heard that the Black Tower high levels put pressure on them, and the major families in the inner city don't want to see the Reyes family dominate alone, so they forced the Reyes family to agree to split the consortium." Hearing this familiar pattern, Suen immediately understood. The Reyes Consortium almost monopolizes the residents' water and mining in Old Ling Dun, a true oligopoly. But the fate of an oligopoly is usually already determined. Either they have immense power and control over the government. If they can't reach the top, the final outcome is getting beaten up. This is not a new thing in the previous life either, just like the 7 oligarchs in Russia, how glorious they were at their peak, but in the end, they were all hammered without any resistance. Old Ling Dun is a privately owned feudal lord system. In theory, everything in the city is the private property of the Lord Grand Duke Raphael. As long as the Black Tower, the highest authority in the inner city, is there, no matter how big the oligopoly is, they have to bow down. But what does the split of the Reyes family have to do with their Green Street? Suen looked at the steam party, who was negotiating on the other side, and seemed to have guessed something. At this moment, Kay finally expressed his concern. Most of the entertainment industry in Green Street is owned by the Reyes family. Now that the Reyes family has split, the taverns and gambling dens are mostly in the hands of the third branch. And those guys from the steam party somehow got involved with Martin Young Master. Now their intention is for the Cross Society to withdraw from Green Street and let the steam party take over. Suen understood immediately upon hearing this. Suen felt that negotiations like this were likely to break down. Sure enough, after a few words, there was suddenly a commotion in the tavern. The voices were loud and could be heard on the street. Mad Dog Hog was very tough in his attitude and aggressively said, "Within 3 days, you Cross Society will withdraw from Green Street, otherwise. Gangs do rely on their benefactors for their livelihood, but not entirely. They are not so weak as to give up their territory that they fought for." "Impossible." Smoke Ghost Sambu directly slammed the table and interrupted the conversation. With a gloomy face and a slow pace of speech, he said, "Green Street has always been the territory of our Cross Society. Hog, don't come up with these empty words. If the steam party wants the territory, they should come at us with open weapons. The benefactor of the Cross Society is Lady Fanove. As long as she doesn't speak, no one can do anything." With these words, it meant that the negotiation had collapsed. As soon as the words "come and fight" fell, it irritated the nerves of both sides. Everyone in the tavern aimed their guns at each other. Suen and Kay reacted quickly, pulling out their guns and aiming at the members of the steam party in the room. This action triggered a chain reaction. The members of both sides outside the door immediately became tense, hearing the sound of bullets being loaded. Click, click. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, like a lit fuse on a barrel of explosives. Any slight movement would immediately ignite a fierce fire. For a moment, the large elephant tavern fell silent. No one dared to fire the first shot. If a fight were to break out now, it would undoubtedly be the spark that ignites a full-scale war between the two factions. In gang negotiations, it's all about showing off and flipping tables, but the possibility of actually fighting on the negotiation table is low. Normally, in this situation, a third party would come out to mediate, to calm both sides down and sit down to negotiate again. But unexpectedly, something unimaginable happened. At this moment, a bottle of wine suddenly fell from the sky and smashed onto the negotiation table. With a crash, it shattered, splashing everyone with wine stains. Everyone was stunned. This action clearly showed that they didn't take the two major factions seriously and was a blatant provocation. Everyone's gaze turned to the second floor of the tavern. However, when they saw who it was, their anger subsided one by one. A young man in a silver suit leaned against the railing, looking down at everyone with a contemptuous expression. "Humph! A bunch of ignorant fools. I gave you a little taste of sweetness, and you actually think highly of yourselves." These words were clearly directed at them. Suen didn't know this young man, but judging from his luxurious suit, he guessed that he must be someone important from the inner city. Clearly, this person is the protagonist of today, the third young master of the Reyes family, Martin Reyes. Chapter 91, I'm not here to negotiate with you. The entertainment industry in Green Street is one of the most developed districts in the outer city. Because of the mysterious Lady Philove behind it, there are many wealthy people from the inner city who come here for entertainment and consumption. Especially for gambling projects that the inner city does not have, such as bloody gladiator arenas, even just the commission from those gambling high rollers is an exaggerated amount. Usually, such entertainment venues are under the protection of the underworld, dealing with things that are more convenient for the local bosses to handle. For example, thieves, cheaters, non-paying customers, trouble-making drinkers, illegal human trafficking, hallucinogenic potions, and some other shady deals. It's not that the behind-the-scenes bosses are incapable of handling these matters, but outsourcing them with some money can save a lot of trouble and even be a win-win situation. Originally, the situation was that the Cross Society had the power to control Green Street. And because the benefactors behind the Cross Society could bring some high-quality customers to the entertainment industry on this street, everyone was happy. But now, the third branch of the Reyes family has obtained the ownership of some major venues in the Green Street area, and the situation has changed. Young Master Martin wants to kick out the Cross Society and bring in his own Steam party, which he is closer to. Originally, many venues on Green Street had shares owned by the Reyes family, such as the Gladiator Arena Crimson Citadel that Suen always liked to go to, and now the third branch is the major shareholder. It's reasonable to change the person in charge of one's own industry, and there's nothing wrong with it. But it's reasonable, but it's not in line with the rules of the underworld. After all, the outer city is the territory of the three major gangs, and they are all desperate outlaws who live by the sword. They earn their lives with their lives. Why should they listen to you just because you say so? Originally, negotiations were about give and take. The ultimate goal of gangsters fighting and killing each other is to make a profit. The Steam party does want to come and take a look, make some profit, and even lose a large sum of money, so there is room for negotiation. That way, everyone can save face. But young Master Martin's current intention is to kick the Cross Society out with nothing. Smoke Ghost Sangbu looked at the broken old-fashioned on the table, a flash of gloom in his eyes, and suppressed his anger without showing it. He looked at the young man in the suit upstairs and asked in a deep voice, "Young Master Martin, what do you mean by this?" "What do I mean?" Hee. Young Master Martin sneered, not even looking at this member of the Cross Society, and said, "From now on, Green Street is under my control. Also, please watch your tone and don't think that anyone has the right to talk to me. I didn't come here to negotiate with you. I just let Hog come to inform you. Within 3 days, I don't want to see any members of the Cross Society in my venues." After speaking, he turned his gaze to Smoke Ghost and asked, "Now, do you understand?" Not only Smoke Ghost, but the faces of everyone in the Cross Society were very ugly. If someone else spoke so arrogantly, they would probably have already started a fight. But facing this big shot from the inner city, none of the members of the Cross Society dared to point their guns at him, and they all held back their anger, their faces turning red. With a cold face, Smoke Ghost spoke again, "Young Master Martin, we will withdraw from your venues, that's not a problem. But by doing this, it might not be easy to explain to Lady Philov. Soldier against soldier, general against general." Smoke Ghost knew very well that he didn't even have the qualification to negotiate with this young master, so he could only bring up the benefactor. Gang members are all desperate outlaws struggling at the bottom of society. In the upper class of the inner city, they are just lowly thugs, with miserable lives. Identity? Respect? Thinking too much, they are just tools. Although it sounds cruel, it is the truth. Upon hearing this, young Master Martin coldly said, "If it weren't for Lady Philov's sake, I wouldn't have come in person. Besides, this matter is the business of my Reyes family, and it has nothing to do with Lady Philov." This statement directly blocked all the arguments of the members of the Cross Society. Without even giving face to the benefactor, there is no room for further negotiation. Upon hearing this, Suen, outside the tavern window, frowned. The more powerful the family, the more they value networking, and the less they should offend others so recklessly. This young Master Martin looks aggressive and has the arrogant temperament of a spoiled young master. Facing this group of wicked gangsters, Suen felt that this guy definitely shouldn't be as shallow as he appears. Not giving face to the Cross Society is one thing, but not even giving face to Lady Philov is quite intriguing. This kind of completely disrespectful behavior gives the impression that the other party doesn't care about offending people at all. It seems that things have become more complicated. Suen's thoughts started to spin. He quickly realized that the incident on Green Street was just the tip of the iceberg, involving more high-level power struggles. The control of several streets' venues wouldn't be enough to make this young master come in person. If there is no further value, there is no need to give face. This kind of thing usually happens when a building is about to collapse. A flash of insight came to Suen's mind, and from young Master Martin's words, he quickly deduced two possibilities. 1. Someone wants to take action against the Cross Society. 2. Someone wants to take action against the benefactor behind the Cross Society. Could It be that someone is planning to target Lady Philo, or the power behind her. Upon careful consideration, Suen immediately felt that his speculation was probably close to the truth. He had known before that the power behind Philo was closely related to Rena's father. After all, Rena was still her aunt. If anyone had the ability to force the race family to split, wouldn't they take advantage of the situation and weaken them? In fact, when Rena was assassinated, Suen had already guessed that things were not that simple. If it was only through killing that one could rise to power, then the people in the Leonard family who were in charge would be too foolish. Choosing assassination was probably to create internal conflicts. Now that Rena was not dead and the consortium was still forcibly split, the high-level members of the Black Tower who had been pushing things behind the scenes had also come to light. But since they had already done it, they had to swallow the criticism. Splitting the race family into 7 clearly showed that the other party did not have the ability to kill this behemoth, so they created internal conflicts, rallied some people, divided others, and struck another group. This was a very clever political strategy. Therefore, this was also why the Third House did not continue to support the Cross Society, their old partners in the outer city, but turned to the Steam Party. This was actually a true reflection of the internal conflicts being transferred to the outer city. Thinking of this, Suen suddenly understood why Martin Young Master was so tough, because he knew that someone was planning to target Lady Philo. In a flash of thought, Suen muttered to himself, if that's the case, there will probably be a lot of deaths in this territorial dispute. Martin Young Master slapped all the members of the Cross Society in the face with a few words. K, who was beside him, gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath, this damn young master, I really want to shoot him. He said it, but no one dared to actually do it. Even though the race family had been split, it had gone from being an oligarchy to 7 tycoons. The Third House was not to be underestimated, and it was definitely not something that a gang in the outer city could provoke. At this time, Martin Young Master lost patience and no longer stayed in the tavern. He threw 2 gold coins as if he was giving alms and arrogantly said, this is for the drinks just now. Without even looking at the members of the Cross Society, he said, remember, 3 days later, I don't want to see you again. Then, without looking back, he walked out of the Elephant Tavern with his bodyguards. The members of the Steam Party followed behind him like foxes behind a tiger's butt, with a triumphant smile on their faces, and left with the young master. The Smoke Ghost and Red Demon, the 2 executives, had dark faces and remained silent. Although the members of the Cross Society were filled with anger, no one dared to stop them. After the enemy left, Kay and the other captains also rushed into the tavern. As long as the executives gave the order, they could immediately take their weapons and chase after them. Smoke Ghost Boss, what should we do now? This damn Steam Party has gone too far. I'm telling you. Let's take our weapons and teach them a lesson. I almost couldn't resist shooting those damn dogs just now. That's right. That damn young master, I really want to twist his head off. There weren't many gang members who were afraid of trouble, especially those who became captains. They had all crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. They weren't afraid of fighting. They rolled up their sleeves and were ready to fight immediately. But the executives clearly knew that there were more internal factors involved in this matter, and they had a higher level of consideration. Suen didn't have the qualifications to go in, so he quietly listened outside. He felt that what he could think of, the executives would definitely be able to think of as well. If they really started a war now, the Cross Society would lose both in terms of reason and money. No matter what, would they dare to openly attack a young master of an inner-city family? Killing people might be satisfying, but what about the consequences? Did they really think that the security and defense forces of the inner city couldn't eliminate a gang because their knives were not fast enough? The Smoke Ghost suppressed the anger of the crowd and said, I'll go back to headquarters first and ask the president what he thinks. Don't act impulsively, wait for news. Chapter 92, Start War. I'll leave now, and leave the matters here to you. I'll take care of the things in the inner city, so you can handle it freely. 3 days later, I don't want to see any members of the Cross Society still on Green Street. You can rest assured, young Master Martin. We'll take care of it. After leaving the Elephant Tavern, Mad Dog Hog led a group of Steam Party members respectfully and sent young Master Martin into his luxurious steam car. Watching the convoy leave, Hog also breathed a sigh of relief. It was the first time he accompanied such an important person, and he felt a lot of pressure. Just now in the tavern, he was really afraid that the Cross Society would lose their temper or even start shooting. Although there were bodyguards by his side, this young master probably wouldn't die even if something happened, but even if he was just frightened, Hogg felt a great responsibility. And if a fight really broke out, the Steam Party would definitely be at a disadvantage on the Cross Society's territory. But now that they had sent away this young master, the mission was perfectly completed. Hogg was in a good mood and waved to the group of members, "Let's go, brothers." The roaring sound of hundreds of motorcycles deafened the ears as this group of uninvited guests left Green Street in a grand manner. Before long, Hogg returned to the Steam Party gathering place in the Wellington district of the East City. Here, various mechanical modification shops and accessory stores could be seen everywhere. Illegal limb modifications were also an important source of income for the Steam Party. Hogg walked into a heavy metal-style tavern and saw the president, Butcher Banner, in a private room on the second floor. "President, the job is done. Is there any movement from the Cross Society?" "Not for now. It seems that they have to swallow this loss." "Well done." Banner was in a good mood and laughed as he embraced the seductive woman beside him. Seeing that he was in a good mood, the woman asked coquettishly, "Old man, why would young Master Martin be willing to personally handle such a small matter?" "A small matter? This is not small at all." Banner shook his head with a smile, a look of joy appearing on his face. He explained meaningfully, "If the matter on Green Street is successful this time, the situation in the outer city will be different. The Cross Society might even suffer a big setback. But will the backer behind the Cross Society just sit idly by? That Mrs. Philov also has a lot of power in the inner city. If the Reyes family hadn't split, we wouldn't have had any chance at all. But now, Mrs. Philov is also in a difficult situation herself, so she probably won't tear her face over a small piece of territory in the outer city." The woman seemed to understand something and asked, "Are you saying that someone wants to target the backer of the Cross Society?" Banner neither confirmed nor denied it, and didn't explain further. He smiled and said, "Who knows? We don't need to worry about the matters in the inner city. Just take care of Green Street for now." "Oh." The seductive woman didn't ask any more questions. She thought of something and said softly, "But when we met, I always felt that young Master Martin looked at me strangely." Banner laughed, "Well, men, how can they resist when they see you?" The woman gave him a seductive look and playfully asked, "What if the young master really takes a liking to me?" Banner had an indifferent expression, "Then I'll send you over." Pfft! This remark made the seductive woman playfully punch her chest. Banner burst into laughter and his big hands wandered freely on the woman's graceful figure. But unexpected events often occur when least expected. Just as Banner was in a good mood and was about to move his body, urgent footsteps could be heard outside the door. After all, he was a high-level professional, and his perception was extremely sensitive. Hearing the footsteps, his face changed slightly. Knock, knock, knock. In an instant, someone knocked on the door, and Banner said in a deep voice, "Come in." The door opened, and a captain stood at the entrance with an anxious expression. He spoke quickly, "President, something bad has happened." As soon as he spoke, the joyful atmosphere in the room instantly disappeared. Banner vaguely guessed what had happened, and his gaze suddenly turned cold. What happened? Just now. The Reyes family's convoy was attacked by a group of mysterious people on Wutong Street in the South City. The entire convoy was wiped out, and young Master Martin was killed. What? Upon hearing this, Banner's face changed drastically, and he stood up with a swish. For a moment, the terrifying pressure of a high-level professional instantly spread, making it difficult for the people in the room to breathe. He asked urgently, "Is the news confirmed?" "It's confirmed. There was a severely injured driver at the scene," and he said, "Among the attackers, there was a guy who could transform into a red giant. The red demon Golan." Upon hearing this news, Banner's eyes flickered frequently, and he cursed angrily, "Damn it!" He knew very well how much trouble the death of young Master Martin would bring to their Steam Party. Not only would the cooperation they had just negotiated be in vain, but the pursuit that followed would be the most troublesome. He immediately ordered, "Gather manpower and immediately take over the Cross Society's stronghold on Green Street. Notify the cotters to gather and prepare for a gang war." "Yes, President." The captain also knew that the situation was urgent and hurriedly left to carry out the order. The sudden bad news made the faces of the remaining people in the room extremely ugly, and the atmosphere became terrifyingly cold. They had just celebrated the great advantage the Steam Party had gained, and now they received news that the young master from the inner city had been killed. It was like a hole had been punched in the sky, and everyone was stunned by this news. Banner sat on the sofa with a gloomy face, not knowing what he was thinking. On the side, Mad Dog Hog's face turned pale. It was not long ago that he personally sent Martin away, and now he heard the news of his death. He knew he couldn't escape from this. But he didn't lose his rationality due to anger, and raised his doubts. President, what if it's not Gaelong, but someone else who awakened the talent of the Red Demon? Anyone with clear eyes could see that the convoy intentionally left survivors, and one of the attackers who awakened the talent of the Red Demon was recognized. It seemed suspicious no matter how you looked at it. President, I feel like there's something fishy about this. It seems like someone is setting a trap to provoke a war between our two gangs. Hogg felt that he had found a point of doubt, and then analyzed, after all, the members of the Cross Society feel like they're at a disadvantage. As long as their brains are not damaged, they wouldn't dare to really kill Martin. Now we have to go to Green Street to settle this. What if it's a misunderstanding? Hee. Do you think I don't understand? Barna interrupted him with a cold laugh and said, now that the attacker is not Gaelong, the Cross Society will have to bear this blame. He sneered and continued, also, our steam party won't have it easy either. It was clear that Barna was truly furious, whether it was the Cross Society who attacked the convoy or not. Since the young master died, someone has to be buried with him. Do you really think the big shots in the inner city will wait for us to slowly investigate the truth and find the culprit? If no one dies today, we won't be able to settle this. This. Hogg immediately realized that the situation was even more serious than he had expected. In the eyes of those big shots in the inner city, their lives as gang members were no different from sewer rats. If a young master from a top financial family died, it would be worth more than 10,000 gang members. If they didn't make a move, the high-level members of the Steam Party would immediately face the furious storm of those big shots in the inner city. After venting his anger, Barna gradually calmed down. He thought of something and his expression became extremely ugly. He muttered to himself with self-mockery, I thought those big shots in the inner city were going to deal with the Cross Society. Now it seems like they don't want to see us grow either. It didn't matter who the culprit was. What mattered was that the Steam Party and the Cross Society, the two major gangs, had to go to war and give an explanation. In this battle, both sides would suffer. The person behind the scenes wanted to see this situation. At this moment, Barna suddenly thought of something and his eyes turned cold. He asked, Hogg, besides you, who else knows the route of the Reyes family's convoy? Hogg's face instantly turned pale when he heard this. He instantly realized that the president asking this question meant that he suspected there was a problem within the Steam Party as well. After the guys from the Steam Party arrogantly left, the members of the Cross Society did not leave Green Street. Everyone knew that something big would happen within the next 3 days, and the members of the gang were prepared for a war. The members from other districts also cancelled their rest and gathered in various taverns, carrying guns and ammunition. In the dilapidated building on Green Street, Kay led 40 to 50 men and squatted down. A bonfire burned in a metal barrel, and the firearms and ammunition from the arsenal were distributed. Mechanical arms, cannons, grenades, heavy machine guns, everything needed for a battle. The veterans set up their rifles on tripods next to the bonfire, then gathered together to chat and play poker. Fighting was a common occurrence, not much different from usual. The newcomers had never experienced such a battle before and trembled with their firearms. The dilapidated building had 5 floors, and standing on the top floor, one could overlook a large part of Green Street. Kay and Suen stood at the edge of the building, looking at the bustling street below. A cool breeze blew into their collars, bringing a slight chill. When Kay came out of the tavern, he was already feeling down. Now, looking at this prosperous street, he sighed, if we lose Green Street this time, I won't have the face to see the boss and the others. This was his first time as a captain, and Green Street was his first jurisdiction. If they really lost, it felt like his wife had been taken away. Suen looked at his expression and didn't directly say that this was no longer something he, as a captain, could intervene in, or even something that President Chuck could reverse. All he could do was advise, Captain, I have a feeling that something big is going to happen. Be careful. Upon hearing this, Kay became even more furious. Humph, if those guys from the Steam Party dare to come, I'll definitely crush them. He guessed that there might be an armed conflict, but he didn't expect it to come so soon and so directly. Kay was also a jinx. Just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion, and the entire Green Street was engulfed in flames. Someone immediately shouted in alarm, "Something's wrong. The steam party's people are attacking." Suen looked closely and his pupils contracted. In the distance on the street, the steam party's convoy came in a black mass. There were transport vehicles, motorcycles, armored vehicles, modified heavy trucks, and even tanks. There were probably hundreds or even thousands of them. Seeing this scene, Kay beside him also exclaimed, "Damn, how many people did the steam party bring?" Chapter 93, A shot hit from 300 meters away. The steam party suddenly started a war, which is very unreasonable. According to reason, they should have given 3 days to retreat. The steam party should not have come to provoke Green Street during this time. Moreover, with the support of the third branch of the Reyes family, as long as the steam party waits a few more days, the Cross Society will eventually withdraw from Green Street under the pressure of the higher-ups. Even if there is a conflict, it will be a small-scale one. It is incomprehensible why they would create such a scene of a gang war when they could have easily taken over Green Street without much cost. Kay looked at the number of enemies and cursed angrily, "Are these steam party guys crazy? Do they want the two gangs to fight to the death?" Suen looked at the sudden situation and suddenly thought of something. His expression became slightly strange as he muttered, "With such disregard for the consequences, could it be that the president of the steam party was assassinated, or that Martin Young Master was taken out by someone?" Besides this reason, he couldn't think of any other reason that would make the steam party so recklessly aggressive. However, it doesn't matter what the reason for the steam party's war is. The enemy has already reached the doorstep, and the Cross Society has to face them. The first shell exploded, blowing up the armored vehicle parked at the head of Green Street. The convoy rushed into the nearby blocks of Green Street like a torrent of steel. Then the two sides engaged in a fierce gun battle, with gunshots ringing out and cannons exploding throughout the streets. The steam party excelled in mechanical modifications and had a significant technological advantage with their cannons and armored vehicles. Almost every motorcycle was equipped with individual artillery and heavy machine guns. These hundreds of motorcycle knights were like hundreds of mobile artillery platforms. The Cross Society did not expect a large-scale gang war and was caught off guard. The frontal artillery battle did not last long, and the gang members were forced into the alleys between the buildings, starting a street battle. Preliminary estimates showed that the number of people from the steam party was 10 times that of the current Cross Society members in Green Street. Moreover, the majority of the steam party members had mechanical prosthetics, which gave them a significant advantage in large-scale firefights. Even if they were hit by bullets, it wouldn't be as deadly as it would be for a flesh and blood body. Furthermore, although mechanical prosthetics were not as agile as a human body, in terms of accuracy and stability in continuous shooting, they had a huge advantage over non-professionals. Kay and the others were waiting in front of a dilapidated building, right next to a narrow alley. Large tanks couldn't enter here, so they relied on this alley to fight a defensive battle. "Brothers, fight them. Hold on a little longer, reinforcements have already been sent from headquarters. Wolf, use the rocket launcher to blow up the transport vehicle at the street corner. Damn it, we need someone who can bandage wounds to treat Barty's injury." The sound of gunfire was dense like raindrops, and Captain K shouted hoarsely as he commanded the battle. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of bullets whizzing through the air rang in their ears, and the oppressive feeling of death made everyone feel like there was a heavy stone pressing on their chests. The cloud of death hung over each and every one of them. Large-scale wars were not the time to show individual bravery. Even K, who had extremely strong close combat abilities, could only hide behind cover and shoot. If he rushed out now, he would immediately become the target of concentrated fire. After all, the gang was not a regular army, and although they fought fiercely, they had many shortcomings. For example, they didn't have medics. Once injured, it was fatal for them. The veterans had some experience and changed their cover positions while fighting, overall engaging in a back and forth with the enemy. The rookies were prone to making mistakes, and their nervousness caused them to make frequent errors. Mistakes meant death. In a short time, about 40 to 50 people were reduced by more than 10 due to death or serious injuries. And because they discovered resistance in this dilapidated building, more and more steam party members gathered at the entrance of the alley. Suen hid behind cover and occasionally took shots. His expression remained calm throughout. After all, ordinary gunmen didn't pose much of a threat to him. Even if he didn't stick his head out to observe, Suen's ability to locate by sound allowed him to easily determine the shooting positions of the enemies. Even if a rocket was launched at him, he could predict the trajectory and impact point in advance from the sound of the burning gunpowder, calmly avoiding the deadly range of the explosion. Suen's current combat power had already surpassed the majority of captain-level fighters. With his marksmanship, he could easily suppress the 2 or 3 dozen enemies at the alley entrance. But he didn't do that. Because it wouldn't solve the problem at all, and it would bring a real disaster to their Green Street team. Once the enemy discovered that there was a firearms expert in this dilapidated building, captain-level professionals would immediately come to deal with them. If Suen killed the captains, there would be cadre-level fighters coming, and the trouble would be endless. With the enemy outnumbering them tenfold, Suen couldn't possibly kill them all. The best choice was to continue wearing them down and wait for the reinforcements from the Cross Society to arrive. At least when there were people to hold back the local second-tier professionals, he could unleash a counterattack. For now, all he had to do was protect himself, occasionally take shots to eliminate a few more threatening enemies. The members of the Green Street team were constantly being pushed back from the entrance of the alley. And at this moment, Kay suddenly noticed that the sniper on the dilapidated rooftop behind them had gone silent. He turned around and realized that their sniper had been shot in the head by the enemy, with the body hanging halfway off the edge of the building. Damn it, our sniper has been taken out. Captain, it seems like there are enemies approaching from behind. The enemies of the Steam Party dared not advance because the Cross Society had already occupied the high ground, suppressing them with sniper fire. Now that they no longer had a sniper in a high position, the Steam Party outside the alley pushed forward with their powerful mechanical shields. The situation became increasingly dangerous, and Suen was considering how long they could hold on before they had to retreat. But just then, he suddenly felt a pressure on his forehead, as if being pricked by a needle. Am I being targeted by a sniper? This was a warning from the malicious perception skill, indicating that someone was staring at him with hostile intent. The feeling was faint, indicating that the enemy was far away. But it was enough to make Suen alert. Without any hesitation, he rolled to the side, and almost at the same time, a bullet hit the spot where he had just been, leaving a bullet hole on the hard ground. Suen looked at the trajectory of the bullet and instantly identified the precise location of the sniper. Without hesitation, he pulled out his famous gun, Razor, and aimed it towards the window of a small building over 300 meters away at the 11 o'clock position to the left. He pulled the trigger. Bang! In an instant, a special flash of light, like that of a lightning bolt, flashed from the muzzle of the Razor. The bullet was fired and accurately hit the window 300 meters away. The sudden splatter of blood on the glass bed indicated that someone had indeed been hit behind the window. Kay, who was beside him, watched as Suen suddenly rolled and fired towards the flank of the enemy's position. His gaze instinctively followed the direction of the gun. He had been puzzled as to why Suen had aimed the gun at such a high angle, but with this glance, he saw the splatter of blood on the glass window. A sniper! Kay looked at Suen, his eyes filled with astonishment as if he had witnessed something unimaginable. Suen was a firearms expert, and Kay knew that. He wasn't surprised that Suen could kill an enemy sniper with one shot. But to accurately kill a target 300 meters away with a pistol? That was unbelievable. Not to mention marksmanship, could your pistol even be used as a sniper rifle? Kay, after all, was a professional and had much more experience than an ordinary gang member. He took a glance at the old and worn pistol in Suen's hand and knew that this gun was definitely not ordinary. He had thought that Suen didn't bring his famous gun, Three-Headed Ghost, because he was afraid of exposing himself, but it turned out that he had replaced it with something better. Kay didn't say much. It wasn't the time for idle chatter. Losing the high ground was very disadvantageous for them. Kay instantly thought of something and approached Suen, asking, Suen, can you take 2 of our brothers and seize the high ground of the dilapidated building? This was a very dangerous mission. Snipers were high-priority targets, and once they opened fire, the enemy would immediately choose to eliminate the sniper position. Kay and Suen had a close bond, and if it weren't for the need of the position, he would have chosen to go himself. But he didn't expect Suen to agree without hesitation, nodding, I can. He felt that it suited him well. There were too many people and distractions at the position, and he had many hidden cards that he couldn't reveal. Moreover, the position was a high-priority target for the enemy, and even with his super perception, he couldn't avoid being hit by stray bullets. And if things really became unbearable, it would also affect his tactical retreat. Suen thought for a moment and added, I can handle it alone. Chapter 94, One person suppressed the battle situation. Suen didn't stay in the alley for long and turned to a dilapidated building nearby. There were no lights in the building, it was pitch black. Knowing that the enemy had already entered the building, he guessed that there must be traps, hidden explosives, or warning devices along the way. After all, this dilapidated building was the usual gathering place for the people of Green Street, and he was familiar with the layout. Suen chose not to take the stairs and instead used the mechanical gloves on his arms to shoot steel wires to pull obstacles outside the building. After climbing a few times, he reached the rooftop along the outer wall. There was no one on the rooftop. He listened carefully and then went down to the 4th floor. Using the steel wire to descend to the 4th floor, he saw 2 figures setting up sniper rifles in a corner, acting suspiciously. They didn't notice that someone had silently approached them from behind. Suen raised his gun and shot. Baya 2 shots ended the lives of these 2 people. He walked over and collected the soul fragments from the bodies. Obtained 2 memory fragments of Slag Elite. You have acquired some basic mechanical knowledge. Firearm experience +6. Mental power +0.05. Obtained 1 memory fragment of Port Hatted. The 2 clusters of mist provided Suen with some firearm experience, and the basic mechanical knowledge was exactly what he needed. Indeed, his performance was not affected when working alone. Suen killed 2 people, obtained a decent sniper rifle, 2 additional mechanical arms, and several items from the storage rings. Altogether, they could probably be sold for around 200,000 to 300,000. Although he rarely used sniper rifles, his marksmanship was not bad. He lifted the bodies, lay on a dust cloth, and placed the enemy's sniper rifle on his shoulder. Through the scope, he looked down at the battlefield below. This angle allowed him to see Kay and the others' positions in the alley. Fortunately, he arrived quickly. If he had been delayed for a while, the people of Green Street would have been surrounded and most likely wiped out. In an instant, Suen aimed the scope at a member of the steam party across the alley and shot him in the head. Then he pulled the bolt and aimed at the person next to the headshot target, who was looking at the broken building in astonishment. He shot him in the chest. 2 shots killed 2 targets, and the enemy realized that there was a sniper in the broken building, so they didn't dare to show themselves. After firing 2 shots, Suen didn't look for other targets but quickly put away the sniper rifle and left the area. Just a few seconds after he left, a burst of gunfire swept through the spot where he had just shot. Hearing the distinctive sound of the machine gun, Suen knew it was the vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun on the armored vehicle. Armor-piercing bullets pierced through the cement wall, completely obliterating the 2 bodies on the floor. If he hadn't left, those bullets would have hit him. Suen changed direction and hid behind a load-bearing column, his gaze fixed on the battlefield below. His expression was extremely calm, and he didn't shoot frequently. He only shot occasionally when he saw targets that posed a great threat to Kay and the others. After killing 2 more people, a rocket flew towards him and exploded a large hole in the floor. However, Suen had anticipated this and avoided it in advance. Kay, who was watching the rocket fly towards the building, was initially worried about Suen's safety. But hearing the occasional gunshots, he knew that Suen was still safe. With such a precise sniper suppressing the enemy, their pressure was greatly reduced. From the dilapidated building, Suen overlooked the entire battlefield. Now the entire Green Street was in chaos, and the enemy's main forces had completely poured into Green Street. In the few minutes since he went upstairs, several places where gunshots were heard had fallen silent. The steam party had a numerical advantage, and the Cross Society was retreating step by step. It could be said that Kay's team was still holding on solely because of him. But Suen knew that it was time for him to retreat. This situation couldn't be stopped by killing a few people. But suddenly, he saw a house in the distance collapse. An advanced professional in battle. Suen squinted his eyes and saw a red-skinned giant fighting with several steam party executives, like a war god. Is that Gay Long? He's really strong. Suen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Gay Long fought against 3 opponents and didn't fall behind at all. The Cross Society sent 2 executives this time, and Smoker had returned to headquarters, leaving Gay Long alone in Green Street. Suen hadn't seen anyone before, so he couldn't fully unleash his abilities. Now that he saw Gay Long, he felt relieved. With this executive attracting firepower, it was like a bright light in the dark, attracting the attention of the enemy's second-tier professionals. In this way, Suen felt that the possibility of enemy executives coming to trouble him was even smaller. Thinking of this, he looked at Kay and the others who were still fighting downstairs and didn't rush to leave. It seems like I can take down a few more people. Suen muttered to himself. He calculated the time and thought to himself, someone should be coming soon. The high ground in the battlefield is crucial, especially when there are snipers inside. Suddenly, there was an explosion near the staircase of the dilapidated building. Suen heard the explosion and showed no surprise. It was the warning bomb installed by the two snipers earlier. The explosion meant that someone had infiltrated. He quickly took out several smoke bombs from his tactical vest and threw them directly into the corners of the fourth floor. Seconds later, the smoke filled the entire floor, making it impossible to see anything. Suen adjusted his goggles, and his vision was not affected at all. The tactical goggles he wore on his head were equipment he scavenged from the Black Tower Academy in the underground, not only equipped with night vision, but also capable of penetrating smoke. This was military equipment that couldn't be bought in the outer city. He didn't think that the ordinary members of the Steam Party would have such good equipment. Before long, several figures quietly walked up the stairs. Before their feet could touch the fourth floor, Suen fired 4 shots in a row. As soon as the gunshots fell, the bodies of 4 people rolled down the stairs. After firing the shots, Suen's ears twitched slightly, and he detected other movements. He immediately turned his gun towards the window and fired 2 more shots, shooting down 2 guys climbing up the wall. After killing 6 people in a row, the guys downstairs became smarter. They held mechanical shields in front of them, and about a dozen of them crowded together and came up. The smoke obscured their vision, and although they couldn't see clearly, they shot their guns in all directions in the smoke. Suen didn't rush to attack. He hid behind a stone pillar, carefully listening to the footsteps of the enemy and determining their positions. Bullets swept across the stone pillar, causing debris to fall. After hearing the enemy's round of gunfire, he accurately determined the position of a row of enemies. Just at this moment, Suen flicked his finger, and a creepy doll suddenly dropped from the ceiling at the staircase. The doll, like a tortured corpse, struggled and swayed in the air, emitting a creepy laughter. As soon as this sound entered their ears, the members of the Steam Party felt a momentary daze, and their guns and shields suddenly slipped from their hands. Without any hesitation, Suen quickly moved away from the pillar, dual-wielding his guns, and fired 13 shots in a row at the crowd, followed by 3 more shots. In the blink of an eye, 13 more people were killed. The bodies piled up at the staircase. In front of this firearms expert, even with the advantage of ambush, the ordinary members of the Steam Party were no match at all. Suen didn't bother to look at the bodies on the ground. He pulled the wire and pulled the creepy doll back up to the ceiling. Because he knew very well that this was just the beginning. There were still footsteps downstairs. Suen changed his position again, fully focused on observing the entire 4th floor, and thought to himself, the next wave should be captain-level professionals. Chapter 95, K's Mess. The enemy could appear from any direction, and Suen didn't dare to be careless. Suddenly, his ear moved, and he heard some movement. In a flash, he quickly turned around and fired a few shots towards the window. But these shots hit the metal, sparking for a moment. In the instant he fired, he saw a figure's arm suddenly shoot out and grab onto the beam, pulling himself up and landing steadily on the 4th floor. The retractable Iron Claw? Captain of the Night District, Anchor Hand Park. Suen saw the iconic steam-powered retractable Iron Claw and instantly guessed the identity of the person. Seeing this person, he was not surprised, but rather relieved. Without hesitation, he directly shot at the figure. But no matter where the bullets hit, they only caused sparks. Seeing this, Suen thought to himself, tisk tisk, as expected, it's difficult to harm this guy with a firearm, just like the legends say. After all, he was the captain, and Park reacted quickly to the sound of the gunshots. He immediately determined Suen's position in the smoke and shot out an iron claw. Suen was prepared and easily dodged the attack by predicting the angle of the attack. Mechanical limbs had strong defense, but their lack of agility was very obvious. The mechanical hook lock had a distinct sound of steam energy accumulation and release. Although this time was short, it was difficult for non-professionals to avoid. But for Suen, who had strong auditory and nerve reaction speed, it posed no threat at all. That's why he didn't even consider the idea of removing the implanted device when facing someone of the same level. This lump of iron posed no threat to him. With a clang, the mechanical iron claw didn't grab the person but instead grabbed a large piece of cement from the load-bearing column. Suen was also surprised. If this thing grabbed a person, their bones would probably be crushed. And at this moment, because of Park's distraction, nearly 20 members of the steam party suddenly rushed up the stairs. Those guys somehow obtained a powerful hairdryer and blew it randomly at the smoke on the 4th floor. Due to the ventilation in the dilapidated building, the smoke quickly dissipated after this random blowing. Hat. Suen raised an eyebrow and found these guys who tinkered with machines quite interesting. They even carried a hairdryer with them. Moreover, just by blowing for a moment, Park also exposed Suen's approximate position and shouted, 7 o'clock direction, focus fire. Hearing this, Suen had time to react. He calmly took out a bulletproof board and hid behind a stone pillar, enduring a barrage of bullets. Seeing that the stone pillar was about to break, he remained calm and counted in his mind, 3, 2, 1. The enemies had all arrived at their designated positions. Suddenly, 3 creepy dolls fell from the ceiling, landing right in the middle of the crowd. They cackled strangely, as if pressing a pause button on the gunshots in the building. In an instant, the entire floor was filled with their eerie laughter. Mechanical armor could block bullets, but it couldn't block the wailing of psychic power. Wailing dolls were almost always accurate against non-professionals. Moreover, they were now an advanced version of the creepy dolls. Suen wielded his dual guns and fired again. Although the members of the steam party had various mechanical parts on their bodies, as well as bulletproof helmets and bulletproof vests, their chances of being hit were relatively low. But in Suen's eyes, as long as they didn't have full body armor like Anchor Hand Park, there was no difference. Eyes exposed, shoot the eyes. Neck exposed, shoot the neck. Knees exposed, shoot the knees. As long as there was an exposed area, it was a precise shot. Suen's eyes were cold, and his dual guns spewed tongues of fire, mercilessly harvesting the lives of these gunmen. Blood splattered like fireworks, bursting in front of his eyes. Taking advantage of the intervals between shots, he could also avoid Park's iron claw. In just a few moments, nearly 20 people lay in a pool of blood. Even if a shot didn't kill them, bullets would enter through the gaps in their bulletproof vests and helmets as they fell, precise follow-up shots to kill them. Park, the anchor hand, in the distance was completely dumbfounded by the scene before him. His subordinates died one after another, and he could only watch helplessly. He realized that the guy with the dual guns completely ignored his intentions and completely disregarded the iron claw, mercilessly reaping lives like the Grim Reaper. Park was dumbfounded. Was there a firearms expert in this damn building? He had anticipated it, but this person. Facing their entire reorganized squad alone, not only did he not run away, but he also dared to ambush them. Every move was calm and composed, showing no signs of panic from beginning to end. Shooting and killing in the chaos, every shot precisely hit a vital spot, as if he were a cold-blooded monster. Was this guy a monster? This guy, facing their squad, showed no signs of panic at all? And what the hell was that laughing doll that emitted a terrifying laugh? Reality didn't give Park much time to think. In just a moment of shock, he suddenly saw the monster with dual guns kill all of his subordinates and then turn his gaze towards him. Park thought to himself, this is bad, as he tried to control his mechanical arm to grab the guy. However, before the pressure of the mini steam boiler could build up, he saw the person on the other side aim the gun at his head. A firearm? Even alchemical bullets couldn't break through his mask. But at this moment, Park looked at the expressionless face and suddenly felt less confident. It shouldn't be able to break through, right? Bang! Bang! It sounded like 2 shots, but he only saw a flash of fire in his eyes. 2 armor-piercing bullets connected end to end, hitting the same spot almost at the same time. In his final moment of life, Park watched as cracks appeared on the mask, and then the bullets entered his eye sockets, plunging him into eternal darkness. Suren looked at the fallen lump of iron in front of him and muttered to himself, my proficiency in secret technique, double shot is still a bit lacking when it comes to hitting agile professionals. But it's just right for dealing with clumsy targets like this. If it were another first-tier professional, they might have been able to do something about this Park. Unfortunately, they encountered Suren. After killing a fellow first-tier professional, Suren's face remained expressionless. Without delay, he walked over and swallowed the floating mist above the corpse. You obtained Park Cecil's memory fragments 3. You obtained some information, the day for delivering next Friday has come again. Damn it, we've already captured all the orphans and beggars in the neighborhood. It's barely enough this time, but where am I going to get so many people next time? You obtained some intermediate mechanical knowledge. You gained insight into mechanical limb modification techniques, Mechanical Manufacturing Proficiency plus 77. You mastered the blueprint for Park's mechanical elastic arm. Spirit Power plus 0.11. Hey! I actually directly extracted a complete mechanical blueprint? Hehe, this guy from the Steam Party really has a lot of mechanical knowledge. Surin wasn't surprised that he could extract mechanical experience from a corpse, but it was the first time he had extracted a mechanical blueprint from a corpse. But he had also heard that this Park was a well-known inventor in the Steam Party, skilled in designing and modifying mechanical limbs. The steam claw on his own hand was a limb he designed, so it made sense that he had the blueprint in his mind. As for the information he extracted, it was incomplete and Surin didn't pay much attention to it. After wiping out the team, he didn't waste any time and started harvesting souls, pulling out the spoils from the bodies on the ground. On the other hand, because Surin had to deal with the group of people who broke into the dilapidated building and there was no sniper suppressing them, Kay and the Green Street group downstairs were already in a desperate situation. Just as Park led his men to attack the dilapidated building, the enemies across the alley also began to charge. Kay's team was being pushed back, and out of the 40 or 50 people, there were still 7 or 8 intact. The enemies were increasing in number, and gunshots could be heard from all directions. Kay knew that it was pointless to hold on any longer and shouted, "Brothers, retreat! Hold on for a little longer, our reinforcements should be here." "What about you, Captain? You guys go first." Kay glanced at the dilapidated building not far away, hesitated for a moment in his eyes, and made a decision in an instant. His best option now was to try to escape into the alley and avoid the enemy's main force. With his speed, it would be difficult for the enemy, who were not professionals, to catch up. But as he listened to the intensifying gunfire from the dilapidated building, he knew that Surin was in trouble. If the gunfire hadn't stopped, it meant that no one had died yet. Gritting his teeth, he charged back. "You guys go first and find a place to fight in the alley. I'll go save Surin." Judging from the intensity of the gunfire in the building, Kay knew that there were at least 20 or 30 enemies. With almost a certain death in mind, he rushed in, but before he could reach the second floor, the sound of gunfire suddenly stopped. Kay's heart sank, suspecting that Surin was probably in grave danger. But he didn't retreat. With a fierce gleam in his eyes, he silently approached, intending to assassinate a few enemies. Then, on the stairs from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor, he discovered several bodies. As he took a few more steps, he felt that something was off. Because he didn't hear any movement. The 4th floor was deathly silent. "Hey, why is there no one?" Kay cautiously poked his head out, wanting to observe the situation on the 4th floor, and suddenly saw a gun pointed at his head. Just as he was about to dodge, he suddenly froze in place, his eyes filled with disbelief as he said, "Surin, my brother." Kay never expected that the one who survived was Surin, all alone. Surin had heard the footsteps long ago. He thought it was the enemy, but he didn't expect it to be Kay. Looking at Kay's astonished expression, he put away his firearm and continued to collect his spoils, calmly asking, "Captain, why are you here?" I came." At this moment, Kay somehow felt that his words were stumbling out of his mouth. He walked up to the 4th floor and saw the bodies scattered on the ground. The words "I came to save you" were stuck in his throat and couldn't be spoken. What did I see? Kay was stunned for a full 2 seconds before he came back to his senses, trying hard to make his brain believe what he saw in front of him. There were a total of 34 bodies on the 3rd floor stairs and the 4th floor. Are all these people dead? Upon closer inspection, there were no extra wounds on the bodies, almost all of them were killed with a single shot. Obviously, this was the work of the same person. And when he looked again at the body with the iron hook mechanical arm by the window, wasn't that Captain Anchorhand Park from the Night District? Seeing this, Kay looked towards the man who was busy cleaning up the battlefield, completely in chaos. He single-handedly took down a reorganization squad of the Steam Party? Including a veteran professional of the Steam Party? Without waiting for him to think further, Suen looked up and smiled, urging him, "Captain, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and help clean up the battlefield. Otherwise, we'll have trouble with the higher-ups later." Chapter 96, A Disdainful Gaze. "We need to leave here quickly. The commotion here might attract the Steam Party's cotters." Kay helped Suen clean up the battlefield, and the two of them prepared to leave. At this moment, Suen listened carefully and discovered something. He grabbed Kay, who was about to go downstairs. What's wrong? Kay looked at Suen with a puzzled expression. Suen shook his head. There are people coming downstairs. Kay listened to this and tried to hear for himself, but apparently, he didn't notice anything. Let's go to the rooftop. Suen didn't explain much and set up a few traps under the corpses on the ground before going up the stairs. Without much thought, Kay followed suit. They had been to this dilapidated building many times before, and Suen had already observed the escape route beforehand. 15 to 16 meters away from the dilapidated building was a shorter black building. As long as they could get there, they could avoid running into the steam party downstairs. Going from high to low, the distance between the two buildings was far, and the steel cables in the mechanical gloves were not very useful. However, fortunately, there were several rusty iron pipes connecting the buildings. Originally, Suen's plan was to untie the plant equipment and use spider legs to climb along the pipes with the help of leverage. The corroded pipes couldn't withstand a person's weight, but with the weight distributed among 8 spider arms, it was easy to pass. Then, with the help of the plant equipment, they could easily crawl between the buildings and retreat safely, which was no big deal. But now that Kay was with him, Suen didn't plan to show off his plant equipment. Although Kay didn't say it, he could guess that this guy had actually come up to save him. Kay looked at the opposite rooftop and then glanced at Suen with concern. I can jump over, but what about you? After all, as an assassin, his jumping ability was extraordinary. But he felt that it would be difficult for Suen, who was a gunner, to cover this distance. Suen shrugged and didn't explain much. Just jump. It was indeed a bit difficult, but not impossible. With that, Suen took a deep breath and then suddenly ran forward. He leaped off the edge of the rooftop without hesitation, falling like a bird in a parabolic trajectory. With a pu sound, he rolled to the ground. Although it was a bit embarrassing, it was still a safe landing. Suen stood up and dusted off the dirt on his body. Thanks to a month of hard training, his physical fitness had made a qualitative leap. With the help of alchemical potions and the advanced black technology device, the effect of this month was equivalent to 1 or 2 years of normal training. His muscle condition was now excellent. A few seconds later, Kay also jumped over. He looked at Suen, his eyes becoming even more strange. Suen, my brother, what kind of profession did you advance to? A gunner. Kay rolled his eyes when he heard that. In his impression, gunners were all weaklings with visual enhancement and perception enhancement abilities. Which gunner could jump over 10 meters? But thinking about the corpses that Suen had shot before, this gun expert was indeed genuine. Kay fell into deep self-doubt. Could it be that he was just overthinking? Perhaps because the noise of jumping off the building was a bit loud, the people downstairs saw them in mid-air. Not only did they see them, but they also recognized them. That's Kay, the Blade of the Cross Society. Chase after him and kill him. Whoever brings his head will receive a reward of 100,000. Listening to the steam party members shouting from below, Suen glanced helplessly at Kay beside him. His eyes seemed to speak. See, having a big reputation is impressive, but when you have acquaintances all over the battlefield, it's hard to kill you. Being a small fry also had its advantages. At least not many people would pay attention to you. Kay responded with an innocent expression, muttering, Hey, brother, why do I feel like you are looking at me as if I'm a burden? Suen replied, Please remove the questioning tone. Kay. The two of them had gone through many hardships together and had a deep bond. They knew that the other was joking, so they laughed it off. After jumping over the dilapidated building, they didn't dare to land and instead continued to jump across several buildings. Perhaps because the bodies of the Parker team in the dilapidated building had been discovered, the steam party members went crazy and quickly surrounded them. It was like a tightening net, with more and more people surrounding them, leaving Suen and Kay with less and less room to escape. Gunshots and rockets exploded in their ears, and their tracks had been locked on. To avoid exposure, they didn't wander on the rooftops but entered a low building. As long as they rushed across the street in front of them, they could escape to the more complex honeycomb building area. Once they entered there, no matter how many enemies there were, they wouldn't be able to surround them. Running frantically, the two of them were panting for breath. During their escape, Kay became even more amazed at Suen's stamina. Most of the members in the guild had exhausted their energy on the bellies of the courtesans. When it came to fighting, they could give it their all for a short period of time, but if it came to a prolonged battle of endurance, not many could handle it. The two of them hid behind a U-shaped obstacle, taking the opportunity to catch their breath. The sound of gunfire on the street made it hard to breathe, like the big hand of death, gently caressing their trembling souls. At this critical moment, even Kay, who was accustomed to life and death, couldn't help but feel a bit unsettled. But when he turned his head and saw Suen, who was checking his firearms and ammunition without any expression, his eyes twitched. Finally unable to resist his curiosity, he asked, "Brother, why aren't you panicking at all? It was the same in the underground dungeon last time, and it's the same now. If we can't escape this time, we'll be done for. Why do I feel like you don't care at all?" Suen didn't look at him and continued to work on his gun. He asked in return, "Can fear prevent us from being surrounded?" "It seems, not." Kay pouted and suddenly felt bored. "I just wanted to find some resonance with someone, but you have this indifferent expression towards life and death. Forget it, if you're not afraid, as the captain, I won't be afraid either." Kay comforted himself like this. And in this moment when Suen and Kay caught their breath, two enemies on the opposite rooftop suddenly spotted them. "They're here!" A shout echoed through the alley, and almost at the same time, Suen raised his gun and took them down. The two quickly changed their positions. But after being exposed, no matter where they hid, they would immediately be showered with bullets like a storm. Finally, they found themselves trapped behind a corner of a wall, unable to get out. Da-da-da-da. Bullets came from all directions, leaving them no chance to break free. Kay took a look outside with a mirror and just saw a dense crowd of enemies before the mirror was shattered by stray bullets. At this moment, the pressure of impending death made Kay's breathing heavy. He looked at Suen beside him and said in a deep voice, "Brother, this is bad. We can only fight for our lives now. The enemy's firepower is strong. I'll charge first to attract their attention, and you find a chance to retreat. Let's see who has better luck surviving." It was the same desperate situation as the last time in the apartment building, forcing the two of them into a corner again. But Kay was still Kay. But Suen was no longer the same Suen as in the apartment building. "The enemy's firepower is strong." Suen glanced at him and didn't say much. He thought for a moment, silently took out a large iron box, and hung it on the makeshift mechanical leg bone he designed. Kay looked at Suen's inexplicable action and couldn't figure it out. "Is that an ammunition box?" Then, he watched as Suen removed the magazine from the old pistol in his hand and connected it to the ammunition box with a bullet chain. "You?" Kay was confused. Wasn't an ammunition box only used for heavy machine guns? The act of connecting the pistol to the ammunition box seemed very strange. "Wait. We're about to fight for our lives, but how come your expression was so indifferent just now? Could it be?" Kay looked at Suen's still expressionless face and knew that he was serious. At this moment, Suen took out another half-finished puppet that was dressed in the same clothes as him and said, "I'll throw a flashbang later, and you grab this puppet and run out at the fastest speed to attract their firepower. The rest, leave it to me." Kay was full of question marks. He looked at the puppet in his hand, pinched it, and realized that it was just an ordinary puppet. It wasn't some kind of ceiling object with terrifying effects that could block bullets or kill enemies. "What does this mean?" Suen continued, "As long as we rush across this street, we'll be safe." "Hey!" Kay understood the plan to attract firepower, but looking at Suen's posture, was he planning to charge through? He looked at the puppet in his hand and then at the ammunition box. It seemed like he guessed something and exclaimed in shock, "Are you planning to fight them head-on?" As soon as the words came out, he found his own plan in his mind unbelievable, and he said again, "But there are at least 40 to 50 people on the other side." Suen didn't explain much and asked inexplicably, "Have you seen any second-tier professionals?" Kay didn't understand what he was thinking, but he answered, "No, but I saw 2 captains." Suen seemed to be more certain about something, and his expression became even colder. "Oh." Then he didn't say anything else. Perplexed by the strange question, Kay suddenly felt that his brain wasn't enough. He asked, "What does O mean?" Suen checked his gun one last time, then removed the flashbang and casually responded, "The O means it's not too bad." "This isn't too bad." Kay felt that it was already a matter of life and death, but this guy's dead fish face made it seem like they could really turn the tables. But the enemy's firepower was so fierce that even if they had pure physical talents, they would still be riddled with bullets if they went out. Before he could think too much, Suen closed his eyes, his cochlea trembled slightly, and his fingers drew on the ground. He determined the approximate positions of the enemies and didn't explain further. Get ready, I'm going to throw the flashbang. As soon as the words were spoken, Suen opened his eyes fiercely, his expression as sharp as a knife. Chapter 97, Killed Crazy. Actually, when Suen was fleeing, he had already been observing whether there were any formidable enemies in the pursuit team. Generally speaking, high-level experts have some arrogance and would not stoop so low as to chase and kill low-level professionals. Unless, the prey displays astonishing killing power. That's why Suen was able to kill more pursuers earlier, but only dealt with a few threats to them. The more he kills, the more likely he is to be targeted by high-level professionals. Now is the perfect opportunity. There was no time for explanations. At this moment, Kay wanted to ask something, but when he saw that Suen had already pulled out the pin of the flash grenade and thrown it away, he didn't hesitate to grab the puppet and rush out. At this moment, he still chose to trust Suen. Suen didn't expect the flash grenade to cause much interference to the enemy. The most important purpose was to tell the enemy that we are charging. This was a small psychological suggestion that would make people instinctively attack moving targets after the flash, regardless of whether they saw clearly or not. Sure enough, the moment Kay rushed out with the puppet, gunshots rang out. All the enemy's firepower was attracted to them, and they were frantically shooting at the two figures running at high speed. At the moment when the gunshots rang out, Suen, who was hiding behind cover, suddenly stood up, raised his hands and fired both guns, covering everything in front of him in a fan-shaped pattern. The left and right green ghosts were in continuous burst mode, with blue flames gushing out of the barrels like ghost fire. The right-hand thunder snake aimed at the formidable target, and each shot was an alchemical bullet. The large-capacity ammunition box provided continuous bullets for Suen's continuous shooting. A green ghost instantly turned into a heavy machine gun. What does it mean for a firearms expert to have unlimited firepower? It means death is imminent. Suen faced the enemies shooting at Kay and didn't give them a chance to turn their guns. Headshots, eye shots, throat shots, every shot was fatal, and he wiped out a whole group in an instant. If it were an ordinary magazine, Suen would have run out of bullets long ago. During the time it takes to reload, the enemy would have had enough time to kill him. But at this moment, the handguns in his hands continued to spew out deadly ghost fire. This was the suppressive power of a heavy machine gun. Da. The steam party guys were caught off guard by this burst of fire. They instinctively tried to avoid this damn suppressive firepower. Dodging and dispersing, their formation was in chaos. In just a few breaths, half of the enemy, about 40 to 50 people, were shot and fell into a pool of blood. Suen was completely fearless and continued to harvest lives numbly. Even if the enemy had taken cover, as long as they showed the slightest flaw, he would shoot accurately. Precise, calm, numb. There was not a trace of panic. Kay shouted and rushed out. As he heard the continuous gunshots, he didn't have much hope of surviving. But something strange happened. After running a few steps, he suddenly realized that the sound of bullets whizzing past his ears had disappeared, and the fragments of shells flying past his scalp were gone. Hey, why aren't those guys shooting at me? The gunshots hadn't stopped, so what was going on? When he turned his head, Kay saw a scene that he would never forget. What the hell, handguns can be used like this? Kay cursed in his mind, finally understanding what was going on with Suen's outrageous ammunition box. From the beginning, that guy had intended to take on enemies 20 times his number head-on. At this moment, Suen, with 2 guns, was suppressing all the enemies in front of him. Kay suddenly realized, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face, what a crazy plan. But now was not the time to think about these things. Thoughts raced through his mind. Now, he and Suen were in a triangular position with the enemy, and this was the best opportunity for him to escape. But Kay didn't. The two of them had a trust and understanding, just like when he chose to trust Suen without hesitation and brought out the puppet to attract firepower. Kay knew that Suen's firepower had temporarily suppressed the enemy, and they couldn't give the enemy any chance to catch their breath. They were not trying to escape now, but to counterattack. I'll go crazy with you, you bastard. Thinking of this, Kay didn't hesitate to push off the ground with one leg, turning into a mantis that shot out, directly leaping into the crowd of enemies. Kay didn't forget that his advantage was close combat. Now that there was no enemy firepower suppression, in close combat, he wasn't afraid of these people. Meanwhile, Suen continued to shoot from a distance, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face as he saw Kay rushing out. With such a high-quality teammate cooperating, it would be much easier to kill all those guys on the other side. In just a breath, the extra ammunition box was emptied. And Kay's charge gave him just enough time to reload. Suen didn't even dodge, he pressed the mechanical buckle, immediately took off the ammunition box and the supporting mechanical exoskeleton, and quickly replaced it with the extended magazine hanging from his waist. The ammunition was replenished. Was there nothing to worry about after taking cover? Have you ever seen a bullet turn? Without the constraints of the ammunition box, Suen's marksmanship became more flexible. With a flick of his hand, he pulled the trigger, and 2 bullets slid through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before exploding into a burst of blood on the target behind cover. At the same time, Kay charged into the midst of the enemy crowd, wielding his blade with ease. The enemies hiding behind cover were forced to come out. One person charging, one person accurately shooting from behind. The 2 of them cooperated, swiftly reaping the enemies in front of them. Suen calmly walked out of cover, dual-wielding his guns. As he fired, he advanced forward. His abilities of sound positioning and malicious perception allowed him to accurately pinpoint the enemy's location. Even if someone aimed at his back, he could turn around and shoot the person's head before they could fire. His absolute calmness made his brain feel like an icy machine, precisely calculating the position of each enemy. A miraculous scene unfolded. In this war-torn street, a solitary figure walked leisurely, bathed in a hail of bullets, his face calm and composed. The bullets seemed to have eyes, unable to harm him at all. The artillery fire and flying debris seemed like welcoming fireworks, celebrating his arrival. He did not dodge or avoid, walking straight ahead. With each shot fired, he either severely injured or took a life. Both in momentum and firepower, Suen alone suppressed the enemies on the entire street, leaving them breathless. The overwhelming sense of danger frightened even the ordinary members of the Steam Gang, as if they had encountered an envoy from hell. Just one glance, and they would truly die. Soon, Suen dealt with all the ordinary enemies near the block. Meanwhile, Kay and the 2 captains of the Steam Gang were locked in combat. Almost all the professional members of the Steam Gang had undergone extensive mechanical limb modifications. One of them was Scissorhands Hosen, whose modified mechanical limbs were similar to Kay's abilities. They were sharp mechanical scissors forged from mithril blue steel, equipped with a high-pressure steam-powered boiler, capable of easily severing bones and limbs. The other was Iron Lungs Durand, a member of the modified faction. This guy was covered in full-body armor and equipped with a large steam-powered propulsion device. He resembled a steel bull, capable of charging and swiftly moving. His hands were equipped with both frost cannons and machine guns, excelling in both close quarters and long-range combat. Both of them were veteran professionals of the Steam Gang. Their advantages in modification were obvious, giving them exaggerated mechanical strength and steel-like bodies. At least, facing these 2 as an assassin of the same level, Kay was at a disadvantage. Although he could dodge the enemy's attacks with his agility, his own attacks had limited effect on the enemy. In a prolonged battle, it was difficult to gain an advantage. Under the joint attack of the 2, Kay's situation became even more precarious. Fortunately, Suen arrived. Suen walked like the god of death, killing all the gang members of the Steam Gang along the way. The Iron Lungs Durand, watching his subordinates die in agony, was already furious. He looked at Suen, who stood unwavering, like a raging bull. The steam boiler behind him accumulated pressure and instantly erupted. With a powerful kick from his mechanical legs, the ground cracked open like a spider web, as if a cannonball was charging towards Suen. Before the person arrived, the immense pressure swept through with a gust of wind, carrying flying sand and rocks. Suen's expression remained unchanged. Machinery was still machinery, with obvious preparatory movements and insufficient maneuverability. The speed of a straight-line impact was fast, but it posed no threat. He had long noticed the signs of pressure accumulation and the indication of force from the guy's feet. So when Durand made his charge, Suen's thunder snake was already raised. Perfect, a straight-line target, as simple as hitting a target. The opponent completely underestimated Suen and did not take his gun seriously. Crack! Crack! The special sound of armor-piercing alchemical bullets resounded throughout the street. Suen fired 2 shots in a row, accurately hitting the bulletproof goggles of the guy. Kay, who was not far away, anxiously watched Suen, thinking that he didn't know how formidable the opponent was. He was just about to shout "Be careful," but it was already too late. Once they collided head-on, there was almost no chance of survival. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. Everyone's gaze focused on the figure charging forward. They all knew that this collision would determine life and death. However, the next second brought an unexpected scene. At the moment the gunshot sounded, Durand, who was charging like a steel bull, suddenly twisted his head in a strange manner, instantly slowing down his momentum. Dead? No one expected that the one to die would be the notorious Iron Lungs Durand. And he died so casually. In an instant, the outcome was decided. The corpse inertia continued to charge forward, but Suen calmly sidestepped, casually harvesting a cloud of mist from the corpse. Not bad mechanical experience. If it could be said that Suen killing those ordinary members of the Steam gang before was due to his marksmanship and some luck. But now, after killing a fully armed professional, everyone realized that his marksmanship was not just good. Killed? This. Kay looked at the fallen body, his eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, he finally understood why Suen was able to kill the anchor hand Park earlier. Could it be the advanced gun technique of that legendary door? Kay knew that Suen knew gunfighting, but after seeing those two shots just now, he immediately realized something else. Secret technique, multiple overlapping shots, a super gun technique specifically designed to penetrate armor. Legend has it that only a few gun masters in Old Ling Dun, or a few veteran gun experts who have immersed themselves in gun techniques for many years, can master this advanced secret technique. Suen, at such a young age, actually knows this? And his almost inhuman calmness just now, his extraordinary perception. Kay felt that today, he had used up all the shock he would experience in his lifetime. Damn it, where did the Cross Society find such a freak? Scissorhand Hawthorne cursed as he looked at his dead companion. He knew they had underestimated him. If they had known about this guy's gun technique earlier, they wouldn't have been so reckless. But who the hell could have imagined that the gunner who had behaved so ordinary during the previous chase would have this trick up his sleeve? They had only considered Blade K to be a threat, but they never thought that the little-known gunner was the real deadly presence. We've been played. Hawthorne also instantly understood that from the beginning of the pursuit, they were destined for this outcome. That gunner deliberately showed weakness, waiting for this moment to ambush them. It was too late for regrets. While cursing in anger, Hawthorne also secretly rejoiced that he didn't make a move just now. This guy was also extremely decisive. In the instant his companion died, he immediately retreated without hesitation and fled into the nearby dilapidated building. Suen fired 2 shots, but failed to take down that guy, so he gave up. After all, their goal now was not to kill the enemy, but to retreat. He walked over. "Captain, are you okay?" "Yeah, got shot once and took a few cuts. But it didn't hit any vital spots, so it won't affect the fight for now. Let's go, the Steam Party's executives will definitely come soon." "Yeah." Suen supported Kay, who was limping from being shot on the outer side of his thigh, and walked towards the alley. At this moment, in the distance on the main street of Green, the sound of heavy artillery bombardment suddenly came, and an armored vehicle was blasted high into the sky. Seeing this, Kay exclaimed with joy, "Our reinforcements have arrived." Chapter 98, Spider Bomb. After the main forces of the Cross Society arrived, the confrontation between the two sides immediately escalated. In the old town of Ling Dun, where firearms were cheaper than drinking water, the gangsters fought fiercely, turning it into a partial war. Both sides invested a large number of personnel and equipment, vying for control of the Green Street stronghold, engaging in back-and-forth battles. In the subsequent battles, Kay did not participate due to his injuries, while Suen remained active on the battlefield. He avoided dangerous areas but often appeared where there were many corpses. However, Suen did not stand out on the battlefield. Like an ordinary gang member, he fought when he needed to and ran when he had to. Thanks to his super perception ability, he could always foresee some dangers in advance, making it seem dangerous but actually safe. In fact, war is just burning money. The conflict between the two major gangs escalated, causing heavy losses not only to their backers but also involving more and more powerful forces. The power struggle between the high-ranking families was intertwined with personal relationships, and the more people involved, the greater the resistance. Eventually, it was said that the major families in the inner city came out to mediate, bringing peace to the situation. This conflict lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, resulting in thousands of casualties, and the entire Green Street was turned into ruins. Both major gangs were severely weakened. Later, Suen heard about the inexplicable cause of this gang war. It turned out that Martin, the young master, was assassinated. Among the attackers, there was someone who awakened the talent of the Red Demon. Coincidentally, the Red Demon Galong from the Cross Society was also surrounded and killed on the battlefield. There was no evidence of their deaths. The Mad Dog Hog from the Steam Party, who had previously accompanied Martin during negotiations, was also killed in front of everyone. As for the true facts, ordinary gang members were not qualified to know. Suen also felt that it was not important. He even thought that when the Red Demon Galong was sent to the outer city for a duel, it might have already planted the seeds for this battle. But it didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that Suen gained a wealth of mechanical knowledge in this war, allowing him to directly advance from advanced mechanical beginner to intermediate mechanical expert. Green Street was turned into ruins. According to the mediation agreement, it temporarily became a neutral territory. No one dared to come and consume, and various taverns, gambling dens, and the backers behind the scenes all withdrew. With no profit to be made, the two major gangs didn't care about these dilapidated streets. However, as the former leader of Green Street, Kay felt a bit desolate. As the captain, he lost his territory and his manpower. In this confrontation, apart from him and Suen, everyone from Green Street was wiped out. It must be said that the elimination rate of the lower-level gangsters was really high. If Suen had joined the Cross Society and didn't aim to become an advanced professional, but instead spent his salary every day in taverns and pleasure houses, he would probably have been cannon fodder in one of the confrontations. After this battle, many legends began to circulate in the underworld of the outer city. A group of newcomers emerged, while a group of old-timers were buried. Among them, there was one legend that became more and more mysterious. The Scissorhands Hawthorne from the Steam Party admitted in person that there was a top-notch shooter in the Cross Society. This person was a veteran firearms expert who could use the secret technique multiple reflections. He killed at least 2 reorganized squads, including the squad leaders Iron Lung Durand and Anchor Hand Park. But after spreading for a long time, even the internal members of the Cross Society didn't know who it was. Kay didn't say anything, so no one knew who it was. After all, everyone from Green Street had been wiped out, and there were very few people in the Cross Society who knew Suen. According to reason, Suen should have received rewards and honors for killing so many enemies in this confrontation, estimated to be worth millions. But he didn't want to attract attention and didn't go to claim the money. After all, this conflict had taught him a lesson. It was not good to be too famous, and Kay almost died because of his reputation. But Jiantiao knew that Suen was skilled in marksmanship, so he discreetly asked about the situation and sent a substantial reward. Suen's life returned to normal, and because there was no entertainment venue in Green Street, he even lost his nightly patrol duty at 7 o'clock. He had the whole day to arrange his leisure time freely. He stayed in the rented basement every day, training his physical fitness, tinkering with mechanical equipment, and making puppet dolls. Occasionally, he went to the shooting range next door to practice shooting to keep his skills sharp. As for the struggles within the Cross Society, he, as a small gang member, didn't care. The only bad news was that there was no nearby arena to extract souls. If he wanted to watch gladiatorial fights in other districts, he had to travel a long distance. It was said that the backers behind the Cross Society were preparing a new Green Street, but it would take some time. The knowledge gained from this battle was enough for Suen to digest for a long time, so he wasn't in a hurry to find a new arena. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and the situation completely calmed down. On this day, in the basement, Suen was wearing a stained work uniform, engrossed in tinkering with a new toy, the spider bomb. This was an inspiration he found from his 8-armed spider spear implant. He wanted to design a mechanical bomb that could crawl on its own, equipped with displacement devices and delayed detonation devices. This bomb could adapt to various complex terrains, climb walls, drill holes, turn corners, and climb to blind spots that people throwing bombs could not reach. The mechanical spider on the workbench had already taken shape. Suen focused his attention and installed several brass components the size of melon seeds. This was the most crucial step, requiring him to connect the explosive device and the mechanical timing system. Suen thought he had been careful enough, but suddenly, white smoke emerged from the mechanical spider on the workbench. He muttered to himself, "This is not good," and quickly took out a blast shield and covered it on the workbench. With a muffled sound, the high-power exhaust device on the workbench whirred and sucked away the smoke generated by the explosion. Suen lifted the blast shield and looked helplessly at his failed creation. He murmured, "Something's not right." The H2 quartz timer was fine, and the T3 explosive prototype was fine too. Why did it trigger an explosion? Could it be a conflict with the wall climbing device I made myself? Fortunately, it was just a test product, and there wasn't much ammunition. Apart from making him feel embarrassed, it didn't reach the level of causing harm. But with this explosion, Suen once again fell into self-reflection and doubt. Repeated failures for unknown reasons made him gradually realize the root cause of the problem. Although the ability of the Reaper of Death was strong and allowed him to learn the knowledge of others in a few months that would take them several years or even more than a decade, there was also a very big problem: the acquired knowledge was not systematic. Without systematic learning, he couldn't even figure out where his own problems were. Just like this explosion, his experience told him that there was no problem, but in reality, it exploded, which definitely indicated the existence of a knowledge blind spot. All the machinery he currently mastered was stripped from various corpses, just like Lego building blocks, piece by piece. But these knowledge puzzle pieces were missing a part, just like building a high-rise building full of holes that could collapse at any time. Despite having reached the level of intermediate mechanical mastery in terms of knowledge, there were some basic knowledge that Suen was not even as good at as a novice apprentice. It's really troublesome that the machinery is not systematic. Suen looked at the failed spider bomb, frowned, and pondered, "It seems that I need to systematically learn mechanical knowledge." Combat knowledge didn't matter, as practice made perfect and he could master it through repetition. But theoretical knowledge was different. Without a knowledge framework, certain things couldn't be connected. Having gone through 9 years of compulsory education in his previous life, Suen was well aware of the importance of systematic learning. He urgently needed a thread to connect the fragments in his mind. With this thought in mind, Suen instantly thought of a person. That person was the former vice dean of the Black Tower Academy, Nikolai J. Amirish, who had defected. When it came to systematic knowledge, who would know more than the vice dean of the top alchemy academy in Old Lingdun? That gentleman still owes me a favor. Thinking of this, Suen no longer had the mood to continue tinkering with the spider bomb in the basement. He rode his motorcycle to the Shadow Lane Black Market. He wanted to leave a message at Rosen's alchemy shop and use that favor. Although he had only met Mr. Amirish once, Suen believed in his intuition. That person had no ill intentions towards him. The key point was that being pursued by the umbrella organization made him feel safer. If it was just for some basic alchemy knowledge, Suen felt that it wasn't necessary to use up this favor. He could find other channels in the black market, although it would be more troublesome. For example, he could get textbooks from the Black Tower Academy or apprentice manuals from the Alchemy Guild. Suen chose to contact that gentleman because he wanted to maximize the value of this favor. Because he knew that besides being a top professional suspected to be stronger than the Cross Society president, Amirish also had a deep relationship with the organizers of the black market. The black market was very mysterious, and the organizer was rumored to be the true boss that even the umbrella organization couldn't do anything about. Although Suen needed more information to understand this world, the mysterious alchemy world was like a stunning beauty veiled in mystery and strangeness, giving her infinite charm and arousing people's curiosity. He had already lifted a corner of the veil and couldn't wait to catch a glimpse of her true face. The gang's structure was too small after all. He had already seen through the merger of the previous gang. Compared to the financial magnates in the inner city, the gang was just a tiger trapped in a cage. Suen had crossed over to this fantasy world to witness the scenery at the top. Another consideration was that he wanted to understand the path to becoming a second-tier professional in the future. Chapter 99, Second Order Career Planning. Suen currently only has 3 choices to advance to the second-tier professional: the inner city, the guild, and the black market. The inner city is temporarily not considered, so there is only the black market and the guild. The advancement of professions in the outer city is completely unregulated. Whatever conditions there are, one can advance accordingly, without any system. Many times, even if the profession and talent do not match, there is no choice but to waste one's own potential. If Suen wants to advance through the resources within the Cross Society, then he must first become a captain and gradually gain contributions and resources. However, even the captains of the Cross Society have very limited choices for advancement. It is always the same 2 or 3 dozen paths that the cadres already have, and most of them are common ordinary professions. Puppeteer? That kind of niche profession, Suen has never heard of it in the entire Cross Society, so naturally it does not exist. In fact, just the first-tier profession choices recorded by the Alchemy Guild alone have more than 8,000, and there are also thousands of second-tier profession paths. And those rare professions passed down from ancient times are even more dazzling. Suen does not want to waste his talent and potential in vain. So, in fact, the only option in front of him is to try his luck in the black market. Instead of groping around on his own, it is better to ask someone with experience and connections. Mr. Amirish, the former vice dean of the Black Tower Alchemy Academy, is obviously the most suitable person. Suen arrived at the black market and went straight to Rosen's alchemy shop. He left a message for the boss, saying that he wanted to see that gentleman. Then he went around various shops in the black market as usual, hoping to find suitable curse materials and mechanical parts for himself. Passing by the bulletin board, the original owner's wanted notice had already been pushed into a corner. Tasks that have not been found for clues for a long time will gradually be forgotten. This is also the situation that Suen wanted to see. And among the top few, except for a new S-class wanted criminal who is unfamiliar, the rest are all familiar faces. The one at the top is still that mysterious woman. Now the amount of her bounty has soared to a sky-high price of 3 million Lesuo for providing information. Suen thinks that if such a high bounty has not found any clues, either that woman has gone to the outer city or she has hidden herself like him, changing her appearance. Suen didn't look much and went to the Whitebeard mechanical materials shop in the lower level of the black market. The boss of this shop has wild channels for goods. The 2 body training devices he found before came from this shop. This time, he didn't expect his luck to be good again. He actually found a Cheetah 9 miniature 6-cylinder steam boiler that was scrapped by the inner city military industrial plant. It is small in size, the price is beautiful, and it can still be used after repairs. Suen bought it and planned to bring it back to use as a power boiler for his Iron Man 2. It's a coincidence that after buying the things, he planned to return to Green Street, but unexpectedly, when he passed by Rosen's alchemy shop again, he saw a familiar figure in a cloak. "Sir!" Suen walked over and tentatively called out. The cloaked figure turned his head, although his face couldn't be seen clearly, his voice was very familiar and still gentle. The boss just told me that you wanted to see me, I didn't expect you haven't left yet." Suen confirmed the identity of the person in front of him and directly stated his purpose. "I'm sorry, there are indeed some things that I need to trouble you with. After all, the other party is a top-tier professional, and he is so polite to him, a low-tier professional." Suen also returned the courtesy with a polite greeting. The cloaked figure nodded. "Let's talk while walking. The narrow alchemy shop where they could barely stand is not suitable for chatting." The two walked on the streets of the black market, talking quietly. Suen expressed his desire to learn some systematic alchemy knowledge. The cloaked figure was not surprised, and even had a bit of a willingness to help, meaning, knowledge is precious. "But when I meet someone who sincerely wants to learn, I am willing to give some guidance." "Thank you." Suen listened and didn't expect him to agree so readily. Thinking of his position as the dean, it is not surprising. The cloaked figure continued, "But if it's systematic knowledge, there is too much of it. Alchemy, enchantment, plant cultivation, runes, alchemical spells, machinery, forging, mysticism, medicine, what the outside world generally refers to as alchemy is divided into more than 10 disciplines at the Black Tower Academy. Which one do you want to learn?" Suen had a jumble of knowledge in his mind, and if he had to choose, he wanted to learn alchemical spells and mechanical knowledge, but if possible, he wanted to refer to all of them. It is impossible to digest so many categories of knowledge just by self-study with textbooks. But Suen has the Reaper of Death. If it were someone else, the cloaked figure would probably think they are too greedy. But looking at Suen, he said this sentence, "Hehe. I don't know why, but I always feel that you will give me a big surprise in the future." He didn't refuse either and casually agreed, "That's easy. I happen to have a set of teaching materials that I used before, which can be considered the most complete and suitable introductory learning materials in the entire old Lingdun. I don't need them anymore, so I can give them all to you." Suen listened and said, "Thank you for your generosity. It is already rare to gain some knowledge in the outer city." The cloaked man didn't seem to mind and smiled, "After all, my original name was a bit troublesome. You can call me Mr. Black Dot." He spoke casually, without any fear or hesitation like other wanted criminals, and said, "I'm just giving you a few books, which is not enough to repay the favor I owe you. So, I think you still have something to ask me." As always, a gentleman who didn't want to take advantage of others. Suen wasn't surprised when he heard that the other party understood mind reading. He didn't show much emotion and went straight to the point. As you know, people in the outer city have little knowledge about high-level professions. I would like to ask, what are the considerations for advancing to the second rank? Or, do you know the choices for advancing to the second rank as a puppeteer? Oh? When it comes to this question, it seems that no one can give you a better answer than me. Mr. Black smiled, seemingly self-deprecating his previous profession as a teacher. After becoming a professional, the subsequent advancements are actually to obtain the necessary abilities for your main profession. There is no fixed path for advancement, it depends on how you plan your future profession. Mr. Black looked at Suen and continued, for example, for a normal puppeteer, the second rank path may choose to fuse curses related to enhanced perception, enhanced skills, and puppet element control to improve the control and combat abilities of the puppets. But for some special puppeteers who lack attack methods, they may choose more advanced auxiliary abilities, such as multitasking and space control. After all, the ability to control multiple puppets is also a standard for measuring the strength of a puppeteer. And some puppets with special rules cannot be stored in a storage ring, so spatial abilities are also useful. There are also powerful combinations such as corpse research, mind control, element annihilation, reverse alchemy, and so on. So many choices. Suen listened and felt a sense of enlightenment. He didn't know that there were so many considerations for advancing to the second rank. That's why I said it depends on your own future career planning, so you can make a better choice. Mr. Black didn't continue and said, if I go into more detail, it will be too much and can't be finished in a short time. As far as I know, there are more than 30 types of second-rank abilities suitable for puppeteers. Of course, the rarer the ability, the harder it is to find the corresponding cursed items. In the end, it depends on your own abilities and choose the best. Sometimes, career advancement also requires some luck. I see. Thank you for clarifying, sir. Suen listened to these words and felt that it was the right choice to ask this Mr. Black. At this moment, Mr. Black seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, however, you are very special. I have a small suggestion for your future career planning. Suen thought he had figured something out and restrained his emotions again, saying, please tell me. Well, it's mental control. Mr. Black said, looking at Suen as if observing something. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, I found that you have a problem. That is, you have very good control over your emotions. You are the only novice I have seen who makes me feel that mind reading is limited. I noticed it when we were at the Ginkgo Street apartment last time, but I didn't figure it out. Suen listened, his face showing a slight change. It was not surprising that someone who was very skilled in mind reading could see this. Mr. Black suddenly changed the topic, apparently having figured it out, and said seriously, you have suppressed some of your emotions in exchange for a constantly calm state. But this long-term suppression is very dangerous and even fatal for your mental state. The more you suppress, the more deadly the backlash. Suen listened to these words, his eyes narrowing slightly. Mr. Black pointed out the hidden danger that even the psychologists in his previous life didn't notice. He didn't think there was anything to hide and calmly said, I didn't expect to live long before, and I didn't care. But now. In his previous life, he had no interest and didn't expect anything for the future no matter how long he lived. But now, in this mysterious world, he was a bit reluctant to just die like this. Since Mr. Black brought up this topic, Suen guessed that he might have a solution, so he asked, so, Mr. Black, do you have a solution? For us alchemists, this may not be a bad thing. Mr. Black neither nodded nor shook his head and said, if I'm not mistaken, your mental power before employment should be much higher than that of an ordinary person. Suen smiled without confirming or denying, half-jokingly said, may I ask, Mr. Black, are you a doctor? Mr. Black didn't mind and corrected, no, my profession is a scholar. But when it comes to those miscellaneous rumors, ancient alchemy knowledge, and medical mysteries, in the whole old Lingdun city, there are not many people who know more than me. So it's not wrong to think of me as a doctor. Suen heard these calm words, but they sounded domineering, and a sense of admiration suddenly arose in his heart. He finally understood that the heavy temperament on Mr. Hay was like this. It turned out to be profound knowledge, which gave him a pair of eyes that seemed to see through everything in the world. Mr. Hay continued, the solution is actually quite simple. Suen listened attentively. Please tell me more. Mr. He said, the root cause lies in control. Suen. Mr. He continued, relying solely on one's willpower cannot control that kind of violent backlash. Therefore, you need to rely on some external forces, such as mental power secret techniques. Mental power secret techniques. Suen frowned as he listened. This was another blind spot in his knowledge. Even in any of the memories he had stripped away, no one knew about this concept. Mr. He seemed to sense his confusion and explained, this is a field that only high-level professionals are qualified to explore. Even in the inner city, it is a forbidden technique restricted from spreading by the higher-ups of the Black Tower. Forbidden technique. Upon hearing this, Suen realized that he had probably come into contact with some high-level secrets. I have read ancient books and learned that ancient alchemists of higher ranks often practiced mental meditation secret techniques to increase their mental power and control it. It is also used to release high-level spells. Forget it, those things are too advanced for you now, and it would be meaningless to say them. It would only bring you trouble. When Mr. He said this, he seemed to have some concerns and didn't say much more. Just know that by learning a suitable mental secret technique, you can control that chaotic part of your mental power. I see. Suen suddenly realized that there was a cure for his condition. But even though ancient alchemists could practice it, why was it classified as a forbidden technique by the Black Tower? Suddenly, he felt like he had guessed a part of the reason why Mr. He had defected. Upon hearing this, Suen looked at Mr. He again, seemingly expecting something. I have indeed been exploring a mental secret technique, but it is extremely dangerous and not suitable for you. Mr. He saw through Suen's thoughts and shook his head slightly, smiling. I only mentioned this to let you know that if you encounter similar secret techniques in the future, you can pay attention. The Dawn City in the underground has been discovered, and a large number of ancient relics have been excavated. There will also be many good things appearing in the black market recently. Perhaps you can find a suitable mental power secret technique for yourself before finishing your collection in the inner city. Dawn City. Yes. It is a newly discovered large-scale ancient ruin underground. Not many people in the outer city know about this news, but it should spread soon. Oh. Suen's first reaction was the ancient ruins he had traveled to. But what he cared more about was the mental power secret technique. He didn't lack mental power, in fact, he had a lot of it. As the S-rank talent Reaper of Death, every time he harvested soul fragments, it would increase his mental power a little. Although the amount of mental power he could extract from ordinary people's bodies was decreasing, his current mental power value had already reached 75 points, more than double what it was when he first advanced as a professional. However, this doubled mental power value did not bring Suen double benefits. It wasn't that he didn't have enough mental power, but that he couldn't use it. But just like a handful of loose sand, no matter how much he wanted to use it, he couldn't hold much with his own hands. He had felt that something was missing before, and now he realized that there was indeed a concept of mental power secret technique in this world. As they walked and talked, half an hour had already passed. Mr. He seemed to have no intention of continuing, and said, the more you understand the path of alchemy, the more doubts you will have, and it is impossible to explain them all. After you finish reading those textbooks, I can guarantee that you will probably need 10 times or even 100 times more knowledge to unravel the mysteries. I don't mind if you come to ask me. But meeting with me frequently will bring you a lot of trouble. So, as the final part of repaying the favor, I can introduce you to a place where you can access advanced knowledge. Suen asked, is there such a place in the outer city? Yes, it's in the black market. Mr. He said, it's not a taboo organization, just a small circle for advanced professionals to communicate. Generally, only second-tier professionals are qualified to receive invitations. I happen to be going there now, so you can come along. Chapter 100, The Small Circle of High-Level Professionals. Suen followed Mr. Black all the way down. The two walked through the streets of the black market, then climbed over the fence and continued walking into the darkness, stepping on a steel pipe over a meter thick. Underneath their feet was an endless abyss. Ordinary people would be terrified to walk here. Suen felt fortunate that his sense of balance was good, otherwise he would have slipped and fallen into the endless darkness. After walking through dozens of meters of pipes, Mr. Black seemed to remember something and took out a cloak, handing it to Suen, saying, this is the token of entry into this small circle. Wear it, it will save you a lot of trouble. Okay. Suen nodded and took the cloak, looking at it and feeling strangely familiar. Wasn't this the same cloak Mr. Black was wearing? Cloak of Concealment. Explanation: an alchemical cloak with advanced concealment formations. It has the ability to distort vision, change voice, and weaken mental detection. Good stuff. Suen put on the cloak, feeling as if his body was isolated from the outside world. Suddenly, he had the feeling of peeping at people from a hole. This cloak could bring him more security than his high-collared windbreaker. The two continued forward, passing through an abandoned sewer. As they walked, Mr. Black said, "Before we go in, there are a few simple rules I need to tell you. This small circle is a membership system. Only when 3 or more members recommend you can you qualify to join. It's best not to say that you joined through me, otherwise there might be trouble. Of course, with this cloak, no one will question you. Also, don't casually inquire about the identities of other members, and be careful not to be discovered by others. There will be 1 or 2 exchange meetings every month, and the information will be printed on the 3rd row of the Old Lingdon Daily advertisement column. The decoding method is the Hill cipher. The people here are very diverse, not as friendly as you imagine. They could be wanted criminals, evil alchemists, or spies from the umbrella organization with ulterior motives. If you need any material knowledge, you can see how others exchange it later." Suen listened carefully, nodding frequently. Before long, the two arrived in front of a rusty iron gate and walked in, and the space suddenly opened up. It was a space about the size of a basketball court. There were pipes of all sizes everywhere, resembling observation rooms of ancient sewer systems. Even though he had been to the black market many times, this was the first time Suen knew that there was such a secret gathering place at the bottom of the black market. There was only one gas lamp in the space, illuminating the stone round table in the center, which was carved with a complex hexagram alchemy formation. Dark, mysterious, and silent. The vast space was completely silent, filled with a thick sense of mystery. Mr. Black seemed to be the host of the gathering. As soon as he arrived, those cloaked figures resting in the dark corners gathered around. "Mr. Black!" Everyone greeted him. Mr. Black nodded in response. Suen casually glanced over and saw 15 figures by the round table. Although their heights and body shapes were different, they all wore the same cloak, making it impossible to see their faces and with voice modulation. Thinking that these cloaked figures were all second-tier professionals from the outer city, perhaps some of them were cadres of the Cross Society, he didn't pay much attention. Mr. Black spoke, "All right, today's exchange can begin." Everyone seemed familiar with the process and no one wasted time, going straight to the point. Suen originally thought it would be a serious and cold meeting of a mysterious organization, but it sounded more like a tea party. As soon as it started, it became lively. "I need some information. The steward of the inner city's caste family was assassinated, and the killer escaped to the outer city. I want to know how that person left the city. Besides the reward, the caste family will also provide a cooperation opportunity. The Sunbird Military Machinery Factory's branch in the East City had a batch of military supplies stolen. Is there anyone here who can contact the group that did it? I'm not looking for trouble, I just want those goods, and the price is negotiable. Any news on the S-class wanted criminal who came out of the inner city? There is news that she was last seen in the West City district. The Umbrella organization is closely monitoring her, and they have found some clues, but they haven't caught her. Does anyone know her background? Hehe, I heard she is a very powerful mechanical warrior, and it seems she escaped with some kind of research secret. A character as troublesome as her, even if she has earth-shattering secrets, I doubt anyone dares to take her on. Oh, except for that organization." The cloaked figures exchanged information with each other. Occasionally, secret information that needed to be traded would be written in envelopes. For less important matters, they would chat along the topic, each person sharing what they knew, often piecing together the truth of the whole matter. After all, these were all high-level professionals from the outer city. The events they mentioned were of high importance, and their sources of information were very broad. Moreover, almost all the questions asked had someone who could answer them. It was like watching the news, and Suen silently listened on the side, only then did he realize that Old Lingdon was actually so lively. After listening for a while, he also roughly understood the role of this small circle. Here, they could understand the real-time information of the entire outer city, and even the inner city. Suen also noticed that, except for him and Mr. Black, almost everyone at the round table spoke to some extent. It seemed to be an unspoken rule or an established custom. No one could just take information without contributing their own. To participate in the exchange, one had to provide some of their own information. That was why Suen felt like someone had just glanced at him, probably realizing that he was a newcomer. The intelligence exchange segment passed, and it was time for the item exchange segment. A cloaked figure spoke up, "I need advanced materials for the rare profession of a withering warlock. The advancement direction is roughly water elemental control. Ideally, it should be a high-quality silver product from a relic. The price is negotiable." As soon as he spoke, someone immediately responded. "I happen to have a silver cursed item, the tears of the poisonous swamp crocodile, which should meet your requirements. But I need to exchange it for a complete set of the latest frost giant battle armor from the inner city. That item is a controlled product of the inner city army. It's not just about the price. I'll add a set of second-order rare water magic scrolls, acid dissolution. Deal. But it will take about a week to get the armor." "No problem." The two quickly reached an agreement, without any unnecessary words. Both parties handed their items to Mr. Black for inspection. Even though the armor wasn't present, some promises were made, and the deal was concluded. Only then did Suen understand that Mr. Black was not only the host of the gathering but also the appraiser and guarantor. Everyone seemed to trust him implicitly. Materials and scrolls he deemed acceptable could immediately conclude a deal. Suen knew some of Mr. Black's identities, so he wasn't too surprised. What surprised him more was the immense power these cloaked figures possessed. The Frost Giant battle armor was said to be the latest generation of battle armor recently equipped by the Inner City Guard. The army hadn't even fully equipped it yet, and someone could already get it. As soon as the trading segment began, a lot of high-level items that Suen had never heard of started to appear. "I need a curse-breaking item for high-level ghosts, preferably someone can bring out the cross-holy emblem from the Inner City Carter family. The price is negotiable. I have a few pages of manuscript from alchemical metaphor written by the great alchemist Master Arnold from the same period as Sir Isaac. But the content hasn't been deciphered, and I can't guarantee its alchemical knowledge. I want to exchange it for a piece of information. Can anyone provide clues for third-order profession advancement curse materials? Any melee ones will do." The cloaked figures each stated their needs, and they seemed well prepared, bringing items that could be exchanged for their needs. The materials needed were all high-level, almost all of them were of silver quality or above. Moreover, no one mentioned any prices, all were bartering. Suen then understood why there were few second-order materials for sale in the black market shops. Even if there were, they were just a few low-quality samples. Because high-level curse materials have a small output and an even smaller audience. Unlike first-order materials that cater to everyone, advanced materials can only be used by second-order or higher professionals, and they are hard to sell. Professionals who can get advanced materials probably don't lack money, what they lack are materials suitable for themselves. So, bartering is the best way. Suen listened quietly for a while and fully understood the rules of this exchange meeting. At this point, he remembered what Mr. Black had suggested earlier, that he could ask here, so he spoke up directly. "I need a complete mental method of ancient alchemist cultivation. Also, I need a thread with curse properties, thin enough, resilient, preferably suitable for a puppeteer's control. The price is negotiable." Although Suen didn't know the value of the two materials, he felt that he probably couldn't offer materials of the same level in exchange. But whether there are fish or not, it's better to cast the net first. As soon as he spoke, all the cloaked figures around the round table fell silent for a moment. Mental methods belong to a very advanced field, and these people may not know what it is. And the market demand for puppeteer materials is small, few people keep them for exchange. Even if they do, they probably sell them to the inner city. Suen saw that his words had cooled the atmosphere, and he was being scrutinized by a group of people. Fortunately, the cloaks blocked the gaze, otherwise, being stared at by a group of at least second-order professionals, he might not be able to stand here calmly. Just as the topic was about to be skipped, suddenly someone spoke up. "I don't have the mental method you mentioned, but I do have a thread with a very magical curse property that meets your conditions. If you're interested, you can take a look."